Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment, and I'm with my good brother, Kala Genesis, from the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. Welcome to another one of our shows where we give it to you real, where we get you connected to the African continent, where we give you directions and also just let you know the real deal about how we can make this move more impactful. And family, before I continue to share more details on our subject tonight, Afrikstan, the future of African Diaspora Reconnecting to Africa for Repatriation and Pan-Africanism. African analysis with Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. So family, it's a whole lot of words and a whole lot of Africa and diaspora and Pan-Africanism and repatriation. So what does all of this mean? What that means is the energy that we have is the vehicle that we're using for the to a means to an end, and that's building a level of Pan-Africanism, trying to reach out to our people across the Black world to come together to build communities, to build investments, towns, business, repatriation connection, and just an endless mode of just opportunities. That way we can compete with the likes of everybody else. I mean, I'm back and forth from East Africa, West Africa, this part of Africa, that part of Africa. And what I see is like the Chinese, the Indians, the Lebanese. You can just look at the west coast of Africa or West Africa, and you can just look at that as a dominance of the Lebanese. Then you go to East Africa, you see a dominance of Indians, and you're going to go to southern part of Africa, and you see the dominance of the white folks, the Indians, and that's all you see is the dominance across the African continent. So when we talk about the Afrikstan analysis, and then we talk about repatriation, we're not talking about just making a move to Africa, living and doing business in Africa, just to just be doing that, or just get your own piece of land or get your own piece of area and just develop and just live happily ever after. We talk about straight nationhood, and that means being able to have all the aspects of development in the future to compete, because currently constructed, if we don't participate in the connection to Africa, then we're literally going to be out of the game. And I'm talking about opportunities that we should be taking advantage of. I see people taking advantage of it all the time in Africa. So that's what our program is about, building it strong. So family, before we continue, let me start off by sharing with you our full source of documentation, which is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And this is been a vehicle to connect us from America to the African continent. And we've been doing this journey based on just traveling to Africa for 19 years and 17 years in the world of professional tourism investment. And this is our website, family, africafortheafricans.org. And once you're on our website, you'll see an MP3 player on the left. You can just always mute it. And then you'll see a whole lot of photos from the last 17 years of our journeys of a lifetime across different countries. Now, once you scroll down, what you're going to see is all of the direct information in reference to what we do as far as Africa for the Africans, which is just a whole lot of different tours from, there's 8 different countries we have on a rotation. And then also we have our Black Star Pan-African community, which is the future of what we're looking to build. That's 15 and 60 acre development. That's residential and commercial. And that's also a whole lot more other opportunities that we have there as far as the land. This is just a foundation. So for anyone that's ever interested in what we do as far as Black Star Pan-African community, you have the relative YouTube playlist, you have the Facebook page, and then you have 100% of the information right here on our website. And then we have email information that we can send to you. So all you have to do is just send me an email or a text, and we can connect, and then we can go through information. And that's just something for those who are really serious about this. We have lots of information for you to view, and that's what we do. We just document our growth as far as this our world of just doing business in Africa. Now, starting out with the tours and even the investment, when you look on the main menu, you'll see all the links on the main menu, and then you'll see the links right here in the middle of the page. So we start off our last journey with Senegal and the Gambia Roots and Culture Tour, March 30th to April 9th. Just come back from another phenomenal journey as far as just us organizing logistics. It's getting our group members around. We're 16 strong, moving from one country to the next, and in and out of different hotels, going to all different kind of historical tour sites. So those are the highlights that we have on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And so you can just always check out those networks and just get a full highlights via photos and videos. Next journey we're taking is going to be Ghana Repatriation Investment Conference, investment tour. We have an investment conference, and we also have a repatriation land visit to Black Star Pan-African community. So that's the featured part of the tour. Beyond that, it's a roots and culture tour. So we're taking you around Accra, Kumasi, Cape Coast, and just connect you with the incredible Reconnection experience. So we write tour programs. So we have a designated tour book with all aspects of what we're going to be doing on the journey. And it's your guide to this being prepared and just flowing with the schedule. So these are things that we put together to make these journeys special. We have t-shirts, bags, pens, and as I mentioned to you, a tour book itself, a printed tour book and a digital version that you can follow the energy with. And it's also a souvenir collection. So these are the things that we're talking about, family. Being able to just get you prepared, organized, and ready on this incredible journey of a lifetime to the African continent. Yes. So family, as we proceed past that incredible Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour, we're literally going to connect you with more tours after that journey. So we're set for Rwanda Roots and Culture Tour, July 20th to the 30th, 2023. And Tanzania Roots and Culture Journey, November 16th to the 27th. And then South Africa, we're going to close out the year, and that's December 24th to January 4th. And then our featured journey on our Africa for Africans website is our Liberia Reconnection Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. Then we're going to reconnect back to Ghana in the summertime, and that's for July 11th to the 23rd. Close out the year with Egypt Roots and Culture Tour, November 21st to December 2nd. And then start the year off in Senegal and the Gambia again, Roots Tour, April 2025. And don't have a schedule for December 2024 yet, but once we finish a few more journeys, and based on the success of what journeys we do, we just reschedule something for that time frame. But beyond that, family, this is 2 years of tour details that we have a schedule ready to go. And for those who are interested, read all the details, reach out to me. Let's talk. Let's make sure that everything is clear for you and get you ready for these journeys. We have preparation information, full itinerary, full overview, general terms, language translation, and the ultimate preparation guide. Now, as we scroll down to our site, you'll receive some more details as far as conference calls, links and updates to different information. Scroll down some more, you'll see links to our YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, so you can just get to know us, follow us, and be clear about what we're about. Then you'll see all of the Facebook pages that you can just connect on, and we just update and share information as far as updates, general information, and also videos and photos as the tour goes along, and we just share those updates along there also. Black Star Facebook page, so a lot of social connection that way. We just share information. So this is the photo gallery of our 17 year of doing professional Africa tours. That's over 30 different journeys across 8 different countries. And so as you scroll down, you see the last few journeys that we did. April 2023, December 2022 to Ghana, Tanzania, November 2022, Ghana, May 2022. And then we just then back to Ghana, December 2021. And as the time go along, you see more and more group photos, and you see these are big groups, a busload of people. So we specialize in organizing our people to the highest level to pull this off. This is not something that you can fake or just hope and pray that it work out. It's something that you have to just have logistic operations to the highest level. That's the only way you pull this off. And that's what we have done, family. We have built our experience in taking our people across the world, from the Americas to the African continent and back. And I've been working on this, as far as this connecting more and more of our people with the crew that we have in the country and build more and more relationships. So as time go along, our goal is to expand and expand and expand. So you can always scroll down and you'll see more and more of these photos from our groups, and it goes all the way down to 2006. So letting you know that you're dealing with professionals in this business, and we're ready to accommodate you. So when we're telling you that we're gonna push a strong energy to Liberia, to where you're gonna just really have a country where you can do tourism, business, and investment, and people who have the best have your best interest to the highest level, because we're reconnecting what our ancestors built 200 years ago. So that's the significance of it. Energy you see from what we've been doing in all these other countries was also energy to help us take that direction to the next level. So our goal is to just continue to expand and expand. And as you can see, family, over the last several years, we have had multiple countries and multiple tours. And then beyond that, when you go back to 2016, that's when we're doing the single tours for a decade, from 2006 to 2016. So over the last several years, we have evolved to another level. So family, we just want you to keep in touch with us. And if you can't travel with us this year or next year, you can always keep pace for the future. But we set these journeys to give you a proper connection. And if you're not sure about any other journey, be prepared a year from now to travel with us to Liberia. Yes, and my good brother College Genesis is always ready. And as a matter of fact, he can always share his experience with you about Liberia. And talking about Liberia, I'll pop up the flyer that we have here also. That way you see the featured energy. Here we go, brother College. That is less than a year from now. And we're just trying to make sure that everybody is clear, updated, ready to make this move. And I know you're excited. You've been to Liberia twice already. Your most recent time was literally a few weeks ago. So, you're able to just really share with people the evolution of Liberia. We talk about a new Liberia, an incredible Liberia, and a Liberia where we have so much of our brothers and sisters from Liberia that have had to move to America and move to other places, and they're ready to go back. And, I think more and more, brother, we're realizing the importance of Liberia. We're realizing that the time that we have lost in Liberia over the last 20 30 years, that it's a time where we were in search for an African continent, where we have countries like Ghana, Tanzania, Senegal, the Gambia, and South Africa. And we really wanted those countries to deliver what we wanted to, and we're thankful for those countries because we're able to live and do business in those different countries that I just mentioned, and a few more. But there's not been quite the country that's been that we really have been looking for, the country that was really made for us, a country where we have laws on the books that favor us, to where we can actually get things done, to where without a bunch of bureaucracy and drama and a bunch of this village mindset and lack of just the future, lack of a vision, to where we get developed. So I feel like it's the time now to revisit that connection. And then it seemed like more and more things are going on. You have been saying very positive and wonderful things about Liberia, as far as things that you have physically seen based on going there, relatively this time and the last time. And then you can literally probably tell us the big difference from the first time to now and the progress you have seen.
Oh yeah. The last time I went there, I saw things. Some things got better. Some things got a little challenging. The airport could do a little better. The first time I went to the airport was great. Maybe because of COVID, they had a lot of extra money, so everything went to school because they had extra money they put into the airport. This time, coming there is great, but leaving was a little challenging. Leaving was a little challenging. But they're doing their thing. Liberia is very, very. The security there is so freaking tight. They ask you for your passport when you're leaving like 4 or 5 different times. 4 or 5 different times your passport, and it gets annoying sometimes, but that's the protocol. If somebody your passport is okay, I just showed the guy over here. You just saw me pull my passport out over there.
Go ahead. Got 10 people checking your passport every 5 minutes.
Every second. So bottom line is you feel you're safe in this country. Ain't nothing popping off in this country. It's real safe and everything like that. Safety and concern, man, is the first thing I noticed when there's a picture I have. I should have sent it to a video I should have sent it to you, where his brother had his Jordans all on the street corner, right? He's way over there with his money box, everything, and his stuff is sitting there on the street. Don't have to worry about nobody on towels. He don't have to worry about nobody stealing his shit. It's a different culture. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute here. We're supposed to be American. We're supposed to be so advanced and everything. That'll never happen in America, where somebody can leave their stuff on the street and you can come by, pick it up and whatnot and say, I want to buy this, whatever, like that. You don't have to worry about somebody snatching your shit. He don't worry about snatching something, running off and everything. It's just the law and order and the way they deal with the way they think of crime and stuff like that is completely different than what we think of in the States. The criminal in Black America for the most part, but not the silent majority of Black people don't believe like that. But there's a vocal, loud Black minority that loves chaos. They love confusion. They love violence. They love stuff like that. And when you go to Liberia, you're saying to yourself, man, this is what we should be. This is what we should be. Imagine if they had the wealth and the capital and everything like that. This place would be heaven on earth, But like I said, and I admire Liberia. In the 2 years that I'm in there, I see people with the same resilience, same hard work, same work ethic, the same law-abiding, thing. And I said to myself, wow. So it wasn't just my imagination the first time I went, The second time I went there, I said, what if everything changes? What if I get jacked on the streets? What if something happened? I go there and it's just as peaceful as I was the first time I went. So after it was just like a sigh of relief because you just never know. Because I put on all Liberia. Second time I go there, what if something happens? What if something happens? You always think about that. And it didn't happen. Everything was more peaceful than it was the first time I went there. More everything, more friendly, more everything, no issues, no drama, no anything, just people just willing to help you out. Everybody's willing to help you out. Everybody's willing to listen to you and tell you what you need to do if you want to do this and everything. Nobody's telling you no. Nobody's telling you go home. Nobody's calling you a Bruni. Nobody's calling you this. They make you feel like at home. It was so comfortable that I was looking at the white people in India and saying, well, there's all these foreigners here in my country. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm from America. How am I calling these people foreigners? I'm coming here too. I'm a foreigner my damn self. But that's how at home I felt. I just felt real at home with the Liberian people. And I felt like I was just one of them. I fit right in. Just a real good experience, and everything. Now we're ready to take it to the next level as far as like business and really people really coming there to make a real difference. There's already a lot of Liberians and Black Americans there doing a lot of stuff. You'll meet people, Liberians. And the one thing I want to say this, right? Something struck me when I was in Liberia, right? I was at the ATM, and this older Liberian gentleman, obviously indigenous background, but he lived in Philadelphia. He said, yeah, I'm here for a couple of months and everything like that. Gave me his card, And he said, yeah, give me a call sometime. He has a couple of businesses in Liberia that he invested in. He's a retired military. He has jobs. He worked for the city of Philadelphia, something like that, And I was like, yeah. He goes, so how long have you been? I said, no, I'm African-American. And he goes, I'm African-American too. We're all African-Americans. I said, I will with that. And said, you lived in America for over 30 years, but you're African-American now, We're all same thing. He said, so so we bonded like on that thing. He said, yeah, I'm coming back doing my thing. I'll probably be here for a couple months. I'm flying back to the States and everything. Then it struck me, right? Nobody's putting pressure on him. You got a lot of Liberians in America that's been here 20, 30 years, right? They go to Liberia, invest and everything. And when they get ready to finally say, I'm going to stay in Liberia forever, they can do that, right? The problem what we have in the Pan-African world is there's people pushing Black people to Africa just to go to Africa, and they're ill-prepared. They go into countries that are not favorable. They get into signing land deals. They're doing stuff like this. That you got to get out of America. You got to get out of America. I'll never tell anybody you got to get out of America. You go to Africa when you're prepared. Look at the Liberians, right? We 400 years deep in America, right? We could basically take our time in building in Africa. And so he said, I got a couple more things in America to tidy up. Maybe in like 2 or 3 years, I might want to come back here with my farmers up at a certain level. Then I'll basically move over here full time, all the time. And it dawned on me. I said, yeah, that's true though. What is that? This rush where Black people in America feel like I gotta get to the continent. And they go over there unprepared. They have no money. This guy had he got business. He had a pension and all the stuff like that. Military pay, a pension, everything in America, generating money and everything. So he's taking his time and building in Liberia the right way, building a nice house, farm, everything like that. I said, yeah, Black people in America should be doing the same thing. Take your time, take 4 or 5 years. Go back and forth. Get to know the country, get to know people and stuff like that. Build networks. You don't have to basically go and bum rush the coast. I get it. People ask me about citizenship. Don't worry about all that. Liberia is a country with a U.S. passport. Like Ghana, you don't have to need a national ID to do things like mobile banking and stuff like that. You can get a mobile banking card. You can do anything in Liberia except for vote for the most part. You can own property. You can start a business. You can do everything you want that you need to do. As a Black person. With no questions asked. If you come from the United States and stuff like that. You got a U.S. passport and you're from America and stuff like that. They just consider you either African American, they don't really, or Liberian that's born in America. There's so many Liberians that are born in America that now they go back and whatnot, and they got U.S. passports. So there's no real distinction between us and them, So we basically got a lot going for us in this country, across the country. And people say, you just biased towards Liberia. I am. I am. Kyle, you just love Liberia. I just love it. I just know the feeling I got when I was there. And I look at other people who go to different other countries in Africa, and they got all these problems and everything, trying to fit in, language barrier and stuff like that, cultural barrier. But when you go to a country that basically understands you and understands your culture and understands why you're there and stuff like that, and they got some of the similar cuisine, they got a similar lingo and stuff like that, you feel at ease. You forget you're in another country most of the time, sometimes you feel like you're in Harlem. Sometimes you feel like you're in Detroit. It's like you're in Detroit, Harlem, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, and in the Congo. It's like you take Georgia, you take South Carolina, North Carolina, Detroit, and Harlem, and bounce it together and put it in the Congo, right? That's what you got with Liberia. So you got this urban, rural Black America from the South and the North, placed in Africa. That's what it literally feels like. And you got the African feel, and you got the African American, Caribbean culture, and you got all that stuff like that, all mixed together as pretty much one culture. That's my book, Journey to the Promised Land. I'm still looking for a screenwriter for that book. Once I get a screenwriter for that book, and I got major studios that want to make it into a motion picture. I'm gonna work on that probably after the summer's over, and see what I can do. Maybe by next year I could probably pay for the screenwriter myself out of my own pocket. It's gonna be costly, but it'll be worth it. Once I have a screenplay and a script and all that made up and whatnot, I could pitch it to several different studios. I can get better offers from different studios that want to do this movie. It's about the exodus of 1878. From Charleston, South Carolina, to Liberia. True story. The Tolbert family. Steve Tolbert. They got a village called Bentall. That's called Benson and Tolbert. It's Bentall. They call Bentall. So a bunch of nice houses and everything they built back in the late '60s. Beautiful places. Nothing but palaces and mansions and everything. And my partner Sam, he said he had Easter Sunday dinner with Stephen Tolbert, and they would talk about me and whatnot, because I met Steve Tolbert 2 years ago when I was there. And like I said, I was the topic of conversation a little bit, But so it's a lot. I have a lot of connections with this country. My wife's Liberian, and my friends, some of my closest friends are Liberians, So we're really looking forward to this as far as like connection and building here. And then not only that, we're not stopping at Liberia, we're stopping going to the whole continent. But I do believe that we should have that one country in Africa that do diplomatic relationships. Once we have political, social, economic clout in Liberia as African Americans and diasporans, that could transform into we're in a stronger position on the continent. Right now, we're 45 million people, Black America, 45, 50 million people. We have no real geopolitical voice on the world stage. We don't have a seat at the UN. We don't have a seat at the African Union. We don't have a seat at any of these world bodies and whatnot, and we're becoming a global people. The world's becoming more global. People can come here and do what they want in the United States. Why can't we be on the continent, getting things done? So being a global people, this is how it starts. It starts with us going to a country and letting our voice be heard, helping out, contributing, and being a help to this particular country, not a burden, but a help, so that's what I'm going to start out with tonight,
Yes, brother. Excellent breakdown. And your family, as you can see, the book is right there. That's the cover, and that's what we're doing, family. We're here to take you on that journey. So this is very historical, and it's kind of like, you look at this as the next generation up. This is what our ancestors did as far as build civilization and build a future for us. So now it's us and our time to just take it to that next level. So that's what we're doing, family. We're revisiting the greatness of our ancestors, and we're here to add to it. We're not here to talk down about our ancestors, and we're not here to be disrespectful or rude. We're here to show them homage and honor by literally just continuing the works. It's that simple. So journey with us, family, to Liberia, and let's build something special.
Yep. Yeah, because it'll be a great trip. I'll be there, Bomani be there, and some other people want to join. I got people interested in coming and whatnot. And we'll start, in the future, we're going to start asking people to put their initial deposit down, to lock your spot and everything like that. You got a whole year to come up with $4,000. You can do it, for a opportunity of a lifetime. The bonding and the stuff that we're going to experience there and stuff like that is going to be incredible. It's going to be incredible, credible tour, the food, the activities, and the history and stuff like that. We're reconnecting with history and I know all of you guys have been going out there reading about Liberian history and reading about stuff, and people are getting excited and whatnot. And all that excitement is not a fluke, it's a real, And so this idea of a state that had everything that we need in mind as far as like settling and building. People ask me the question, well, what about the indigenous land? Well, that was settled 200 years ago. Liberia is a republic. It's not a kingdom. Not a kingdom. We have in Liberia, you have tribal land, you have government land, which is the majority, and then you have private property. Private property are people who have registered land and stuff like that people got to go back for generations and whatnot. People have land. They developed like the Coopers and the Caesars, the Parkers, and all these other people that were pioneers that still have land in the country to this day where buildings are on and stuff like that, and housing developments and everything like that. Public buildings and everything like that. So when I'm going to a country, when I'm in America, right? And I see nice gated places, right? And I'm seeing people having nice houses, real nice houses on the beach and whatnot. I can't fathom the fact that there's going to be black people walking out of those houses that they own those. And I'm like, you own this house, nice and everything like that, paved driveway and nice cars in the driveway and stuff like that, on a walled, gated and walled compound and everything. And I'll say to myself, this is stuff that I only see rich Asians and stuff like that. When you come to Liberia, you see black people. Oh yeah, this land is owned by the land is owned by the such and such family. They go way back in the history of the country. And you're like, man, I was like, damn, what were we doing in America, right? We never had it like this in America, where we own whole miles and miles of beachfront property and stuff like that. It's just amazing, it's just amazing. I wonder why our ancestors fell in love with this country that they built. And one of the things I love about Liberia is the unique architecture. African American architecture is unique, and the architecture of the churches and stone buildings and stuff like this. And now you have the local indigenous people who are now mastered the science of stone masonry. You see the designs, how houses are built. Stone, and it's cut. The rock is cut, and if anybody ever did stonework and whatnot, how unique that is. How they cut. You have to cut the rocks and stuff like this. It's absolutely beautiful. It's like it's nothing. It's like in America, You know, you got people that have brick houses. When I was a kid in North Carolina, we had two types of houses. We had the houses that were made of wood frame, and we had houses made of brick. And when you had an auntie or somebody that had a brick house, that was a status. You know, when you had a house made out of brick or stone, that was a status back in the old South. When I go to Liberia, and I'm saying like a lot of the houses, you know, you got a lot of wood frame houses from old back in the days, and you got stone houses that are still there. You know, houses that are over 200 years old that are still there, still standing, and it's like amazing. I'm like, wow, you know, and it's like you're just amazed at what our ancestors. It shows you that our ancestors, when they built Liberia, they were not playing games. These people were serious about nation building. They were serious about building infrastructure. They were serious about building a nice place to show the world that we could build a country of our own. That's what their mission was, to show the world that the black people could govern themselves and everything. We black people in the world, we figure that the white man's not taking care of us, or we're not living in America. We can never figure things out. Our ancestors in Liberia figured things out. They built the country. They caught up with the rest of the world by the 20th century. Liberia had literally caught up with the rest of the world. By the 1970s, you know, Liberia had industries on Bushrod Island, industrial zones, which are a country that was conceived, built, and industrialized by black people of themselves. So we would be cowards to walk away from this great experiment that our ancestors undertook. The whole idea of Liberia is what galvanized the independence movement all throughout Africa. Because all of the young Africans like Kwame Nkrumah, Kenneth Kaunda, Patrice Lumumba, Nelson Mandela, they all came to Liberia and got inspiration. Say, if they can do it, we can do it. And so that's what the independence movement in Africa was born in, right here in Africa, a black government that, despite all the odds, was able to have a republic of their own and governed by black people, legislated by black people, judiciary by black people, you know. And so therefore that gave inspiration to the rest of the continent that we can govern ourselves, because the conventional wisdom back then was that Africans couldn't govern themselves. We're too tribal, we're too primitive and everything. But here you had this one country in Africa that was like the thing. All the countries in Africa used to come to the Liberian embassy in America and learn about how things are going, diplomacy, diplomatic protocol, what to say, what not to say. They got their education, all of them, from Kwame Nkrumah to Nelson Mandela to Kenneth Kaunda, even Jomo Kenyatta. You know, they all basically looked to Liberia for leadership, you know, as far as guiding through the post-independence era in Africa, you know, post-World War II, post-independence era in Africa. You know, it was Liberia was the inspiration. You know, don't let anybody tell you anything different. You know, Liberia has been conveniently erased from the history books, right? They tell things about, oh, you got this white boy that got a video called Black Apartheid, you know, complete lie about this country, about some group of people from America oppressing the indigenous people. That was a lie. It was a lie so people could turn against Liberia and erase the history. You know, Liberia was where the OAU was formed. It wasn't Ethiopia, it was Liberia where the OAU was formed, you know, in the hills of Senegal, the place we're going to visit when we go to Liberia. And the monument for the OAU is still there. We're going to lay a wreath at the monument for the OAU. That's where it was born. You know, it was born from Kenneth Kaunda, Kwame Nkrumah, Sekou Touré, and President Tubman met in the hills of Senegal, and these three black men, two Africans and one person from African American heritage, met, and they hugged and they kissed, they laughed and they embraced and everything. And they said, look, we're one family, we're brotherhood. We're going to unite the continent. And it was out of there, it was in Liberia where that spirit of the OAU was born. Okay. So Liberia has always been a Pan-African state. The idea of Pan-Africa means that we're black first. Before we're Yoruba, before we're African American, before we're any Caribbean, we are black people, we're black Africans, and we have to build from there. So anybody basically wants to put their tribe first or put their ethnicity first and stuff like this, you know, you are the problem, you know. And so this is what we're celebrating. You know, we're celebrating this history of the idea of a black state, of a black republic, you know, and our ancestors had it right. And we can't walk away from Liberia, you know, and expect Pan-Africanism to win, you know, because this is where it all started.
Absolutely, brother, and that's what we're doing. We're revisiting back to the foundation, and we're gonna make it stronger and stronger. So, brother, let me know if you're ready to play some of those videos, and we can just play some of those videos.
Yeah. Play some of those videos, and I'll give my opinion on them.
Yes, definitely. So yes, family, we are connecting you into that incredible world, and we're not just talking about it; we're building it. Yes. So, family, let's load up some of these videos, and we're gonna get into some deep Afrikstan analysis. All right. So, which one you want to play first?
Play that the preacher talking about the enemy within.
Traditional leaders and the slave trade. We blame the whites for the slave trade we went through. We blame the whites that they offended us. They took us as slaves. But let's wait for a minute. Who sold the black man to the whites? Who sold the black man to the whites? Our own traditional leaders. The enemy is not outside. The enemy.
What's wrong with the sound?
If we are asking the Europeans to pacify us and also to apologize to us, our traditional leaders must be the first to apologize on behalf of their ancestors for the evil they have done against their fellow blacks. Look at our attitude towards the environment.
What's wrong with the audio?
Hold on. Let me check something out.
Just playing loud and clear. All right, want me to start back over? All right, family, if you couldn't hear us, just send me a quick message on the bottom. Kali, ready to get ready?
Yeah, go ahead. I couldn't hear it.
And the slave trade. We blame the whites.
Can you hear it now?
No, let me find another video. Hold up. Let me
Yeah, the thing of it is the video is playing whatever is going on in your system. Family, somebody give me a hand real quick. Can you hear the video I was just playing? Send me a message. Just give me a 1 or something if you can hear the video. There's nothing blocking it.
Okay.
You have multiple things on.
Let me send it to you again. See if this.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to send me the video again. You need to fix whatever's on your side.
Okay. Well, can other people hear it?
Yes. Well, so somebody said 1, they can hear it.
All right. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Well, I'll listen to it from here, and just what you call it. Just go ahead.
Okay.
For the slave trade we went through. Look at our traditional leaders and the slave trade. We blame the whites for the slave trade we went through. We blame the whites that they offended us. They took us as slaves. But let's wait for a minute. Who sold the black man to the whites? Who sold the black man to the whites? Our own traditional leaders. The enemy is not outside. The enemy is within. If we are asking the Europeans to pacify us and also to apologize to us, our traditional leaders must be the first to apologize on behalf of their ancestors for the evil they have done against their fellow blacks. Look at our attitude towards the environment and the destruction of our water bodies. All our river bodies have turned into dark brown. And you know what they said? In the next 20 years, if we don't stop this illegal mining, Ghana, we will import water to drink. Yet we don't care. And Chinese, they will come from their country into our forest, destroy our forest, destroy our land, and illegally mine and damage our waters. How can they come if the traditional leaders didn't give them permission to do that? And in one instance, while they were dead, Our military went there to protect them. Our own military that is supposed to protect us rather protected the foreigners to destroy our water and destroy our forest. The enemy is not outside, the enemy is within. If you look at our own systems and structures in our country, we don't have a better system to improve the lives of people. Pastor, I was surprised when I read in China, they had a 10-year vision, and they said from 2011, their vision was that in 10 years from 2011, and 10 years from 2011 will be what year? This year, 2021, that they will raise over 20% of the people to become multi-millionaires. Now in 2021, they have 1.8 million Chinese who are multi-millionaires in China, and they are between the age of 40 to 50 years. Multi-millionaires. The government intentionally decided that they will make sure they will have 20% of the population multi-millionaires. They also agreed that they will make sure that they will lift up the poorest of the poor, and they lifted 100 million people from begging to live a better life. But in this country, in our country, we fight our own businessmen. Our government will fight our business people. When they know that your business is thriving, and they know that perhaps you are not sympathetic towards the running party or the ruling party, they will fight you, collapse your company, and make you poor. When in China, they want to make the people rich. In Africa, we want to make our own people poor. The enemy is not outside. The enemy is within. Look at our African leaders. How much they stole, the money they stole away. We are told in Gambia, Jamal Yaha, he stole 11 million US dollars from his own country, Gambia. Sani Abacha stole between 1 billion to 5 billion dollars out of Nigeria. Hosni Mubarak stole 17 million US dollars in 8 years. The enemy is not outside. The enemy to our own progress is within. Look at our presidents, the presidents who were fighting for our independence, what we did to them. In Togo, the man who fought for the independence of Togo, called Sylvanus Olympio, when Togo got independence, he decided that they would not use the French franc, the French CFA. They decided they will have their own Togo currency. And you know what? They used Iyadema to kill him and to get rid of him. When Olympians wanted to make Togo great, the enemy within, the Judas within, killed him. In Burkina Faso, the man who gave them independence, Maurice Yamego, was eliminated by his own people. When Thomas Sankara came, his own body group killed him and got rid of him. The enemy is not outside. The enemy is within. You look at our own country, Kwame Nkrumah started a new vision to develop Ghana, and who undermined him from within? They threw him out by Kotoka. Today we celebrate Kwame Nkrumah, but their own Judas will damage him. I pray that the man who organized that coup to betray Kwame Nkrumah, and for us to name our airport after him, Kotoka International Airport, I think we should start a national conversation to change the name of the Kotoka International Airport, because as long as that name is, we have endorsed coup, we have endorsed enemies that will fight the progress of our nation. We must change the name of Kotoka International Airport to Kwame Nkrumah International Airport. The enemy is not outside, the enemy is within. We need to ask God to give us a new character. Let's change our behavior and have new values. Because the person will be smiling with you, smiling with you, yet he will stab you at the back. How can you have a father who wants to destroy your life? Yet in Africa, we have governments that do not want to make the people or improve the lives of the people. When in overseas, their governments have created an environment for every citizen to be better. Why is it that our governments can't think about the welfare of the citizens? And we kill the businesses of our own people.
Yo, brother, that was powerful. That was straight fire. Bro. That's it, man. That's it, family. We just got it. That's what I'm saying, family. We know what we're gonna get from the white devils and the oppressors. We can literally just set up strategies and tactics to make things happen around that. But when we're dealing with people that's like closest to us, man,
The enemy
I mean,
within.
that's serious business right there. Break it down, Carla. Break it down.
Let me tell you something, folks. Like Marcus Tullius Cicero, Roman orator, 80 BC, wrote the enemy within. Let me quote him directly. I said this before, and so we're going to revisit this for all the new people. And now Marcus Tullius Cicero wrote the enemy within. And that's what I'm saying. When you're educated, you know this stuff. All the stuff that's been going on right now has been played out. Read Socrates, read Aristotle, read Plato, and all these other people that lived thousands of years. Nothing is new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. The same.
Well, how about this? What's up with this person right here? I want to make sure.
Is the epitome, is not the epitome. I went to Laurel. Yes, that's somebody who doesn't know anything. He's probably a white guy.
Let's read their comment completely. Frank Bibidiaco.
He's illiterate.
Pushing your last name, Frank. Liberia is not an epitome of Pan-Africanism. African Americans went and lorded over natives and excluded them from every activity. Ever heard of the Congas? It is classic country in black over black.
There's no such thing as like we were saying. The bottom line is this: when people are ignorant and whatnot, they don't know anything about the history of Liberia, right? Does he understand about the Massaquoi family, most powerful family in Liberia, which was native background? The Fambala family, the Golas had powerful families, the Grebos had powerful families and whatnot that were educated and everything. So this idea, so what is this? Anytime somebody is educated and everything, they automatically deem them to be a Congo person. So what you're doing is you're saying the native Liberians were stupid. From day one, the native Liberians were participating in the development of the country. Once they basically came over and say, "Look, I want to be part of this society," they were just, or Liberians just ain't like anybody else. And also this idea they lorded over there. You forget about the fact that the majority of the Liberians that came from America were nothing but farmers. They got their hands dirty. They were actually the Liberians that came from America and the Caribbean were actually on a lower tier than the elite and the Grebos and the Vi and everything. They had no aristocracy. They were dirt poor farmers out there farming their thing and everything like that. So what is this idea that one group was lording over another group of people? What they're doing is trying to make it seem like, oh, these American people and people like that. That's not what happened in Liberia. It's not Liberia. That's what people want to believe. That what they do is it's called projection. You want to project themselves, their racism and everything onto us, and it's not the truth.
Well, let's deal with this guy Frank. He can join us. Let me just read his two other comments. The third comment, and I'll read the first comment. Liberia was created by African Americans who thought they were superior to native. The African American elites were against and subjected the native. That was cause of the Civil War. Remember?
No, that's not what
African American. Now, while he's continuing his ignorance, let me just read the last one that he said right here. I am sorry, Liberia was really messed up by African Americans, free African Americans, Congas, and lorded and indigenous Africans from political and economic participation for almost a century. So where did this person get their education?
I have no idea.
Obviously, they have an analysis that's different from your analysis as a person who have done research.
I don't have an analysis. I have the truth.
Perfect.
The vice president in 1904 under Howard was an indigenous Liberian, right? The people who brokered the Bong mines was the Massaquoi clan, and they had connections to Germany and everything. So what is he talking about? The Grebos were President Tubman's biggest backers, because he was born in Maryland, And so what does he talk about? The Ricks Institute.
He gets his information from somewhere.
Well, he gets his information from YouTube. That's what happens.
So that's not a credible source.
Never actually read a book. And there was
not a credible source. Or maybe you watch one of those documentaries that were pro-white that wanted to disgrace Liberia.
Yeah,
maybe
that's what he's getting from. White people. They got white people
because he's not the first, second, third, fifth, or 100th person we have heard that from.
Yeah. The bottom line is they're all fucking lies. If you believe it, and they make up their own history of Liberia. I know the history of the country.
Hey, Frank, Frank, I got the link up here, Frank. Come and talk to us, man. Because I mean, real brother. I just, I mean, I want to, I want people who have these analysis or lies,
And I'm gonna ask you some serious questions.
to come on here and talk with us, and we're not gonna bite your head off. But if you're bold enough to make these comments, be bold enough to be a man and come in here and talk with us as a man.
And cam up.
Because I get tired of all these cowards. They don't want to show their face. They just want to chat, and they never want to get on here. And then when they do get on, they want to turn off their camera. Be a man. This is the time frame where we're not playing around anymore with anyone. Is like, either you be a man, step your game up, and holler at us, and stop being a coward and making little fake comments. That you are expert in Africa. And some of you never been anywhere in Africa. Some of you still live in your mama basement, 30, 40-year-old virgins. You know what I mean? There's a whole world out there. You know what I'm saying? Get a life. So if anybody want to talk that talk, come on here and talk with us. And I noticed that a lot of people be on here trolling, but they don't have the balls to come on here and talk with us.
Yeah, so well, I'm going to ask them about Liberian history, basic Liberian. They don't know anything. They don't know any of the presidents, they don't know any of the acts, they don't know anything about the country. All they know is, they came over. They can't tell you anything about the country, I'm gonna ask you detailed questions.
Yeah, there you go. My brother said right. Frank don't want no smoke. Yeah. Yeah, we have you running like, running like running like the simp you are, which, I'm saying, with the tail between your legs. Come on, Frank, get on here, man. Get on here. Let's hear about all this great information that you have, calling our ancestors basically an oppressor.
Yeah.
The one thing about us as a people, just like the modern day black people that's making a move to Africa, I don't know who's going to Africa to oppress anybody. I mean, as a matter of fact, people who are going to Africa don't have to go to Africa. They can stay themselves in America, wherever they are, and they can live a good life. We're trying to be a part of Africa. We're building a future in Africa. It's that simple.
And then all they want to do is put up this stuff because they're so. What it is people are so jealous of African Americans. That's all it is, hatred. They hate African Americans, so they want to project this stuff on our ancestors and what we're trying to do. I heard they call Garvey a colonizer. Garvey was a colonizer. They want to colonize and all this kind of stupid stuff they talk about. Well, let me read something.
That's what the brother was talking about, man. The enemy within, man.
The enemy within. Okay, I'm gonna read something. Right, I'm gonna read something. This is from Marcus Tullius, philosophy and politician. He says, a nation, right? What is a nation? A nation of people living in a particular area under a structure, right? That means the internal structure of a nation is always fragile, right? It relies on the people believing in the nation, right? People paying taxes, people being orderly, people being civic-minded, people being patriotic, and stuff like that. Now, he talks about the enemy within, right? This was happening in ancient Rome, too. He said, a nation can survive its fools, even its ambition, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gate is less formal. That's the white man. We don't have to worry about that, him, For she is known, carries his banner openly. But the traitor moves amongst us within those gates freely. His sly whispers. I know these people, he put these comments, his sly whispers, rustles through the alleys, heard in the very halls of government itself. For the traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in an accent familiar to his victims. Like, black people love to, when you start talking about, somebody's trying to do this, something like that. It's easy to freaking con black people to think that, somebody's going to do this or not. They fooled into believing things that's for them, that's against them. He wears their face and their arguments. He appeals to the baseness that lies in the heart of all men and women. He rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of the city. He affects the body politics that no one can longer resist. A murder is less to fear. The reason what Cicero was saying is this, right? Who are the enemy within? There are people in our culture, in our society, that have no status, right? They have no status. Even if you let me give you a perfect example right now. Sudan is right now in a war. We won't see that right now, in a war. And how do these wars start? Why are Sudanese killing each other in the streets of Khartoum right now? It starts with the enemy within. Somebody in there who loves chaos, who loves a conflict, who loves confusion. So they spread sly whispers. They talk amongst us. Yeah, this person, this right there. They create unrealistic expectations. For example, let me give you another example of the enemy within in Liberia, right? These people were walking around and whatnot. The Congo people, American-Liberians people have everything like that. Well, the American-Liberians were the first to build institutions. If you have any culture, you wonder why you go to Virginia, right? There's families in Virginia, right, that were here from the beginning. They got everything. Some people came and got that, struck their list. Everything. Same thing. You go out California, you'll find that the founding people of any community, right, the family descendants are always better off because they do things like leave a will, they create an estate and stuff like that. Do all the things proper to leave a legacy for them, right? Now the enemy within, right, his family didn't do that. His family was on drugs. His family was drunks and everything, right? So he comes up 100 years later and says, "Oh, we gotta right the wrongs of the past and everything." Well, your ancestors weren't doing anything. They didn't freaking take the risk of farming or cattle ranching and stuff like that those people did. So you want to basically tell the society that society's unfair. Society's unfair. So you basically, they say, believe in you, right? That gives you power. We're going to take back this. We're going to take back this. We're going to take back this. This is unfair. These people have everything. Every society has these people. You could create a perfect society. Look at Rwanda. Perfect society. Everybody look. Oh, but we're everybody Rwanda, we're not making a lot of money. Well, look at the country. The country is not there to give everybody a salary like you do in the West. They'll start saying stuff like, "Oh yeah, but a doctor in Rwanda only makes $2,500 a month." But that's what the salary is. So what do you want to do? Overthrow Paul Kagame and do what? But when you talk about when people go and they try to basically create unrealistic expectations, right? The people that said this is going to be a long journey. It's going to be another generation, 20, 30 years before we catch up the West and everything. They use westernized standards, right? Oh, the West, they're making all this money. Look how much money we're making in this country. But that's what your country does. You have to go with the hand you're dealt with. The enemy within will tell people, "Oh, it's not fast. Paul Kagame's pocketing all the money himself. He's sending all his kids money." This is what all they do all the time. And social media has made this really more dangerous because people can spread lies and everything like that. Everything you see right now, the conflict you see in Africa, brutal social media. People put out lies and misinformation, everything for their own personal goal, their own personal aggrandizement, and their own personal gain. And so that's what you have right now. What we call the enemy within. They don't care about the average person. You don't care about that. They'll use the average person's gripes, right? Let's say it's poverty. Let's say it's hunger. Let's say it's stuff like this, right? To create this sense of mob rule and everything. Is next thing you know, every time you look up in Africa, there's a coup. Gupini has a coup. Everybody's celebrating. Another year later, there's another coup. Everybody's celebrating again. We have the coup after coup after coup. Even countries like Senegal, there was a big, massive rally when they basically took an opposition leader and broke him out of jail. When all over African continent, right? There's conflict and everything like that. Why? Because people get on social media and they use this power that they have and everything to mislead people and stuff like that. And the bottom line is, what is all gain? If let's say you get rid of Paul Kagame, right? Do you have any plan to follow the steps and do what he does? No. You just want to be in power. It's all about power. You can't get in power by showing what you can do or with your ideas or your values and everything. So the only way you can get in power is by tearing down what's already there. So you frustrate people and cause them anger and cause them to rise up. It happens all over the world. All over the world. It happens since the beginning of time. As I just read to you with Cicero. Almost 2,000 years ago. So the bottom line is this: we know these people. They come in, Liberia. When I take the worst idea about Liberia and they make that the face of Liberia. They're just been. Why can't we explain the fact that the African Americans, Caribbeans, and the Congo recaptures, right? These people from day one, they had schools, they had education, they understood the idea of the rule of law. The idea of a government. The first government, the first Black created government on the continent, right? Laws, this zoning, the land deeds and everything like that, all the procurement, all the stuff like that centralized, right? So therefore, if these people basically said this is the way we got to go forward, right? Of course, their descendant is going to have an advantage over people who said, you know something, up until like the 1920s, didn't want any part of education. They thought that education was indoctrination. They basically, Simon, unemployment, 25% unemployment. That's a lie. That's a lie, you know. He's a Ugandan. He's mad. He's jealous of Rwanda because Rwanda's clean and Uganda looks like shit, you know. And so all these people, all they do is the Congolese and the Ugandans, all they do is sit around and say, man, I wish our country looked like, I wish Kampala looked like Kigali. But since it can't, let's just basically throw shots and throw shade at Paul Kagame and Rwanda. Rwanda's on its way to be a first world country. And everybody sees that. So you could talk about a 25% unemployment rate, right? But what about all the Rwandans that got high-tech jobs, you know? High-tech companies are coming to Rwanda, not Uganda. Why are they that? Roosevelt told me. He said a lot of people, a lot of the brain during Idi Amin's time and Bote's time, a lot of the brain drain happened under them. And like Uganda's still recovering. He said Kenya is actually a better country as far as like logistically than Uganda. Uganda's still recovering. So Paul Kagame, the fact that 400,000 people were slaughtered, the fact that they're on this trajectory with only a 25% unemployment rate, you know, and when we have a 25% unemployment rate, those are people who are seeking employment. They're getting government relief and everything like that. So if you say 25% unemployment rate, those are people who are just collecting benefits. You know, it doesn't mean that those people aren't out there driving cab or doing other things and everything, participating. There's a lot of volunteer work and stuff like that. They keep themselves busy, or they go into school and getting their education. So when you throw that out there, 24% unemployment and everything, that's actually pretty good. You know, so all these people. So like I said, the enemy within, the people who basically sit here, they have nothing to offer the continent. They have nothing to offer Black America. They have nothing. All they got is negativity and throwing their shots. You know, because that's what we're dealing with tonight. The enemy within. So all you people and everything like that, if you want to get on here and rumble with the College Genesis, you better bring your A game, because I'm gonna tear people to pieces tonight. You know, I'm not holding back. I'm gonna destroy anybody that gets up on this panel. You know, so you better come with your A game. You better know what you're talking about. You know, if you don't know Liberian history, then say, I don't know, Kala. Let me sit back and teach you. I have no reason to lie. You know, people lie. You'd be surprised how much history, right? And I always thought that, and like I was telling Marcus today, right? I said, look, a lot of the history about Liberia and everything like that is all in the books. They're in books. There's a real book on Liberia you should get called Liberia, America's African Friend, published in 1953. And it basically talked about how the British and the British media and everything was trying to undermine Liberia and discredit Liberia and tried to take over Liberia from its inception. So therefore, Rwanda has a high age. No, that's a lie. That is a friggin' lie. Per capita foreign aid. That is a friggin' lie. Where did you get this from? Uganda is completely dependent on foreign aid. You know, so these guys put this lie over there. Okay, let's look it up. Let's look it up.
There you go, man. You join the panel so we can talk about it. Bring it.
He don't want to come up here. A fucking coward, you know. Wow. Rwanda's GDP for a country of like 9 million people, 32 billion GDP with no natural resources. That's that they make their money off of IT, the processing coltan, cobalt into finished product, building computers. Rwanda is now making cars, and they're about to build a nuclear power plant. 32 billion GDP. 32 billion GDP. You know, for that little tiny country, a landlocked country with no port and no anything. One of the best airlines on the African continent. But Rwanda's in the same position Liberia was back in the day, envy and jealousy. It wasn't just some of the indigenous people that would just wanted power. The indigenous people had power for 43 years. What did they do with it? Nothing. You know, I talked to Liberians. They said, man, I wish the Congo people were in power. I said, well, that's not going to ever happen. Well, I said, well, they're like, that coup of 1980 and the rice riots of 79 was a big mistake. I said, you see it now. And the only chance Liberia really has is the Liberians that live in America, African Americans, you know, and this historical tie with Black America. Liberia, we could rebuild those ties back in. Liberia has a chance.
Well, perfect, brother. You're talking about the rice riot. Let's get back into history and break that down. The rice riot.
Okay, let me break it down for you. So, all you history people, Professor Collins about to speak, you know. So take your Walkmans, as they say back in the day, take your Walkmans off and whatnot, sit up straight and whatnot. The teacher is about to speak. Maria Karis, the teacher is about to speak, you know. How many must get this before college? They said, don't mess with college. Well, anyway, the rice riots of 1979, throughout the 70s, right? If you want to play that video, Wealth of Liberia, Liberia was trying to grow its own rice, right? And the genesis of the rice riots happened in the fact that Firestone, right, illegally was importing its own rice and distributing to its workers and everything like that. And a lot of local Liberian rice growers went out of business, okay? So in the 70s, Tolbert began a program called Rally Time, right? To give, to study rice farming and in Lofa County and everything, they started making it, Liberians started growing their own rice. And they had enough rice production that they said that they were going to stop importing rice or put huge tariffs on rice that were imported, right? Now, the people like now, even though the Tolbert family, right, was importing rice, they were going to take a loss, right? And the rice was going to start becoming domestically grown. What they did was the people that were trying to do insurrection in Liberia made it seem through using, tricking people who weren't educated, that the Tolbert family was getting rich trying to starve Liberians, which was a lie. With the rice, what he was trying to do was basically stop the importation of rice by putting tariffs on it, so to stimulate domestic rice production. Isn't that what we talk about? Grow your own rice instead of importing. But the only case in history where, like, the world looks at, oh yeah, Liberia, they did the right thing. You did that thing ass backwards. The country, Liberia, it's like this: when you basically driven by hatred, that you made to believe that these so-called American Liberians, Congo people are in control, so you don't want to do it. Even though they were doing policies to help the indigenous people, right? Because the beneficiary of the policy would be the indigenous rice farmers. And so therefore they rioted and almost destroyed Monrovia right before the OAU conference and everything, you know? And a few months later, they had a coup in 1980. Liberia's never recovered from that coup. 43 years, and Liberia's never really recovered. What I mean by recovered is Liberia right now, because of the way it was going with this industries on Bushrod Island, Liberia would be a first world country right now had it not been for that coup. Like, we wouldn't be here talking about this. We'd be in Liberia. A lot of Black people in America like myself probably living there right now, easily. Liberia, Monrovia would look like Singapore or Manhattan right now, or Hong Kong, had that coup never happened. But when people go by ignorance and everything, and then when they finally look and say, oh yeah, that's not what happened. But when you basically get on the thing and the thing, are you related to Samuel Doe? Let me get this guy out of here.
This person's stream is an idiot. He also said, how are you, race hustlers?
Yeah, yo, block that dude. Block him before I get to him. Block him. Get him out of here.
All right, gotcha.
Got him. Get out of here. Banned. We're gone.
All right, he's gone.
We're gone. So the bottom line, we're not tolerating this. You know, you want to have a serious conversation. You know.
Well, they in here heavy. The trolls are always on alert, man. They got nothing better to do.
On Saturday
midnight.
They should be out there on Saturday night getting women, whatever like that. They're out here talking this stupid nonsense and everything.
Getting ready for church in the morning or something.
Yeah, do something, you know. Get your life together, you know. Get yourself a woman. Get yourself a career or stuff like this, you know. You know, get yourself a career. Get yourself something, thing like that. Don't get in here with this Once African nationalized resources to voucher in poverty, you know. Well, people say natural resources. You got to understand something, right? And we have to be really careful with this, right? Whatever natural resource, right, is only as good as it has value, and whoever puts value on it, right? For example, in South Africa, there was a lot of people who said, look, you know, they had diamonds. The Jews got rich in South Africa because the blacks were walking over diamonds laying fallow on the ground. And the Jews said, wait a minute here, man, these are diamonds, right? And they got rich off the diamond trade. Before they even started mining diamonds, there were diamonds growing, just picking off the ground. The Africans saw the diamond, didn't have any value. In that part of Africa, didn't have any value for it. The Jews said, okay, these are diamonds. We can make a jewelry. So that's why Jews dominate the jewelry industry to this day, because of South Africa, okay? So what I'm saying is this. Whenever you have resources, minerals and everything, if we don't build industries, right, that we have our own consumption, industrial consumption base, it doesn't matter about the resources. Resources are nothing if you can't process them and you don't have any need for them yourself. So the old adage is produce what you consume what you produce. Like in Liberia, they have a beautiful lumber and furniture making industry. Beautiful. You could get beds, dresses made right there in Liberia. When they're all over Liberia, these craftsmen are the best. So therefore, if you're building houses and everything like that, that'll stimulate the lumber industry, because you got to build furniture and everything like that to pad a house, or office building, office chairs and everything like that. So whatever you need, your essentials, right? You find the natural resources, process it, and use it yourself. Whatever the finished product is that's excessive, you trade it. Again, you get rid of the excess. The problem in Africa is that we don't have any domestic use for a lot of stuff that we're mining. In other words, basically, why grow something that you're not consuming? You know, just for somebody else. You know, if you're going to grow something, right, grow and then learn how to process food processing to your own factories and your own canneries and your everything like that, right, to make sure that you're not relying on imports. We have to have value for stuff. Like people are now, African countries are saying now they don't want to export lithium unless it's processed. Lithium is vital in making these new nickel, these electronic batteries. So therefore, what we're saying is this: Africans should say, look, if you want lithium and everything like that, it has to be processed, and the batteries and the industries have to be made on the continent, or you don't get any lithium. Because we say, what's the sense of having lithium, right? If you're just going to give it to them, it's going to give you some dollar amount. You got to build industries around it, because industries create jobs. Jobs create opportunity for people to purchase houses, purchase cars, and everything. You create a middle class. You know, that's how South Africa developed. They basically look at South African model, right? They mined all these minerals, platinum and everything, and they built industries around what they were mining. Africa is different. We let the foreigners come in, take the stuff out, and bring it to their countries to manufacture it, and then sell it back to us. We have to have value for it until Africa becomes industrialized, until Africa becomes everything. You know, if we don't use it, we don't mine it. That's the way it should be. So it's not about just having resources, right? You can have all the resources you want. The West could sit on resources. Resources is a lagging thing, right? Now, Kagame is buying coltan and cobalt right now, and they're making computer chips and stuff like that in Rwanda. That's smart. So he has a demand for these things because he's making products from it. What's the sense of having? And Liberia had iron ore. They also produced. They were one of the top 3 iron ore producers with the Bong and the Bomani mines and everything, right? But they wanted to move towards steel production. And for steel production, you had to get all the rest of the continent on board to purchase the steel once it's done. That's like Japan had. Japan, when they built their steel mills, they were the major steel supplier for most of Asia. You know, and most of Asia. Liberia wanted to do the same thing. And that's why they created the Mono River Union and the Lagos Plan of Action, which means that Liberia was going to be the major producer of steel, right? And these countries in Africa, instead of buying steel from the West, they were going to buy steel from Liberia. You know, but everything gets sabotaged because we got trolls and everybody else, these Negropeans that basically try to like this. Uganda's GDP is $1.29 billion, right? What the hell does that matter to do anything, you know? Uh, uh, Uganda is a much bigger country. How many people Uganda got? Uganda got what, 60, 70 million people? You know, Rwanda only has like 8 million people. So how are you going to keep comparing those two? Where Uganda has natural resources and everything like that, you know? Rwanda has no natural resources. So how are you going to compare the two? So all these people, oh yeah, Rwanda and whatnot, you know, I have nothing against Uganda, you know, but this tribalism stuff, this nonsense, like I said, the end within, you know, and these people are so fixated on Rwanda, right? They don't even fucking, this guy probably don't even care that the United States is about to put sanctions on Uganda because Uganda rejects the LGBTQ. This guy probably don't get, he's probably one of his damn self. You know, so therefore, this hatred of Africa, black people, hatred of each other, this envy of each other, and whatnot, is a friggin' is foolishness. You know, it's foolishness. So, like I said, we can't go by, we got natural resources. It doesn't mean nothing if we have no means to processing that and make them into products that we use. We have to add value to these things. We have to see value in lithium. Okay, well, while we got lithium, okay, you know, let's start making our own electric cars. Then now you have value. You're not relying on the value from the outside. Like copper, Zambia found that out with the copper. It has all this copper and everything like that the West is getting rich off of, but Zambia makes no copper products. All the copper products are made outside of Zambia. Zambia guy said, look, we're going to make our own copper industries. We're going to make copper this, copper that. So the mindset has to change. You know, the mindset has to change. Yeah, Ghana doesn't consume cocoa. Ghana's like cocoa. Now they're coming up. Now China is basically taking cocoa from Ghana, same the way the British took Liberian coffee, right? And the Brazilian coffee is actually Liberian coffee. People don't realize that. They took a strain of Liberian coffee that was growing wild, you know, and took it to Brazil and got rich. Liberia used to be a major supply of coffee to the world, whatnot, you know. They used to get Liberian merchants used to get rich shipping coffee around the world. Then the British decided to take that coffee and grow it in Brazil and South America and Guyana, places like Guyana and stuff. The Ghana doesn't have any chocolate consumption. You cannot do that. You have to build your own chocolate industries, you know. And so that's the thing, you know. And you know, you can't be relying on. Ghana should have been built its own chocolate industries by creating a chocolate like Rwanda did. Rwanda now built their own versions of Starbucks and everything like that. Uganda too built their own coffee houses and everything like that. So when they grow coffee, half the coffee is consumed domestically. And they ship Rwanda coffee. It's shipped on eBay. You can get Rwanda coffee all over the world. They ship it on eBay and Alibaba.
This is a funny comment. This guy Simon is really a jackass.
Uganda's outperforming Rwanda economically. Okay, yeah.
That's really. I mean, is this a joke?
Yeah, lower GDP. Yeah. Okay, look at Rwanda, Uganda's external debt. You know, and look at the population. You know, that says something about that.
I mean, I'm being honest. I don't know if this guy is sniffing glue or something, but he's definitely hallucinating.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? These guys come up here with their.
Man, what's wrong with these trolls tonight, man? I mean, yeah, are they giving away free liquid crack or something?
Yeah, so yeah, Rwanda is like this. These guys hate Rwanda. You know, they hate fucking Rwanda.
This is a comment that will come from like a crack baby.
Yeah, they hate Rwanda. I don't understand. You see a fellow African country doing well, you'd be like, yes, man, we're these motherfuckers. I got Congolese.
I mean, this dude is literally jealous because there's nothing going on in Uganda. Nothing. Nobody goes there to visit. There's no tourism. There's no nothing. I mean, you have other options. You can go to Rwanda. You can go to Tanzania. You can go to Kenya. I mean, you can go to Ethiopia, but why would you want to go to Uganda?
Nothing.
I mean, so you can understand why the people like himself are just jealous of another African country. Yeah. I mean, get your weight up. Get your weight up, brother.
Yeah, get your infrastructure.
Don't hate, congratulate. I mean, this is the 21st century. We're going to do this big.
So like I said, we're sitting here talking about the good things about Africa. And you got Paul Kagame. I got these Congolese brothers, right? I mean,
if you're born in African continent, don't you want to see some black excellence?
No.
Well, I guess if it's not your country, then I guess you're gonna just be.
These motherfuckers, they don't even want to see their own country. But I thought nigga shit was something that we did in America, right? Because
it's on a whole different level in Africa, bro.
Real, man. Nigga shit is
on a whole
real.
Different level. That's why I tell people we do organized business, from tourist to investment, because the Negro stuff that goes on is unbelievable. It's unbelievable, bro. It's on a whole different level. I mean, I'm talking about people who will literally steal your clothes, steal your sugar, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You pay, you pay somebody to do a project, and literally, man, folks just run off with your money, man. Or if they do it, just do it to where the building collapses. As a matter of fact, let me play that video, man.
Yeah.
Talk about Negro stuff. Enough Negro stuff. Revolution is the solution. Afrikstan is the solution. Enough Negro stuff. Mm-hmm. Afrikstan is the solution. Get your weight up and let's organize together as a people.
We can't survive another 100 years of nigga shit.
Yeah, bro. Dr. Khalid Muhammad was breaking it down, man. Enough Negro stuff, man. Revolution is the solution. We talking about Afrikstan is the solution.
The Afrikstan, where our best and brightest are building a future and whatnot. Imagine that, a concentration of black excellence in one place. Shit, man. We rule the world, man. Now we rule the world.
Yes, brother. London Bridge is not falling down, but this project in Lagos is.
I told you that Banana Island was like a joke, man. Shabby, cheaply made shit, man. Look at this.
This is the 7-story building caved in, and before now, every visual, every account about the incident were from eyewitnesses.
Oh my God.
Journalists had, however, made attempts to go into the...
No, we got to run this back. Where's Kid Ola at? That fake Nigerian clown that's married to that white devil. Kid Ola, where you at, man? Come on, educate us. You see, like, running your mouth. Where you at, coward?
Well, I know you're here, Kid Ola. We know you're there.
And all these other haters, you know what I mean?
You got some explaining to do.
I thought these folks in Nigeria were building first world projects. This is like something in a raggedy part of somewhere else.
Looks like fucking Palestine.
Yeah, it looked like a mortar shell just hit it. It looked like something out of
a bombed out part of Palestine.
Yeah, I mean it looked like it looked like Beirut. Beirut. I'm bombing you like Lebanon. I'm in like one of those clips. I'm bombing you like from Lebanon.
Yeah.
Like one of those.
Gaza. It's like Gaza. It's like Gaza and shit.
Yeah, like one of those brutal things going on in Afghanistan. Not this supposed to be brilliant Nigerian engineering. So, family, let's run it back again. Let's see what's going on here.
Jesus.
This is the moment the 7-story building caved in, and before now, every visual, every account about the incident were from eyewitnesses.
Oh my God.
Journalists had, however, made attempts to go into the estate for coverage, but met with a brick wall.
Without saying anything, you can't keep on outside for where is the CSO, please?
The estate management says it is following laid down security protocols after waiting for hours at the gate this dramatic turn of events played out.
I'm not for sure. I'm telling you, listen to what the authority of the said. The man that has just
we have right to an information. I want to know.
After the pushing and shoving, men and women of the press were allowed into the building collapse scene to film. More facts are emerging in this particular case. No fatalities recorded yet. The contractors have been identified, and the state government says it is investigating what could have led to this incident.
Yes, it's a site of 4 units, 4 complexes, as you can see. It's all interlinked. One has been affected. All right. The other 3 are still standing. The Lagos State government, what we're looking to do is to do an integrity test on it. So far, investigation is ongoing. And at the end of our investigation, the next steps will be decided.
Names, contractors, developers.
Well, the name of the contractor, I believe, is Joe Faraday. That's the name of the contractor of the development.
We are using a hammer and excavator with cranes together. We started moving from one layer to another. And during this emergency response, we are able to rescue 7 people alive. Those people that were rescued were treated on the spot and discharged. It's only one that was taken to a private hospital where he's receiving adequate treatment.
Agencies of government and other stakeholders are here to assess the situation.
There are various government agencies, and I know they've done a lot of preliminary checks on drawings and bedding schedule and all that. But maybe some way, somehow, there's been sharp practices or deviation from the specifications. That is what I want to advise that we should desist from. This collapse building definitely have got a lot of money, and the collapse is not a gain to the owner.
As emergency management officials continue to comb the rubble to ascertain that no one is left under the debris, the Lagos State government is still confronted with finding a lasting solution to building collapse cases in the state. In 2021, a 21-story building under construction caved in the same upscale neighborhood, killing more than 50 people. Dari Idowu, Channels Television News.
Whoa! What is going on, my brother?
Check us out. Some interesting comments.
Buildings are collapsing.
Brother Amara Netter, good brother, Raj, said, could it be demolished purposely? No, that's not how demolition works, bro. They demolish. They give everybody.
The building literally collapsed.
The building collapsed. Come on, it's real, man. Could it be done on purpose? No, it can't be. That collapsed, man. That's cheap stuff. People didn't use the right cement. Make sure probably the place was not balanced right and everything. I study engineering.
Well, like you mentioned about the integrity test, so they have doubts.
Yeah,
that it was properly structured.
Yeah, they probably paid somebody off.
Fields, beams,
right? Exactly.
Foundation, so on. The way you build a building.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't just take half of the money and then buy cheap cement and buy cheap materials and then pocket the rest. You have to put it towards the development of the project.
You got to do it right, so you can't.
That's why you don't see buildings that's why you don't see buildings in New York City collapsing. When one of the greatest cities in the world I've ever seen, literally.
Okay.
And I mean, and this is it's a city that was built, not in modern day times. It was built. I mean, look at the Empire State Building. Have you ever heard of Empire State Building collapsing or anything?
Look at the E.J. Roy Building in Liberia.
Look at the work that's put in there. That's how you build buildings. You put
the E.J. Roy Building in Liberia.
Take shortcuts.
It's still standing there. The E.J. Roy Building in Liberia is still standing there. Second, I think it's the second tallest building in Liberia, still standing there after all these years. Stone structure. Buildings at Liberia that's 200 years old. Still sitting there and whatnot. You have buildings going up because they they master the science of stone masonry and building. And you can't do it. The process of visa is very easily to get Liberia. You can get a Liberia visa very easily. Bomani can help you get one. You can go online and get one to Rapid Visa Pro and get one. I got a diplomatic visa when I went. I got a special visa.
Yeah, my standard practice with visas is we are processed it through the embassy in America. And on every on every tour that I have that requires visa, that's one of the things that we have. So I'll just show you real quick, just like others. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go directly to africafortheafricans.org.
And Marinetta says they think it's a conspiracy. Who knew the thing? I think they saw the building collapsing. It's probably leaning, and probably making a lot of noise. He asked how they knew to record. Everybody got their camera phones out. Nobody went there and loaded up a camcorder. You just easily from the cell phone you see stuff, and you see it collapsing and everything, smoke and everything. Next thing you know, it collapsed. It's probably a process. Probably was like 20 minutes. Probably like tilting and stuff like that, making noise and everything, and people probably say, "Oh my God, the building's falling." That's how it happened. Who knew to record it? Everybody got a cell phone, bro.
Yes, everybody have a cell phone. There we go. But that is it, family. That is our Liberia visa information. So the
very easy.
Two recent passport style photo. Your passport itself, a copy of your round trip ticket, processing fee, that's $160. Your application, and some basic qualifications. So we're gonna definitely talk more about the Liberia visa, especially those who are looking to travel with us. The best thing to do is reach out. Let me put you on the list for the Liberia tour, and every tour that we do, we help you with all the things that you need, whether it's passport, visas, residency, or whatever the situation may be. That is our goal to assist you. So the best way to get visa help and any other kind of help is to make a commitment to the tour. Making a commitment to any of these tours, it's basically making a deposit, and that will cover you for all the things that you need help with. So you don't have to reach out to anybody else. We'll help you with those things here immediately. So that's what we got, family. We are ready to take you on a journey of a lifetime. So yes, Carla, back to the business of things, man. You want to play another? Play another video? That was
let me answer some of the questions first. Okay.
Go ahead.
Who knew to record the right moment? The guy had the phone going, right? They saw this. It's probably a process. The building was collapsing, right? And he pulled his phone out. You have a phone. I don't think there was any conspiracy. We think there's a conspiracy. Somebody knocked down the building.
Everybody was doing it. Everybody was recording on their phone. Once you start hearing all that noise, when a building is collapsing, it's just not going to collapse within a few seconds. You're going to start hearing some movements. And then it's going to get your attention. And so that's enough time for you to hit record on your camera.
Very easy. Just hit record.
That's simple. Everything is not a conspiracy. Everything is not the wicked white devil trying to overthrow our great black civilization.
The white did that. White man did that.
It's not always the white monkey that's in your way. I mean, sometimes our people just don't do good business. And it's just that simple. It has nothing to do with the white devils. White devils create a wicked, evil, wicked system. And they benefit from our struggles, our progress, or whatever. They invested in it's kind of like you invest in both sides of a war. You invest in a situation where you're guaranteed to win.
Yeah. Oh, just like running, just like being a bookie, I got a bet, right? When you just offset the bet. I got these people bet on this. I bet on this, and I'm getting a fee. I'm getting a fee off the top of whoever bets. So I'm making money no matter whether the person wins or loses. You remember? Like in trading places, whether
people going to probably start saying you're watching too much mafia movies.
Check it out. We remember in trading places, he goes, whether our client make money or lose money, we get the commission, And he said, "Oh, you guys are a couple of bookies, That's what a bookie is. He just makes money because he handles your bet. When you win or lose, you just pay your fee, whatever like that. He takes his cut, whatever like that. Whether you win or lose, he's making money. Same thing how the white man works with us. Whether whoever wins or loses, it's like slavery, right? He owns both sides of the conflict, right? and whoever wins and whoever delivers me slaves. You know, as simple as that. You know,
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man, it's
yeah. Play another video, brother.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
It's not a conspiracy and everything. This is about us being men and taking responsibility for our own future. You know.
Absolutely, man, brother. Remember the movie Goodfellas? When we said, forget you, pay me. You know what I mean? No matter what goes on, it doesn't matter. I'm getting paid. You know what I'm saying? The building burned down on fire, I'm getting paid.
Fuck you, pay me. Oh, you had a fire. Fuck you, pay me. You know? Oh, yeah, you sure got hit by lightning. Fuck you, pay me.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the kind of society these people have created. And yes, it's challenging to go against it. But like the brother said earlier, Pastor, the enemy within, that's the only thing that's holding you back now is literally just us maintaining our own oppression.
We as black people don't want to deal with that, you know? We got people selling poison.
You're at the point where now the system is created. So now it's either you maintain your oppression or you work towards your liberation. You have a choice. I'm not saying it's that easy because some people are psychologically just, just destroyed by this mental illness where, you're literally dedicated to the oppressor where you just,
they walk around saying,
you feel like say in a country that things are just rough and you're struggling. You literally just look at your enemies as the ones who are coming in oppressing you and the ones that are coming in with their slave religion. And you look at them as the good people because they do some good, but even while they're doing something that's so good, they're just responsible. Go ahead.
I heard that before. White people tell me the white people gave us milk in the refugee camp. Okay, they caused the war in the first place. They caused, like Umar Johnson said, they caused the war in the first place.
And that same people who are giving you aid is the same people who set you up for your unfortunate situation. So are these people really just with you or not? But we understand the system is what it is. But what we're talking about is is the people who literally just are open to maintaining that system,
right?
Literally because they feel like well, at least they're gonna get something from it, and who cares about the rest of the black folks? But family, if we're gonna do this, we have to think beyond the selfishness. So yes, my brother. This is the things that's going on, man. So family, we have a choice. Either we maintain our oppression or we work towards freedom and liberation, and that's the build Afrikstan, build the community, build the investments we need, find real people we can do things with, and stop enabling these black devils because they're the ones that's literally just holding the vanguard of white supremacy. It's kind of like the head man on the slave plantation.
Let me talk about what he said about the right. You saw that one part where he said that we have so much illegal mining by the Chinese, and who signed off on it? The chiefs.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Same chiefs y'all talk about. The chief. Remember that when the brothers got the Hebrews got the shit blown down. Well, the chiefs said this. All these derelicts and these degenerate chiefs and whatnot, been selling Africa out for hundreds of years. They want to get up here and talk to me about, this was sacred. What was sacred when you're watching people being dragged to the coast and put it in slave castles and whatnot? Where's all this sacredness then? It's always this. This chief and this all stuff like this. The like you said, the chiefs that basically that allowed slavery to exist and stuff like this are the same people, same mentality that's allowing China. And also, I saw that video. A British journalist came in and said it's illegal gold mining. The military came in and started harassing the fucking journalists. Protecting the journalists. The military, big, strong Ghanaian military, pointing guns at the freaking investigators. Protecting the freaking thing. You cannot be. That is unacceptable. And we cannot go and always look at the outside world and say, "Oh, the white man, I'm safe in Africa." Are you really? If somebody basically is going to work with our enemies with us, are we really safe in Africa? That's why we have to be strong and in numbers. We have to be strong in numbers because we got the same mentality that sold us into slavery, same mentality that could destroy what we're trying to build in Africa again. And so, therefore, I don't go as, no, our people did a lot of dirty stuff to each other, Everybody talks about, the American Liberians. They did everything right. They educated people. They shared the company. You look at the CW, College of West Africa, the Monrovia College, Liberia College, Cuttington University, the Ricks University, all brought by African Americans that came from America, and they gave the indigenous people skills. The Tuskegee Institute was in Liberia, you know, and they taught people trades and everything like that. That's why Liberia, the indigenous people, the local people have all these skills now, you know, plumbing and electrician and all stuff like this. You know, so tell me how that was being oppressed, you know? Tell me how that was being oppressed. People don't even want to know the freaking truth. But yet the people that basically that was engaged in the slave trade on the coast, they got a free pass. You know, we go over there and, oh, my long lost brothers, you got so much love for them. But our ancestors who built there and showed the world that we black people are capable of building a nation, we got so much smoke for them. What was sick people on the friggin' planet. Now I'm saying whatever wrong our ancestors did in Liberia is nothing compared to what happened to them in America and what they were facing if they didn't defend themselves on the continent of Africa. So I'm not gonna say here, oh yeah, just because the only reason why people hate Liberia is because Liberia was a success. Because they succeeded against the odds. Or how these people managed to never be colonized or whatnot. And a lot of people are jealous of that. You know, you go to Zimbabwe right now. Zimbabwe still has sanctions on it. Why? Because both the Zambia, Zimbabwe, and everything used to be called Upper Rhodesia, Lower Rhodesia, or that, they signed a marker on the paper, right? They didn't know what they were signing, but that was enough proof for the white man to come in there and say, this land is ours. You agreed to it. And enslaved the people in their own land. Same thing happened in the Congo. 10 million people were killed by King Leopold. Did that happen in Liberia? No. So miss me with that nonsense. None of these people, UGK, whatever his clown name is, they never talk about King Leopold. They never talk about what the Boers did in South Africa. The only thing they want to talk about is what Paul Kagambi's doing, what the so-called American Liberians did. They got so much smoke for other black people and whatnot, you know. They never forget to talk about the white man. They don't talk about the tens of thousands of Maasai that was killed by the British. They don't want to talk about that. Only thing they want to talk about is what some other black person is doing or did. But they got no smoke for the white man whatsoever. So we got, like I said, man, this idea, we're dealing with the enemy within. You know, those people want to talk all this stuff. Nice people don't want to see Africa. You wonder why Africa is what it is right now. It's that mentality. You know, that preacher just broke it down. You know, Chinese are fishing off our coast. We do nothing about it. Chinese are taking Ghanaians' fish and selling them their own fish and everything. The government doesn't even want to lift a finger because they're so terrified of the Chinese. Everything. So, yeah, this is a good thing with this brother's talking.
How do we become economically free as Africans and Ghanaians?
Well, one of the first things is we have to realize that the only people that's going to have our back is the African Americans.
Wow.
You see, that's the synergy that we have got to understand. We have got to go get our cousins, our siblings, because that's the only hope we have. If you don't believe me, let's talk about it. Has China not been to Africa?
Yes.
Has America not been to Africa?
Yeah.
Has Europe, Dutch? Has not every nation, every race been to Africa? And what have they done? They have come and they have gone back.
Right, yes.
Everything that you do with them, they take back eventually to their nation and prosper their people. They've come now and taken our cocoa, taking it to China, and now China's growing cocoa all over the place, right? The African American has no nation. He has no home. This is his home. That's your only hope for economic viability, which is why it's very important that we grow with the diaspora, because they're the only one that can come here, put money in you, and not take it anywhere. They have nowhere to take it to. So guess what they do when they come here? They leave it here. And we have got to find ways to continue to build our bridge such that more of our brothers and sisters become more awoke. And trust me, it is a heck of a fight because that American system
is strong.
It's strong, Papa.
African American. How do we become?
Hey, Carl, you was able to hear all of it from the beginning?
Yes, I heard the whole thing.
All right, perfect, brother. There you go, man. So just like we talk about, the future of Africa is dealing with the African diaspora. The African diaspora is the missing link, missing energy, and for those who want to feel aware about it, before you and I ever even started talking about or going to Africa, didn't the same issues and same problem existed?
Yeah.
So only thing that we can do is just be a part of the future. So
and
we can make our energy stronger.
Hopefully Africans wake up. For example, let's say what African Americans bring to the table. Black people in America, like I told Kidola, less than like 2% of Black America knows anything what we're talking about. If that number ever grows and Black people start getting interested in Africa, Black people sit on billions of dollars worth of pension funds in America, 401ks and stuff like this. And a lot of the stuff that you see, businesses that you see that started in the world are started by the United States, pensions, security, and stuff like that. So we have a lot of influence in that. We sit on cities like New York, Chicago, and these cities got billions of dollars worth of sovereign wealth and stuff like that, And so that's why you think the president of Ghana is in Baltimore right now, because he wants some investment, and he's probably looking for pension fund investment in Ghana. That's why he's in Baltimore right now. Black people in America sit on key pension boards and stuff like that, unions and stuff like that, pension boards, pension funds and stuff like that is how Las Vegas was built. It's how Hollywood was built. Pension fund loans basically loan money to the movie industry, the record recording industry, the entertainment industry. Most of the money that you see in pension fund loans go to entertainment and stuff like that. The casinos and stuff like that you see. Bob Johnson built several hotels and casinos using the Baltimore pension funds and stuff like that. So therefore, like, Africans have never tapped into this resource. They never tapped into this resource. So Black America has a lot and in a good position to help Africa if Africans knew what they were talking about. Start writing us off and we don't need them. Keep going to the Chinese and everything, keep it rate. If we invested our money in Africa, we're trying to expand it and keep it on the continent, keep it in Africa, Well, I'm not one. It's not one-sided Pan-African, right? I'm not saying the Ghana thing is right. I'm not saying I agree with the Ghana president, whatever like that. I'm not saying I agree with that. Because I don't see nothing on the table that we gain. We're not going to put our money in a country like Ghana just had a bond, which they basically couldn't. That they had Ghanaians invest in, and they basically said, "Screw you, we don't have the money to pay you." So I'm not going to tell Black people just because it's Ghana that we got to invest in their bonds and their sovereign wealth. We got to show that we're going to gain from this. And that's where negotiating comes from. I'm not promoting one-sided Pan-African. If we're going to do something on that scale, we have to be at the table. Somebody like Bomani got to be at the table who have an interest in Ghana. So I'm not promoting one-sided Pan. I never said I was for it, Brother Godstar. I never said that I was for that. But I do say that, the problem is that we let people like Dr. Arikana speak for us. Oh, yeah, we just fall in line. No, if we're talking about investing in our pension funds and stuff like that in Africa, everything, we have to be at the table. And what happens is this. Instead of people who are Pan-Africans and nation builders at the table, they go get Benjamin Crump. They get Al Sharpton. And we got to say, no, if you're going to get these bozos and whatnot, we don't support it. That's why you never heard me say I supported Nana, what he's doing in Baltimore. I never said that I support that.
Well, I got a good comment for you. Got a good one for you right here. Bam.
I got all the smoke for enemies of Black Africa. No, you don't. That's why I never come to this chat calling Black people savages like you. No, I call savages savages. There are Black people that are savages. There's Black people in America that are called savages.
Primitive savages and village idiots are all over the world.
They're all over the world.
Not just in Africa. But yes.
Oh, well, yeah, we call savages savages, And if you act like a savage, I'm going to call you a savage, So this idea, oh, don't say nothing. People act like savages. Would that happen to those brothers in in the Cape Coast with that thing was savagery. Not only did they tear the building down with no notice or anything like that, they start taking all their equipment, start taking it, robbing their computers like it was a free-for-all. You know, just thievery, you know? And what happened to all the infrastructure that they built, you know, the plumbing and everything like that? Did they get that money back? No. So when that's, you call that civilized? No, that's savagery. A savage does stuff like that. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, "Oh, that's civilized," you know? Yeah, I was right, you know. I heard Phil Scott. Oh, these brothers were not like Phil. Stop it, man. Don't sell us out for a bowl of jollof rice, nigga. You know, that shit was wrong. You know, there's no way you could justify that shit. That was wrong.
Yeah, Phil trying to get in on the action also. All these damn clowns.
Yeah, it was everybody's out for their YouTube channel.
They've never put any work into building anything, so they have no idea how this goes. You know what I mean? People don't just put that work in and then they make a little mistake by not paying a bill or they're not doing something.
It was a total like 275.
It was just hostile takeover. I mean, it had nothing to do with what they did.
You know, so the bottom line is,
and we should, you know, this injustice, and we should never support injustice.
And we have to stick up for our people on the continent, you know?
Exactly.
People call themselves ADOS FBA. Sure. Well, so you're only ADOS FBA when you stay in America. So if an ADOS FBA goes to Japan and he gets beaten up or something like that, you say, oh, you should stay in America. That's all ADOS. That's how weak it is. It only confined to if you're in America, you should be able to go in there. They weren't paying for years. No, that's a lie. They weren't paying for years. That's a lie. See,
yeah,
lies.
And then that's that simple. They didn't pay for years. First of all, that village idiot Echo Simpson who brought that fake presentation. I don't know who paid that clown, but he's another scumbag. You know what I mean? These people literally suck the life of people who come there. You know, that's it. That's all he does. And you know, it's not like he's getting any support from the folks who watch YouTube in Africa. It all comes from here. And then they have the nerve to just talk down to folks and literally have no sympathy. You know what I mean? So anybody who literally talk all this stuff, whether it's Dinah Samir, Bucci Bear, or Phil Scott, all you guys are idiots. You guys know nothing about what goes on in Ghana. You're just running your mouth with ignorance and stupidity just because you want to get a few YouTube views. And yes, Bomani Tyehimba said that. All you guys are fools and idiots for literally not supporting our brothers and sisters who made repatriation move and was there building a foundation. I know these people directly. They're about their business. And all the three clowns that I just mentioned, you know what I'm saying? They've never done anything to progress Black people or build anything. They're just idiots on YouTube running their mouth. Every minute they just talking about what's going on. You have 1 minute that you have Dinah's promoting Nigeria, which is foolishness because just because they gave him a passport, he's gonna promote foolishness. We have responsibilities. And I'm telling people right now, we've been doing this for a long time. 19 years of traveling to Africa, 17 years of doing serious business. I don't play games and I'm not into foolishness and things like that. You know, I have no respect for those people. Anybody that made any videos or spoke down about the Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters there in Ghana and saying that they didn't do something right, you all are idiots. And you all need to go back and study and do some research. Just because you're jealous of the fact that, you know, you have some of us making moves in Ghana and some of us making moves and none of y'all can't get any of y'all project off the ground. All the three people I just mentioned, all they do is run their mouth on YouTube. They have no projects that they have ever been able to build successfully. All they doing is just literally just living off what other people are doing. You know what I mean? Phil Scott saying he's doing Pan-African news. Dude, you're a clown. We don't need you to do no Pan-African news. You have no origination and things like that. And then for all the other haters out there who have issues with me calling out these clowns, you can go take a seat because all you are is just a spectator. You're just literally sitting down there and just watching what other people are doing. And most of y'all don't have the balls to get up and build and do anything. Most of y'all are cowards, cowards. And as soon as some of us go out there and try to build something and do something for ourselves, and then things happen, the first thing y'all want to do is wish the worst things that happen to us. I remember all you cowards when that fake ass punk, unapologetic Negro PM was running his mouth. Y'all like, oh my God, somebody got something on Bomani. Ain't got nobody got nothing on me. I'm the realest person out there that's building that reconnection to Africa. You know what I'm saying? while I was building this movement, y'all was sitting around us being jealous of what some young brother did just because you don't have the heart to get up and stand for anything. You know what I'm saying? We need to stand together. When people are doing us injustice, we need to speak out about it or do something. And if you can't do that, if you can't have the balls enough, Dynas, Brandon Pan-African Strike Back, or Phil Scott, or whoever you are, or Echo Simpson, then sit your ass down. You're a disgrace to our ancestors. You know what I mean? How are you gonna justify black people moving and giving up what they didn't have to give up? Like I'm telling people, none of us have to leave here in America and go to Africa. Now, the fact that we're making a move is a blessing, it's a beautiful thing, and we should be embraced with that reconnection. And if you can't embrace us and can't show us support and love, you know what I mean? What's gonna happen is the foreigners who have been taking over the continent will just completely do what they're doing. We're the last. Black people in the African diaspora is the last and the only hope for the future of Africa. And anybody from the African that's listening to me right now, and you have an issue with that, come holler at me. And you prove me wrong. What what was going on in the African continent before some of us started coming there and making these moves? Nothing. You had countries just literally just foreigners running everything. You know what I mean? And when the foreigners are coming there, like the brother said in the video, they're taking back their resources. They're not leaving anything. We have people who have just died on the African continent, died in whatever they left for the village, the community, the town. And those of us that are there working with me on our Project Black Star, all we are doing is giving our heart and our soul to the people there, creating opportunities, working to support the energy of building a future there. And then if something happens to us, are you just gonna just leave us hanging? You're gonna say, oh, we didn't do this? Is that what we literally left everything that we have in America and make a move to Africa just to not do the right thing, just to cheat around the system? And that's not what I know of as an expert in Ghana, repatriation and investment affairs. You know what I mean? As someone who have been there in Ghana over and over, and I know people there. So I'm telling you, that's why I have no respect for those clowns that I just mentioned. Anyone who want to support them, that's your business. I'm not here to tell people what to do, but I'm telling people, stop supporting and engaging these people because they just like to run their mouth. All these people are about is just money on YouTube, seeing what kind of crumbs they get. And the reason why they're doing that is because all of them have failed in their life. Bucci Bear, a failure, never been anything in his life. Dynas, another failure. Phil Scott, another failure. And I'm calling all these people out because I'm upset with all of them for not having the balls enough to stand strong and say something positive when they saw injustice happen to our people. And we're supposed to show respect for you. And for people who want to support this guy tours, don't support this guy. This guy have no love for you and your people in America. No love for anything that we're trying to do. That's all these guys are. All these guys are the fakest people that you know out there. You know what I'm saying? Literally. And any of them want to have any person, whether I answer their call or not, or block them, because I'm sick and tired of all of them. It's a bunch of them I'm sick of, and I'm blaming you. I'm blaming the people that are listening, because every time I turn around, y'all won't even show a brother any love for what we're doing to build our community. But you give Bucci Bear and Dynas a bunch of money. You go travel with them. And then this guy just take you to go eat village food, give you terrible accommodations, no professionalism. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, family, we've been doing this for a long time, and we run a professional affair. I just came back from 3 incredible journeys back to back, taking care of our elders, taking our people to Africa, connecting them, helping people make moves and build business, being here to show our people love and standing up for injustice. And that's why I have no respect for those cowards that I just mentioned. And anybody want to pass along the message, you can pass along the message. Cowards. And another coward is Woody Meyer, that little village idiot, monkey-looking punk. I have no respect for him. He's another coward. You know what I'm saying? These people are quick to talk all that stuff, but they have but they'll show no love when things go down for our people. You know what I'm saying? So family, that's why I stick with what we're building there in our community, Black Star Pan-African community. I'm going to get a whole bunch of Jamaicans and Black people from America, and we're going to build that town, and we're going to build it with our people. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to make sure that we put ourselves in a position of power so no one can do these things to us again. It's bad enough we're stolen and brought over here. Now we're reconnecting people that's going to take advantage of us like we're some kind of this, like it's just okay. And then, like I mentioned, family, the worst thing is that these clowns on YouTube are pushing it. They're the reason why these things go on, because they literally these cowards can't use it. They got all these followers and they don't use their platform to represent and show our back. And I'm telling any of them, I got no love for any of you guys. Don't call me, don't text me, don't communicate with me. No one try to hook me up or connect with them. I don't consider these people my brothers. I don't consider them part of our movement, and I don't have no respect for them. You know what I mean? And anybody who want on here, reach out to them and send them a message. Tell them we said that. Tell them we said that they're not but cowards because they have never stand up for anything going on with our people. You know, how can someone tell someone, oh, well, I don't know why people are so interested in Ghana. They're interested in Ghana because people in Ghana are making moves. You know, when they go to Nigeria, what is that guy that been here for 30 years been able to build? You know what I'm saying? So just because somebody call himself a fake ass prince, don't believe they know what they're doing. They call himself a fake chief, a development chief, or whatever chief, or they call himself a queen mother and things. All these little titles. Stop getting into all of these titles and their emotions. There's real work needs to be done. That's why I tell people I don't even play around on YouTube. I don't even waste my time even coming on YouTube. I do my videos and I do my business to show people what we're doing. Whether it's tourism video or me partying, having a blast in a club, or just out somewhere doing business, or on our community making moves and managing operations, helping people get visas, passports, relocating. You know, we're about the work. And don't put us in the same category as these clowns. That's why we're the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. You know what I mean? Serious. So the next person, anybody said another comment about what happened to the Hebrew Israelite and blame them or say any kind of negligent comment, I'm just blocking you because that means you're an idiot and you have not done your research. Stop listening to fools. You know what I mean? Stop listening to fools. You know what I mean? We're not just getting up and making moves to Africa and just doing stupid stuff. I mean, some of us are doing certain things, but this is a well-organized group of people. You know what I mean? Who knocks down a building with people living in there, doing business, cooking and things like that? And when the building's not down, these village idiots go there and take the equipment and take things like that. And there's no sympathy, there's no nothing from anybody. Now, even that stupid village idiot Echo Simpson, which most of you dumb asses are watching that stupid ass video and listening to this little punk ass, this I don't know what it is. I don't know what to call him other than a village idiot. This little stupid punk literally joining on their Sable project and been telling people about free land. So you should already know that this guy is an idiot because he's telling you about free land, making this promotion. And when you go there, you're not getting the land for free. You got to register it, you got to pay for it. And soon after they finish coming out of court and situations, you're going to have to pay more money for the land. So I'm telling you, family, y'all just listen to these people because they want to talk nice and cute and pretty to you. I'm not into that. I'm a real brother from Kingston, Jamaica, grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and a true sailor, been around the world, and even in the modern day times, connecting our people. I don't sit around and waste my time with foolishness. We're about building. You know what I mean? And anybody want to take it personal, take it personal. I'm not here to sit here and just be all nice and everything. I'm here to handle business. And I'm trying to build a better future for my son, my nieces, my nephew, my family in general, our people, our children in that community, that town. And I'm trying to get them involved in things where we can compete. And then if this is the situation, if these are the clowns that I'm gonna have to work with, I'm not gonna deal with them. We just repopulate a whole new generation. You know what I mean? And some of these clowns are gonna have to just die off. And then once you stop supporting their foolishness, they'll eventually get off on YouTube and get a real job. Like Bucci Bear, why can't his fat ass go out there somewhere and actually build a real career and actually do some of these projects he's talking about in Kenya, wasting his time, call himself Pan-African and strike back, Pan-Africanism strike out. So family, yeah, I'm going after all of these cowards. And all I know, like I tell these cowards, keep their name out of my mouth, stay clear of my path, or like I always tell people, either you stay out of our way, you get run over. That's it. You know what I mean? And I'm serious. We're done with all of this foolishness. So don't come on here and push that stupid agenda, or we're just blocking you. You know what I mean? And if you're serious, you can holler at me. We make moves all the time. And I tell some people, regardless if they join forces with me or support me, we're going to make it happen because one thing we're doing, we're professionals in handling business. Literally. And all you have to do is go to my website and you'll figure out how does he get all of these people to travel and do business with him? Because I handle business. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely not one of those cute little Woody Meyer figure. Hey, Ghana baby. This is my mansion. Oh, my mansion. I just did this. Oh, hey. You know what I mean? And all that. This is a real place of business administration. You can actually come here and we can sit down and talk about some land and some real business operations. Now, we've been doing it for a long time since I've been hosting conference calls and going to different places, all kind of different events, joining Black organization, working with different groups of people for us to produce an energy of real Black power and Pan-Africanism in a movement. And then I'm sick of this. Then our movement becomes hijacked by clowns like Dinah Samir, Bucci Bear, and Phil Scott. These people aren't Pan-African. These people ain't real about nothing. You know what I'm saying? They just literally, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate trying to educate and grow these people to where they can build something. But at the end of the day, they end up just copying what you do and then doing it in the fakest way, and then try to just make it a money operation where they're just making money from just faking moves, and then nothing is being built or getting done. Anyway, I've nothing said, man. For all you trolls on here, I want y'all to go back to your masters, all the ones I've called out, all 4 or 5 of them I call out, and tell them Bomani have a message for them. Stay out the path of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, or get run over.
Yeah, like I said, Bomani has been doing this for years. I'm watching him for years. This guy's the realest thing out there, the realest. This is the guy's the realest thing man to do it. He's the only one doing this. What he did, he started this as a young man, 28 years old. Man,
back longer than that. 26 now, 45, 19 straight years in this movement.
Yeah.
So about a good 20 years from 2003 to 2023, connecting to Black organization and working for the cause of us building a future of Black power and being independent. Run 3 business operations. I gave up my career in the U.S. Navy as an aircraft technician and the airlines as an aircraft technician.
This
business work with us as the people. So I'm serious about this. My heart, my life, a dedication is into this. Go ahead, Mr. One.
Spellcatcher talking about no, he's not collar.
Whoever this clown is, like I said, man, I don't have time for you clowns. If you don't have the balls to come talk like a man, you're getting blocked. Like you right here, brother.
Yeah.
I'm Bomani ranting tonight. You're blocked.
Yeah.
All you cowards are blocked. I don't have to. Woody Meyer is my hero. You're blocked. Woody Meyer is a coward and a punk just like yourself. You're blocked. Who else wants some of this? If you love these cowards so much, go to their channel. Go to their channel and show them some love. Keep on sending them super chats and keep on having them disgrace you and talk down to you for some savages that literally want to destroy Black organization, building Black institution to help Black people, not only in African diaspora, but these are Ghanaians that were living in those buildings, working in those buildings and being there, with people that were married, people from brothers and sisters that were married to brothers and sisters there in Ghana and other parts of Africa. This was truly an incredible Black international organization. And I'm sick and tired of us.
The way they just dismiss this, they weren't doing this stuff right. They weren't doing this stuff right. When not, you mean tell me the first thing anybody? Let me tell you something, right? If you have the Chinese, and this is why I said when we talk about African American unity and everything, that means globally. If somebody comes from your background, they go into a foreign country, naturally you're supposed to band together. When I see Liberians in America, they got so many associations and everything, and I understand that, I understand why they stick together, because they're in a foreign land. They got, you go to Minnesota, they got people who are elders, queen mothers and whatnot, that in the community, where they take care of each other, they guide each other and everything like that, They look out for them. When somebody Liberian gets in trouble, all the Liberians know about that. Like you got a Liberian guy that's going to trial for giving fake nursing degrees. Some Liberians are for him against, but they're all involved. Some are supporting him, saying he was a good person. He felt, they're trying to say, okay, he needs to plead guilty. They're trying to say the government should have mercy on him, whatever like that. But it seems to me that when Black African Americans, right, shows the character of African Americans, right. You go to Africa, right, and the people that's supposed to have your back, your back. They basically already took the Ghanaian side, right? And they deified the Ghanaians. Oh, that was their sacred land. What was that? Was that sacred when they were selling people in slavery? When they're cutting females' genitalia mutilation and all kinds of human sacrifice and all kinds of shit and whatnot that went on. Let's talk Turkey here. But you worship them. That's why I said, if we're going to Africa and building Africa and whatnot, we have to protect ourselves and we have to have our own respect.
Well, let's try to make sure this guy understand this. I mean, brother, it's when we talk about Pan-Africanism, you have to live the life. You have to get up and be about that life. You can't just get on YouTube and make videos and run your mouth and talk about certain things and not live that life. So I've just explained for the last 10 minutes about all these fake ass people and why they're fake. Anybody that don't understand that, you're gonna have to play the video back, or you have to just really do some research. But it's not about no ideology. The reality of it is Pan-Africanism is a vehicle that was put together to get us to work together as Black people across the Black world. And not all of us are gonna all work together as a people. But Black Star Pan-African community, Africa for Africans, the business I do, they represent that world that our ancestors built, and we've been the vanguards of it. And the new fake Pan-Africanists like Brandon, Pan-African Strikeback, Dinah Samir, Phil Scott, Woody Meyer, whether he calls himself a Pan-Africanist or not, and these other clowns and characters out there, they're not. They don't follow that same motive and mindset. What there is
Black first,
talking about Africa in the aspects of being a YouTuber and making money off YouTube, not in the aspects of building Black organization to create Black enterprise and Black economics. It's a difference. So I'm telling people I don't have to get into the science of this. I'm at the point to where, we don't have time to spoon feed people. You know what I mean? When was the last time you went and support a Black-owned business? When the last time you traveled to Africa and you spend your money in actual Black-owned establishment and ate at Black-owned places? I was just doing that in Senegal and Gambia. I was just doing that in Tanzania. I was just doing that in Ghana. I was just doing that here in Atlanta. I was just doing that in Brooklyn, New York. I mean, how much Black organization do you support? How many Black schools and orphanage do you support? I was in all those countries doing that. So, I mean, you can't put us in the same category. You can't put us in the same category as someone like Phil Scott, who was literally just a money-hungry, fake scam artist who think he's a Pan-Africanist talking about African Diaspora news. These guys ain't about that life. They ain't nothing about them about that life. They came in the world and they saw an opportunity to push push pro-Blackness, push Pan-Africanism, and they took that opportunity and made what people like ourselves have built into an engine where they could just make money. And that's fine. If you're going to make the money, invest the money back into the Black enterprise and into what we're building. But if you're not going to do that, you're just no different from one of those white devils. And so we label you as a Black devil. You know what I mean? And it's just that simple. And like I tell people, I don't have time for people emotions or feeling. I'm not looking for everybody to like me. I have more than enough people who like me. As a matter of fact, I could just say thank you for all the people who invested in the 15 acres in our Black Star community where all the lots are sold, and where we have people getting ready for the next 60 acres. You know what I mean? And it's all about handling business. So stop getting into this love relationship with someone because he claimed that he went to Nigeria and they made him a prince, or Phil Scott, who claimed to be having a suit and a tie on and they think he's some kind of broadcaster or anchor or BBC, and then Bucci Bear, who think he's literally a comedian or a clown. You need to go back to clown school because he's not doing a very good job at it, things like that. Or that little fake Ghana baby who literally got all of y'all scammed, and then literally all he's using y'all all for this to get his donations to build his little mansions in his fancy place. And all he does when he do that is store it in your face like, I got a mansion, I got a car, I got this. You know what I mean? We got to get away from that. You know what I'm saying? And anybody can say what they want to say about me. But like I mentioned, this is the life I live. Do you live that life? Do you get up and practice what you preach?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, I like the energy you're putting out there and everything like that, because I know your frustration, your frustration. And that right there, well, the Hebrews, that demolition of that thing, right? I thought there was going to be this big swell of, we're going to unify and stuff like that. And I heard all the stuff people talking, and I'm like, what the hell? And they basically clowned them, made it seem like they were scamming and whatnot and all stuff like that. And I'm like, what the hell? I said, no, that's the final straw for me. That was the final straw for me, I'm like this, if we cannot back our people up when I get the facts together and whatnot, what happened and everything, we just automatically, we take the word of some Ghanaian grifter,
Echo Simpson, somebody who have accomplished nothing. All he does is sniff. All he does is chase Black people from America. Just chase them every minute. Chase them. Want to be their little dogs. What can I do for you to make a little crumbs? That's the kind of person he is.
Also, another thing I'm getting sick and tired of is this, right? You got Black people in America. They go to these countries and they get a hold to these criminal ass people, right? And they got them out there. It look like they're educated Black people. They're out there getting water thrown on them about that we're doing a renaming ceremony. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? They're out there giving a renaming ceremony with that. You guys look like fucking on a slave auction. They're sitting there like, and they're doing some giving a rename. That's so freaking stupid. You can't get land. You can't get anything like that. They're gonna fucking rename you and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is that? It was like, why don't you just pull out the whip and call Toby and shit,
Right.
Like, Toby. Your new name is Toby now and whatnot. We gotta go through that shit again. We gotta rename ourselves. Now, if you want to go and take on a new name, an African name, whatnot, but the way they look, like their heads down, they was like so defeated and everything like that. That's what they want. It's like you got these great people, African Americans, great people, right? You want to come and bring them to Africa to humiliate them, you know, and browbeat them and tear them down and tell you like that. And that's why, you got black people. It was more African Americans living in Ghana who support what happened to the Hebrew Israelites. You know, oh man, I hope this does. They're saying, I heard people say that I hope this doesn't turn Ghanaians against us. They were wronged. And all you think about is, I hope they don't do something to me and whatnot. You ain't free. That's not what Pan-Africanism and Black Power and Black. We forget about one thing. This is all rooted in the idea of Black Power. You know, if you don't have Black Power behind what you have, then this shit is fake. If you can't stand and be a man and a woman, a real man and woman, then tear that shit the fuck down. We go to any place where you stand up on you stand like a man, like our proud ancestors were, who fought slavery, fought Jim Crow, everything. You show them who the hell we are. But you got these fake ass Pan-Africans up there and whatnot. Want you to bow down and get scammed and get abused and stuff like that and call that thing. You know, so it's the same thing. And these same people basically love the white man. They love the white man. You know, white man said we ain't shit and whatnot, you know. So therefore, when we go to Africa and whatnot, let me tell you something. Well, this is how it works, right? You put 25 years in building something, right? That's your blood, sweat, and tears. Nobody has a right to take that away from you without due process and a lengthy due process. And then when you see that happen, what that's saying is you just don't care about the fact that they put 25 years in. The same type of person, right? Same type of person, right? You wouldn't even say nothing, right? Like these guys defending the black woman that from the UK that got beat down in Ghana and whatnot. They're defending that shit. You know, oh, she shouldn't have talked to the man. No man has a right to put their hands and beat down a woman. There should be black men from the diaspora should be gathered together and go see that dude, whoever did that shit. But you got these cowards on YouTube. Oh, she should have talked out of turn. So in Africa, they don't do it. I don't give a damn what they'll do in Africa. Yeah, you can argue with women, but you know, if a woman puts your hand on, yeah, you can have to defend yourself. But a grown-ass man beating down a woman to a pulp is unacceptable. A whole community demolished, a woman beaten to death and whatnot, that's not even half of it. It's the way these stupid niggas on YouTube are defending all this bullshit. That's why Bomani and I are together, because we're gonna do things differently. If you roll with us, you're gonna get protection. We're gonna have strength in numbers. Somebody step to us and whatnot, no matter who that is, we're gonna deal with that shit. But we got these fake ass Pan-African people and whatnot, you know, who need to give the freaking movement up. You ain't ready for this. You ain't ready for Africa. You look weak and whatnot. Africa is not the place to be a coward and be weak. People will eat you alive. But when you walk around like me, I walk around Liberia and whatnot, this look on my face right here, everybody knows, give the guy respect or not, you know? And I had eyeball contact with a lot of people that look like they were this. I'm like this. Don't think I'm just some little foreigner you're going to get over on. They're like, that's a cool dude. He's serious. I don't play. My ancestors weren't cowards, you know? My ancestors came from the Georgia and the Carolinas and built New York City. I had relatives that worked on the Twin Towers. I had relatives. My relatives came here, worked in sanitation. We came to New York, worked in sanitation, worked in longshoremen, did this shit, like built houses, built neighborhoods, everything. We conquered New York. I'll be damned if I'm gonna freaking go to Africa and bow down and be somebody's freaking whipping boy or somebody's whipping dog. So all these people that don't want to stand up and say, wait a minute here, what's going on with these Hebrew Israelite brothers? What happened to them? Where's the justice? Where's the due process? And that's a part of Pan-Africa. I think we got to say, you got to stick with your own group first. We're African Americans first, no matter where we are. Because these other people, the Ghanaians and everything, they're all tribed up. They're looking out for themselves, and we're the only fools that go there thinking that we could just, oh, I don't need to be around African Americans. I don't need to do this or that. I'm a Ghanaian. I'm a Nigerian now. And all this kind of foolishness and nonsense. And that's not real Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism means that if you're this here, I'm this. Let's come together. We have a mutual enemy, the Chinese, whites, and Lebanese. But if I'm your enemy, if you think I'm your competition and everything, then you're an enemy to me. You don't see me as a brother and everything like that. The brother was just saying, the only chance Africa has is African Americans. If this is ruined, Africa can forget it. Because they're coming for Africa. You know, you haven't seen anything yet. You see how Central America was back in the 80s? That's coming to Africa soon. Where you got wars all over the place. Play that one video. Play that one video what I'm talking about. This will lead what I'm talking about. How the United States got this AFRICOM all over the continent, right? Looking for conflicts and everything because there's a weapons industry and everything like that going on and everything. The only thing standing in the way is African Americans. Only thing.
Constituents that have been scattered across Africa on train and equip missions. So just ballpark, in the last decade, how many Africans has the United States military trained and equipped?
Congressman, I don't have that figure. I can get that figure for you.
Ballpark, just, how many?
Congressman, it would be a wild guess, right?
Seems like something we should know, right?
Over the years, we have trained a substantial number, especially in the Gulf of Guinea states, but including
like more than 10,000.
It is more than 10,000.
More than 50,000.
I'd say we're reaching around 50,000
okay.
at least.
And what percentage of the people we've trained end up participating in insurrections or coups against their own government?
Very small number, Congressman. Very small number.
So what percentage do you think?
I'd say probably less than 1%.
But it does happen.
The IMET program is in force, and we've pushed a significant number through our schools across the.
Yeah, and what data sets do you track to arrive at the conclusion that less than 1% of the roughly 50,000 that we've trained have participated in coups? Because it'd be like about 500, about 1% of 50,000.
Congressman, you may have that information. I don't at this time, but I know.
Well, I know there are some, right? Like go ahead and throw up that image. This is Colonel Mamade Doumbouya, and this is a photo of him. Did we train and equip him in Guinea?
By name, I cannot identify that.
Well, that guy in the middle with the big red hat, Colonel Mamade Doumbouya, that's him with a bunch of U.S. service members outside of our embassy. And just months after this photo was taken in 2021, he led a coup in Guinea and threw out the leader. Does that concern you?
Congressman, core values is what we start off with in IMA programs.
Do we share core values with Colonel Doumbouya?
Core values. I will repeat that. Core values.
I know,
respect for humanity.
Do we share those values with Colonel Doumbouya?
Absolutely. In our curriculum.
He led a coup.
We do.
Okay, well, that's a very telling answer. In Burkina Faso, did we share core values with the leader that we trained there who led a coup?
It's in our curriculum. We
Leading
stress
coups
core
are in our
values,
curriculum?
request civilian-led governance.
Wait, hold on. Is leading coups in our curriculum?
Absolutely not.
So
civilian-led.
My question is, do we share core values with the coup leader in Burkina Faso, who we trained?
Holistically, we teach core values.
All right, I just have to stop for a second. I'm about to lose my mind. What's wrong with this idiot right here? Is this?
Yeah, this is what we're talking about.
He's supposed to be a general of the United States Army. I mean, he's a soldier, right? Not a Marine, right? Make sure I'm not. Make sure the green
like
is
a Marine, like a 4-star.
Yeah, he's a 4-star general. He's a soldier. He's in the army. He's in the army.
AFRICOM is not even in the U.S. defense. It's funded by, but it's actually a part of NATO. So it's part of the globalist thing. And these guys are all over the continent, like bases and everything. And you know,
these are good questions
about this. You
Well,
know?
these are good questions that he's asking, and this is the only thing you can talk about. It's core values.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And so when you talk,
I mean, the white man got him under pressure. He's like sweating to where he just like he's like fumbling.
Right. And so bottom line is this: these guys are in Ghana. The president of Ghana is about to let the United States military do what they want to do and whatnot. You know, thank God they're not in Liberia. You know, Liberia is like, no matter what, we do not want no fucking U.S. troops or UN troops. They got the UN out of there and whatnot. They said we don't want none of this shit and whatnot. That's why I love Liberia. You know, you don't see no U.S. military or anything like that on the freaking continent. In Liberia, I know they got intelligence there, spying. I know that shit.
Yeah, I mean, they're all over, man. They train these people and send them out. But I mean, he's talking about Guinea and he's talking about Burkina Faso. Is it just a coincidence?
Yeah. He said, "Oh,
I mean, I wish they had somebody more intelligent than this village idiot general that they have on there."
You should have heard the defense secretary. He was stupider than him. The defense secretary.
Oh, but they started us giving positions to idiots. I mean, I thought these supposed to be very intelligent people with high rank.
Just like this guy, Kip Ward. He was a head of AFRICOM back a decade ago and whatnot. And the whole AFRICOM staff was all lily white people. You know, when they had it in Germany, he was a black face on this one. And then they got him, Kip Ward, because he was doing insider defense contracts. These guys are the Secretary of Defense. This guy, I forgot his name, right? This guy is a freaking bureaucrat and a hack. He made millions of dollars off defense contracts. So just because somebody's black, all they need to do is put somebody black up there, and you sit there, oh yeah, what they talk about.
Well, he could have did a better presentation. I know they're told what to do, but do a better presentation. Sound like you're intelligent.
They guys are pretty core
values. Oh, my core values.
A fucking moron, you know.
I'm like, you're not. I'm like, dude, you're a 4-star general. You're not in boot camp anymore.
Yeah. So this is what we're up against, right? This is what we're up against. Eight people like me and Bomani, because we're not going to compromise with these people. We don't want these people on the continent. You know, that's our message. We don't want the freaking United States, Britain, and none of these European powers on the African continent. You know, and that's how you're dealing with the real people right here. The real people. You know, we believe in an Afrikstan. We want to freaking unite Africa under this one state and whatnot. You know, this, that, thing, and we're going to basically be able to have everything. We want to get rid of the Europeans, get rid of the French, get rid of get these fucking white people off the fucking continent, get them the fuck out of here. That's our fucking message, you know? Well, that's our goddamn message, you know? And so we got a long fight ahead of us. And the bottom line is, instead of seeing the white man and these people as an enemy, these motherfuckers want to fucking think the Hebrew Israelites with their little peaceful little place is a fucking enemy, you know?
Yeah, brother, those people are so peaceful. I'm sick of everybody who literally came against them. And Echo Simpson is the one that needs to get hit by a bus because he literally should be running his mouth.
Oh man, I ever seen I go to God and see him, man.
That little piece of trash. You know what I mean? I hope his piece of trash car does break down and run right into the ocean. You know, literally. I mean, this guy is literally a problem in our movement. Literally, you know what I'm saying? Literally, I mean, from the promoting that. So now that now that's going on in Cape Coast, you want people to come and get the so-called free land in Cape Coast. So you know what I mean? I'm telling you, family, we're gonna get something nice for you in Liberia, and then beyond that, family, we're gonna build something nice there in Jahadzi.
Countries of people that got our back. That's why we're building these relationships. And
we're
also
gonna build strength in numbers. If we were like 1,000 strong there, that's not going down. We have snipers everywhere. The first village idiot with a bulldozer that try to make a movie get a headshot. And the second village idiot that try to do another thing, he get hit with hard. The next thing you know, you got about 100 people beating you down with baseball bat and stomping you out.
Yeah, and the bottom line is this: we'll go there. We'll go there.
And that's what you have to do. You have to defend what's yours. You know what I mean? Literally, number one, the issue with all you idiots out there running your mouth about what happened to the Hebrew Israelites, the Asasipa, what you idiots don't know and don't understand is literally, you know what I'm saying? Literally, these things can happen to anybody. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna justify that, that means you're justifying anything happen to people who gave their hard work to build something. And the reality of it is, these are some of the most peaceful people that's never bothered anybody there. All they're there to do is do black economics.
Even when they were getting this, they were real peaceful, man. They brought our stuff down. And we don't have. They were real peaceful about it. Well, You know, we don't know what's going on. We just came out in the morning, they start bulldozing with no
There'll
warning.
be some of my folks in Jamaica. Next, you know, it wouldn't end well. And as a matter of fact, I'm telling people that they're coming back. But we support these people, and we support all of our people dealing with injustice and being shaken down. You know what I mean? And then you can't tell me, oh, they didn't pay this and they didn't do that. That's not how business is handled.
The total
Period.
was
Period.
like $300.
Like I mentioned to your family, don't listen to that idiot Echo Simpson and all the other idiots from here on YouTube running their mouth about these people's situations. I mean, do not support injustice because you could be the next victim. It's just like the same idiots that I talk about. You know, they're talking about Tyree Nichols could have survived. The brother didn't do anything. You're right there and you're being victimized. Next thing you know, somebody kill you. What could you have done? You could have stood there. You could have stood there and got killed faster. You could have stood there and got killed faster.
They come to find out that the guy that killed him had history, you know, because they knew his wife and knew each other. Oh, I didn't know that part, whatnot, you know.
Yeah, because I heard the Bucci Bear Pan-African Strikeout was talking about that. You know, and I'm like, how dare you? Who the hell you think you are to literally just talk about another man's injustice?
Yeah, because they don't have any love. They don't have any.
It don't matter what you do. You could be driving down. You could be driving on the highway. They ain't doing nothing. Driving the speed limit. Everything. All your stuff is registered. You got the right amount of lights on and everything. And it just takes one bad incident.
Yeah,
You don't have to do anything. People make it seem like you just gotta be out there doing gang banging and into gangster activity for you to be a victim or something. What about all those innocent children that got shot, got gunned down by our mass shooters? What did those children wake up and do? Did they go to bed? Did they go to bed late and deserve to get killed in the morning for going?
Check this out.
I mean, when are we gonna have some sympathy for people, for people who suffer, for people who deal with injustice?
We have no. Check this out.
Are we gone? We have gone so far to where we feel like we're perfect people to where, that person, you know, they did something.
It can happen to me. It can happen to you. Anything. I'm a law.
What did our African ancestors did to this be put on slave ship and being worked to plantation?
Oh yeah.
What did we do for our ancestors to be generational slaves? You born a slave because that was the situation. You know what I mean?
And then you got people now.
I mean, what are we gonna justify next? We're gonna say Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, that they were literally bank robbers. They literally did nothing for black people. Is that where we're gonna start going now?
They do say that. They say the fact. They say the fact that me and Ross. The next show we do, I'm gonna show you the video. Me and Ross on Providence Island. The one guy that brought us down there, right? He said the thing about the free slaves, and then me and Ross said, "Wait a minute, these were not free. That's an oxymoron. How can you be free and a slave?"
They weren't slaves until they were brought to the plantation here.
That's what I'm saying. Okay? These are black people. Most of the Liberians that came there were not black who were slaves at all. So you're gonna free slaves and whatnot, and the slaves and whatnot. You know, so basically, after all these years, they still label you as a slave. You know?
Yeah, you know, brother. Do you know much people we have to keep on correcting? And I'm like, I have to re-put it in my videos because you have these idiots that are supposed to be tour guides and things. And usually we take it as a moment to educate them. I'm like, you cannot. You're either, a free person being stolen or enslaved or being captive or being held as a captive. Somewhere along those lines, but
they label you as a slave.
That's not the definition of a slave.
Mm-hmm. You were enslaved. We were no slave. They were enslaved. My ancestors never were. We fought these people every step of the way. They never made us slave.
This what happened when you have countries where the average
people about African American resilience and our history and whatnot, and I'm proud of it.
We gotta set the level of education up in Africa. Unfortunately, most people have a 3rd or 4th grade education. I'm not trying to be funny and nasty or rude, but when you actually calculate all of the people in the country, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with average people who do not have. So I'm not saying that we're here to educate people and make them smart. I'm not saying that we all have to be accountable for learning our own history and our own struggle, and we have to put the work in it. Whether we have to educate each other or whether we have to do the research. I don't know. Sometimes people think we're trying to insult people, but we're not trying to insult people, and we can only use so many words in a dictionary to define stupidity or ignorance of dumbass people who do ignorant, stupid stuff.
And the main thing is
act like literally savages and literally take advantage of people and literally have no care for us as the people.
I understand people are ignorant, right? But one thing I'm not going to have is ignorant people making decisions over my life and my people's life. That's it. You can be ignorant all you want, but you're never going to have the power to act on that shit with us, because we will crush you. You know, and the bottom line is any black person in
Can we get
Africa.
can we get some people to put some intelligent comments or even join the panel? That's why I'd rather do something sometimes, man, because sometimes I feel like we're talking to ourselves.
Yeah, you know, so he said, Colin, what do you think about the comments of Dr. Fred in Zambia, who Chinese TV consider the U.S. as a racist country and predatory country? I don't know about that, bro. I don't see the United States in Zambia, you know? The United States is not robbing Zambia like the Chinese are, you know? I think people, look, let me say this to the Africans on the continent, right? I appreciate your concern about Black Lives Matter and black people stuff, but we got this over here. You know, what's happening is this. People have led to believe that America is so racist and stuff like that, but America takes in all these people from Africa, give them citizenship, everything like that. How many people do these other European countries take in from Africa? None, hardly. You know, and I'm not here defending America, right? But what happens is this, though. You're giving China a free pass. China is abusing Africans' thing. Look what happened to COVID. Chinese created COVID, right? But they blame the Africans that are living there. They discriminate, kick them out of buildings, kick them out of school, ban them from like that, openly discriminated against them. Africans are treated like shit in China, right? But Africans come to America because of what we built in America, right? The society we helped build. Africans can live in America at peace without being harassed or anything. So I don't appreciate people saying, oh, America's racist. We're part of America too, right here. All the major cities in America are controlled by black people. So we say America has got a federal government, got state governments, got local governments, everything. We got institutions and everything. There's a whole big thing called America. So what that's doing is a caping for the Chinese. The Chinese are moving in Africa for their own good. Yeah, they do some infrastructure projects. America's lagging behind and stuff like this, right? But China is not no friend of Africa. So I don't believe in that, oh, America's so racist, so let's get the Chinese free pass. We got to stop that nonsense. The bottom line is this. There still is no Afrikstan. There's still no state after 500 years of being stolen in the West. Africans have to say, you know something, there should be a state that's controlled by the diaspora that they can come back to. That has not happened. Right now, there's millions of Chinese moving to the continent. Africans have not made as official policy, right? The billions of dollars they waste on everything else. There's nothing giving us the opportunity to invest in Africa. Do we get any of those copper mines in Zambia? No. Do we got any of these oil fields in Angola, Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea? No. Our ancestors were stolen from this land. How do we don't have none of this stuff to help build ourselves up and sell on the continent? So please don't talk to me about what the freaking America is not doing or the Chinese not doing. Africa hasn't done right by us. You know, so don't get me and say you want us to turn against America for your own personal thing. I'm not going to do that. Not no more. I'm not. Until African countries start putting something on the table that we can benefit from and whatnot, don't tell us to go against America. Now, do I want America in Africa like that? No, I don't. But don't think we're going to sit here and be your little puppets and about it. That's what Dr. Arikana wants. Us to be her thing. We get nothing out of the deal.
Talk about Dr. Arikana. That's another damn setup, man. I mean, people be thinking.
So the college Genesis is the only one that really tells it like it
is.
Can
people read this stuff? Because people be calling me, asking me about this. Okay, I'm like, yo, I be trying to tell them, like, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. But all I know is that what we're doing, we're working together organically. We're not some fired ex-UN ambassador that was fired for doing whatever mischievous thing they were doing or whatever issues that she had with that situation.
She wants to use Black American influence for her own game.
And that's all it is. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? That these people are literally just trying to use us.
And the bottom of that they ready to
I mean, what were they doing before they got fired? What were they doing before they had gotten that situation? Were they down with us? Did they support us? Did they represent us? Did they speak out for us?
Did any of them hold up, let me say this. Did any of them say anything about those Hebrew brothers that got their property done? None.
Nothing.
And how can they say that? Because you got black people in the comment section. Oh yeah, they got what they deserve. So supposed
man, that make me sick, man. So, but they didn't do anything.
I'm sick of these niggas, man.
Well, is that how it's supposed to work, or do we supposed to have courts and justice system and contracts and agreements and things like that.
Due process.
Are we supposed to just accept vigilante? You know what I mean? You just literally just taking this whatever in your own hands and making your own justice. Is that what we're gonna live with? Is that what we okay with? Whatever happened to structure, order, laws? Whatever happened to protocol? What happened to?
And these are the people who will tell you, "Oh, we built civilization." Nigga, keep that word civilization out your mouth. You know?
How can an uncivilized group of people talk about they build civilization?
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't get that.
I'm talking word too.
What's so civilized about you?
People who reject civilization, who think what they did was perfectly fine and, with those roles, were not, you know. You talk about
what civilization means. It don't mean you go down there and you just do vigilante stuff and tear people's stuff down and don't show any love and respect the fact that these are people that are building something and people living in there and people are trying to make certain moves. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these governments easily bought and sold, man. They're literally useless.
We have to really
not moving to Africa to be a part of no weakness. That's why we really want to push Liberia, because our ancestors did the greatest job our ancestors ever did was literally build a place of liberty called Liberia for us. Me and Kala, who was right here, because they knew we were gonna get. They knew
one day we will say like, "Is this?"
One day we were gonna literally need an establishment of our own, and now we realize that every day, Kala, you and I realize that more and more. The importance of what our ancestors did and why we need it so much. Because look at the foolishness that goes on in all the countries. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you, fam, all of these are countries that I'm in there doing business. So I'm not just talking from somebody, outside Ghana. I'm always there in Ghana. I've been going there since 2006. We have a whole bunch of business and things going on. We have a whole network of people there where they talk about the foolishness that goes on in Tanzania, South Africa, the Gambia, Senegal, you name the countries. We know we have vested interest in all these countries. You know what I mean? And we're not talking about these countries. What we're doing is we're trying to protect our people, because I know how hard we work for our money, and I know how hard we work to just build the energy to be interested in doing things in Africa. Because like I mentioned to you, family, like none of us have to do anything in Africa. We can stay here, grow old, and die. You know what I'm saying? And if you think that we're just oppressed and it's just that bad, hey, maybe it's that bad. But it's like none of us have to do what we're doing. That shows you that the commitment that we have to Africa. It shows you our love and connection to Africa, that we really want to make certain things happen. So knowing that as the fact, what I'm saying to people is, tell your people in the country to literally be in support of what we're doing together, so we can build something. And other than that, your next option is what? The Indians, the Chinese, the Lebanese, the white Europeans are taking over legally. Not just, this ain't no colonization. This is legally, by owning all of your investments, your airports, your seaports, your land development, your roads. I mean, if you literally just don't have the investment to put down, and people are literally building all these things up, they eventually own all your institution. They build a factory. Who's going to work in the factory? Your children.
Let me say this. Somebody asked me, whatever his name is, asked me about Zambia, right? Zambia needs to worry about the fact that Zambians are looking up and saying, they say Indian contractors paving roads and whatnot. They said, what the fuck you doing, Oh, they got Indians, they got Chinese. Chinese have their own signs in Chinese all over Zambia. They're basically taking the country over. So in other words, on a highway sign, instead of learning how to read English, whatever like that, they got shit written in Chinese. That's so disrespectful.
I'm sure it's probably Chinese and English.
You worry about the United States. You worry about Zambia being taken over by the damn China. My boy, we got a huge crew in Zambia, Zambia is a militant. Black militants in Zambia already, but they're freaking top leaders and
I mean, I'm not trying to be negative. You might as well call Gambia the Republic of China. I mean, I'm just dead serious. I mean, what are the Zambians gonna do, brother? I mean, after a while, they're gonna have your airports, your seaports. They're gonna have the airports. They're gonna have major key cities that are undeveloped. What is China good at doing? These people are crazy. They'll blow up a whole mountain in China to build a whole new city. I mean, and they'll build a whole city overnight. They're building a subway station overnight. I mean, they have the technology to do it.
That's what the Chinese.
So the only thing that they need is what? They just need access to raw land. That's it. And they'll figure everything out. Or, the roads will be defined and built. And who's gonna come there and working? And who's gonna be delivering them babies?
Yeah. Bottom line is, this is what we're up against. Why you guys sit there fighting against us, Miss Pat?
They're coming up on all angles. Next thing you know, the next place they're gonna take is East Africa, Djibouti. Next thing you know,
so let me say this: Miss Pat's a troll. I thought she was somebody serious, but she's a troll.
let me get rid of her.
You know what I'm saying? You know, if you come on, ask her to come on or block her.
I mean, what we're not gonna do, we're not gonna explain the Liberian Civil War because that's not what we're gonna. We're not here to sit down and talk about life. Liberian Civil War was what 10 years out of the history.
20 years, yeah.
200. Well, again,
they had 100,
and it wasn't like it wasn't consistent anyway. But it's like, okay, I'll give them 20 years, and let's just give the Liberia. Let's give say Liberia has been around for 200 years. Let's give it that. That's what 10% of the history.
Yeah, 10%.
And I mean, is that all people want me to sit down and talk about? That's what I tell people. We're going to Liberia. We're doing a trip. I'm not here to sit around and talk to you about Civil War. If you're really serious and you want to talk, have a dialogue about Civil War, we can just break it down in a few minutes for you. And we're breaking it down over and over, only for the perspective of explaining the fact that our ancestors built something incredible. And then you had village idiots who wanted to take over situations. And then what you have people like Samuel Doe, the beginning of the end for at least a good 1 to 2 decades. But what I'm telling you, family, what we're focused on is we're focusing on a new Liberia where our ancestors wanted us to focus on. They built the energy, and now we have to just be a part of the future, and it's that simple.
So Miss Pat seems like an FBA. It's their country. It's our country too.
Yeah, I mean that's our land. I'm not, and that's the issue that I have with people in general. It's their land. Hey, if we're supposed to be truly African people, you can't just say, "Oh, you're Ghanaian and it's just your land." And then what are we? We're just slaves, And this is where when people only talk about certain things when it just benefit their interest to talk about instead.
What is to that benefit? What's to that benefit?
That's it. We're only Africans, and we only are your brothers and sisters when it benefits you. But when it comes down to the real situation, oh, this is our land. Oh, that's how it is. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Okay. So our ancestors that was living on that same land and we were stolen from, they didn't have any ties to the land. So we're just stepchildren. Okay, got it.
We're outcasts on that third. So we're supposed to be what they want us to do is be the underclass of Africa. No rights, no anything. You just sit there and be foreigners and calling yourself a Ghanaian while they laugh at you behind your back, calling you a Bruni and stuff like that. That's what they want. Humiliation. It's like
who's this person? I don't know who this person is. I mean, two explanation of things you are doing in Africa. Anybody who want to ask me anything I'm doing in Africa, do not come on this program, because if you don't know what I do by now, I know what we're about. When you see all these banners, these links, and this information, go get an education or go read a book. But you can click on the website if you want to know what we do. It's a simple thing. My banner right here say Africa Tourism Investment. I don't
hate the fact that we got stuff going on.
You can go to YouTube and you'll see me in Senegal, Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa, and all over the continent.
You see the community we're building and
helping people make moves. We build this foundation. The movement that y'all see right now is a movement that people like ourselves built. I mean, the rest of the people, they're just copycats. They're just sons of ours. You know what I'm saying? We're the fathers of this, and these are our children, and they're just copycats, unruly children that don't want to follow directions and follow order. You know what I'm saying? But we built a movement. And like I'll tell you, family, I'm building a movement for generation. Now, this is not something that we got excited in the last 5 years, like some of these Pan-African clowns that are on YouTube now. Literally just, they saw certain things. Like, one of them called me, how much money can you make in this business? I knew his ass was fake as hell, but I still helped him out, though. Now I think he's some kind of prince. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, family, these people aren't who you really think they are. And you should be ashamed of yourself because y'all support them. Y'all give them these, y'all literally give them these egos. Let them, and then what have they done for you lately?
If we can't, check this out, if we can't even stand up for our people that's on the continent, everybody should be looking at, even if you call yourself an ADOS FBA, those are still black people from America living in Africa, or black people from the UK and whatnot. You got people out there, she should know how to conduct herself around Ghanaian men. They don't take that shit. They beat her ass out. Go Black was saying that shit,
No, I mean, still, nobody needs to be beating each other. None of us need to be beating each other down wherever we are, whether it's in America or Africa. I mean, we need to. Is that
that's civilization?
Is that the little example we're making for our children in the future? That it's just like the vigilante stuff. Is that the example we're making? It's okay to you don't want you just to just knock somebody's property down and sell it to someone.
Come with the cutlass, the most feared weapon in Africa. It ain't the AK-47. It's that cutlass. You know, that cutlass. I seen.
I'm telling people, man, you want war, be prepared for war, because it ain't giving up on what my ancestors have built, and we're
gonna start. We're gonna start
coming there to do what we need to do, and and if anybody have an issue with us, show strength, and have an issue with the Indians, the Chinese, the Lebanese, because all you cowards in Africa who literally want to target us, you cowards ain't got no strength for any of those people. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I know y'all all fear the Chinese. Yeah, go ahead and go do that to a bunch of Chinese people and see if you don't see some Chinese warship and Chinese soldiers coming down into the area. Literally, you know what I'm saying? That's what I want to see some of y'all do. But I'm telling people, literally, we're gonna band up strong, because I'm telling the rest of our people on the continent, band together and do not let the village idiots and the primitive savages represent you. Because I mean, you'll be on the wrong side of history. It's not gonna be one of those situations. We're coming back to the continent stronger than ever, and we're coming back so we can work together to build what we need to build. And whoever is not with us, stay out of our way, because you get run over. And like I mentioned to your family, literally, if the situation in Africa don't pan out to where our people in Africa don't want us there, then literally, I mean, what will happen is that the African continent will suffer, and it will suffer heavy suffrage, literally, because literally you're talking about a whole continent being taken over by all aspects of people, because they're going to be the only ones doing the investment in your country. And if they're the only ones doing the investment in the country, that's how it works. You know, so if we're working together to do investments in our own continent, we're good.
Let's play some of these short clips of the Chinese fucking up in Africa. You know, when people ask me about the damn Chinese,
let me finish playing this village idiot general. See what he has to say.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you. So you'll load it up.
Oops, that didn't work.
Chinese are dumping their criminals and all these people in Africa. You know.
I mean, that's the future of what's gonna happen, brother. If you know what I mean. I mean, who else are people in Africa going to work with that's actually cares about the continent? That's actually not about taking. I can't think of anybody else.
With a respect for civilian governance, apolitical, and that's what sticks across a very high percentage in the 90 over 99 percentile.
But not everybody. And when I wonder how many people it takes to plan a coup. I mean, initially you didn't know how many we trained and equipped. Then you said it was 1%. You had no basis for that 1% number because there's no data set you track. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record. Another U.S. trained soldier stages a coup in West Africa by the Intercept.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I further seek unanimous consent to enter into the record. U.S. forces trained the Guinean colonel behind the recent coup in West African country, and this is regard to Guinea.
Without objection, so ordered.
So I guess the question is, why should U.S. taxpayers be paying to train people who then lead coups in Africa?
Congressman,
it's beneficial
to curriculum, harvest this core values, and also to be able to embolden these countries for a representative democracy.
But General, that democracy isn't what emerges. The problem is, I know you may have great confidence in what you're teaching, but when two governments have been overthrown, I guess how many governments have to be overthrown by people we train before you sort of get the message that our core values might not be sticking with everyone?
There you go.
Is it 5 countries?
Get them.
We'll continue with our persistence in ensuring
but do you think it's
that they harbor democratic norms, democratic values.
Just a moment ago,
you
said we shared core values with Colonel Doumbouya. You said that just moments ago in response to my question, and his core value seems to be leading a coup. So I don't think it's stuck. I think we should at least know how many countries we train the coup plotters in. How many is too many? Because clearly 2 is not too many, and I think we could use our resources far more effectively than doing
absolutely.
This.
Yeah, I'm glad Matt Gaetz. He's a good congressman. He's a Republican. That's what I said, man. They do it smart. He knows.
Yo, that was great questioning, man. He was lighting him up, man.
He knows.
I mean, he did not answer not one question.
See, these people were waiting for Trump to get out because Trump basically pulled out of Africa. He said, "I don't care what goes on." As soon as Biden got in office, all these people, Africans said, we're going to take over the continent. We're going to make it LGBTQ. We're going to do all this shit like that, you know? And that's why they want to try. That last video, play that last video I sent you first. It's going to shock you.
All right, gotcha. Right.
In the House of Representatives, where lawmakers have called for the resumption of construction work on the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway, this with adequate security presence. Now, the legislators who revoked their resolution last week calling for the prosecution of the Chinese national who allegedly killed his girlfriend in Sokoto State. And TVC News National Assembly correspondent Joke Adisa has more.
In March, the federal government approved the rehabilitation of the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano Expressway with a delivery date of December 2022. But incessant banditry attacks along the Abuja-Kaduna highway forced the contractor to withdraw its workers from the road.
So it has become a very serious problem.
The worsening state of the road has now resulted in daily gridlock, which often leaves motorists and commuters stranded for many hours. Garuba Dati from Kaduna State seeks a return to site of the contractor and calls for the deployment of military personnel.
At the time of the withdrawal by the contractor, at least one half of the stretch of the road had been graded and covered only in laterite, which after the intense rainfall of the past few months has given way to gouges and potholes that have left the road unmotorable.
1 week after it called on the police to investigate and prosecute the Chinese boyfriend of a youth corps member killed in Sokoto, the House has rescinded its decision.
The mover of the motion, I'm sorry to say, has misguided the House by being economical with the truth. The case has been charged to court on the 20th, 9th, 2022.
The Islamic cleric Mohammed Gumi, allegedly killed by 2 army personnel who have since been dismissed, is close to getting justice. Zakaria Galadima from Yobe State wants the affected officers prosecuted, but his colleagues insist the matter is already before a competent court of jurisdiction.
Killing of the said cleric was unjustifiably barbaric without any cause, and therefore his family deserves momentary compensation.
This matter should be stepped down and wait for the outcome of the court decision.
The intervention of Minority Leader Ndudi Elumelu saved the motion.
When a member brings a motion, there's an intent. There is something that member is trying to cure in his constituency.
The House called on the federal government to provide financial support for the family of the deceased pending the outcome of the court process. Joke Adisa, TVC News, Abuja.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
Yes,
get
brother
this.
man.
Man murders a girlfriend because he's a contractor. They want to rescind prosecution. This is what you're dealing with. This is what you're. This is a freaking country the African giant people told that we got to look up to and whatnot. You know.
Hey, didn't one Pan-African? Doesn't one guy say that we should be focused on Nigeria because it's supposed to be the Pan-African?
Oh yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah,
you know?
whatever. For
Whatever.
real.
You know, the bottom line is that these are the people. You know, who can't even keep their own people in the country. They're all over the world committing crimes and all kinds of fucking things. You know, you can find Chinese are not everywhere. I don't see no Chinese construction worker in Virginia. What are you talking about? Chinese are not here. The only Chinese we have is people who own these fucking little mom and pop restaurants because we got everything covered in America.
Yeah, the people that are doing the construction and development are not Chinese out.
We got black men.
You'll find that more. Yeah, because they have people here to do those things. You'll find that more in the international world. You'll find that from Jamaica, Ghana, Tanzania, South Africa, Zambia, and so on.
I know
because what China focus on, get myself switched over. What China focus on is they're slick, man. They're gonna come at the countries who don't have the resources to do development, and they're gonna make dirty deals, and eventually they're gonna win those dirty deals, and then when they win those dirty deals, you know what I mean, if you don't pay, they do have the world's largest military. So
they got debt. They got debt. And also this guy Frank talk about you can find Chinese everywhere. Where? I don't see him.
Well, outside of America. Yeah, they have their little stores and their business there, but they're not enterprising like that. They're not enterprising like that in America. What they do have is
there's real competition here. That's why.
Yeah, but they do. I would say they do own. I mean, as far as when you talk about treasury bills and certain level of investments, yeah. But most of the damage they're doing is everywhere else around the world. I mean, they're doing. You know what I mean? Because that's their goal. Their goal is to work with nations who literally can't come up with certain resources.
How's Nigeria that's supposed to be so educated can't build a fucking road by themselves? You know, what the fuck? You're a little China man building your road and whatnot, man. You know, enough is enough, man. You know, this is what we're down to.
So, brother, you're telling me all these great Nigerian engineers are somewhere else? They're not in Nigeria building?
They're not nowhere. They're over there like hush puppies scamming in Dubai. You know, they ain't building. Nigerian engineers. They got a degree, but can't build nothing with it.
It's funny. Hey, you know that's funny what you said about hush puppy that degenerate. Yeah, you're talking about they talking about making a movie of them. I mean, this is a sick stuff. When are we gonna make a movie about? We made one about. Thank you, Spike Lee. Kwame
Spike Lee wants to make a movie about him.
No, I'm saying Spike Lee did this thing with Malcolm, but I'm talking about like Kwame Nkrumah and Marcus Garvey. You know what I mean, or whoever. As a matter of fact, who was the hero in Nigeria? I mean, I can't think of anyone. I'm sure it wasn't Obasanjo.
Well, you know who I would see? Nnamdi Azikiwe, the first president of Nigeria. I would love to see a movie because he was a Pan-Africanist. When they overthrew him. You know, he was a Pan-Africanist. He was a real Nigerian.
Yeah, it must have been doing something right because he got overthrown.
Yeah, of course. You know, and you do something right, you get overthrown. And Nigeria.
I mean, look what they did to Kwame Nkrumah. Now they're regretting it, talking about they should change the name of the airport. Absolutely, you should have been changing the name of the airport. You should have never named the airport after. How do you give such an honor to someone who overthrew your greatest government, your greatest president, your greatest aspiration?
The only reason why black people in America China is because of Kwame Nkrumah.
I mean, how do you know what I mean? That's basically you just motivating people saying, "Hey, just throw over the government, and next thing we're gonna name this after you." I mean,
yeah, like Samuel.
All of the traders, nothing should be named after any traders. You know what I mean? Whether Samuel Doe or whether
Samuel Doe named the stadium that was just being completed when he overthrew the thing. Samuel Canyon Doe Stadium. You know,
they removed their name quick. I'm sure they did.
Yeah, they named it after him. I mean, he didn't build it. Tolbert built it. It was supposed that stadium.
I mean, the government that he actually killed. That is that's sick and disgusting, man. The government that actually overthrew and killed. They named.
That's why I said that part of Liberia I leave alone. I can't go back in history. That's what bothers. But we just gotta keep building on what our ancestors built. You know, because what we did, our ancestry legacy, and the Pan-African, the back to Africa that we built in Liberia, one that still standing up, because that's what they just like Kwame. What makes Ghana on the map is Kwame Nkrumah. If Ghana got up and said we denounce Kwame Nkrumah, he's not going to. Black people in America will leave Ghana tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be a deal breaker.
It'll be a deal breaker, you know. So we got a card to play.
I mean, we're here for Pan-Africanism. That's the only reason why we're in Africa. We're in Africa for Pan-Africanism. The fact that we can come together with our own people to build something, to compete against the rest of the world. I mean, it's that simple, family. We don't have to get in all these explanations and and definitions and breakdown. It's an action-oriented situation. We're going to Africa to build on the dreams of what we learned from Kwame Nkrumah and other great, other first great presidents who was about actually organization of African Union, not just this African Union without the organization.
Yeah, African Union that has don't even like being African. Morocco, they're begging Morocco to join the African Union, but Haiti's not African enough. You know what the fuck? You know,
I mean, Haiti, Haiti put their work in to be, to be automatically deserve a membership to anything black.
If it wasn't for Haiti, the Haitian Revolution, there would be no Liberia. It wasn't no Liberia, there would be no independent states in Africa. It's all a chain.
Yeah, because the Haitians set it off first. I mean, that was the first set off of just us rising up to be about nation building. I mean to the highest level. I mean, we could also talk about other situations, whether it's not in Brazil. I don't have the exact dates of
Guyana.
What's the great warrior in Brazil? What's the great Zumbi?
Tsunami.
The great warrior Zumbi. No,
Yeah,
I don't remember his exact time frame, but yeah, the Haitian Revolution, Haiti. You got to give them automatic membership for any, what I'm saying, whether anything black and because they literally built that foundation. This is what I'm talking about, brother. Where's the love for our people who literally build the foundation for you and I to think about this Afrikstan?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no love. We got degenerates running the continent. Degenerates running the continent.
Yeah, man, I'm sad, bro, about this, man, because I'm saying it's a movement that you inherited to build a future, and then you got this movement is you run over by deadly clowns everywhere, like all the characters I just named. It's like ask them family when you go talk to them. Well, Woody Miles brought exposure to this to Africa. What he did is run a number game on y'all, and now he's just playing y'all. Now it's like, as people call me and talk about, I was trying to reach out to, I was like, yo, he would never call you, never text you, never anything, because he's not about that life. He just using y'all to help him get his donations and get his little fame and get his money. That's it. That's all these people about.
People ain't about.
If I was into a secure career, I'll stay myself in the Navy. I'll stay working at the airlines. But what we're about is we're about the future of. I can't make the changes I need to make for our people if we're not out here doing the work. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm gonna get into business, it has to be business that's gonna be part of transforming the energy. You know what I'm saying? So the enhance, that's the world that we live in, family. My brother Khaled Genesis just got back from Liberia, laying the foundation for us to do some great things in Liberia.
Yep. I got my
when are we gonna just reach out and say, hey, brother, how you been, brother? What can I do to support your energy in Liberia? I heard you in Liberia. I mean, where's the love? How many people called you and show you some love?
Mm-hmm. No, the only one sit back and watch me fail and be like, "See, I told you, man. That's a niggas, man." Let me tell you something, man.
You can keep on watching, brother. You can keep on praying and praying for our downfall. I know a lot of y'all was praying for my downfall when nigga PM thought he had something on me. Well, keep on praying. It ain't happening.
The guy
only get better.
The Lord ain't answering your prayers.
You know what I'm saying? These things are not going to kill us. It's only going to make us stronger. That's it. The ancestors got our back. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors that we love and support the energy and we do the work, they're supporting and holding us down. And
the gods and the ancestors know who's doing this for real. Bomani and Kala, man. That's what it is, brother. That's what it is, brother.
Ancestors' energy. Rise up, ancestors. Rise up. Keep us strong from
they knew we were gonna Bomani and Kala was gonna be here one day.
Any weapons form against us, they
shall not prosper.
Will never prosper. Send the wicked people away. You know what I'm saying? Burn them to fire. You know what I mean? Serious business. You know what I mean? Marcus Garvey, vision come to pass.
Okay, can you put that before you play the next video? Put the Barudi's comment up. Last comment up. He says, Sipwe, I don't know who that is. Balika Edia said recently that the African Union only wanted Africans to do biz, part of not dual citizen, do the fair African people from the leaders. We want, of course. The bottom line is this. That's why I said Afrikstan is the freaking answer.
Serious business.
It's the answer. Afrikstan, we know we don't want to do it because we know our position in America will, and the black people in America, if we had to look over African policy, we say, nigga, please. We look at, what? Nigga, please. We had any say so, we turn the content upside down, flip it upside down. They know that. The Africans want business as usual. They want to get up here and lie like they're fighting white people and everything. That's why I don't believe nothing they fucking say. I watch what they do. They're not serious about building Africa. They're not serious about building, doing white people. They don't say nothing about the sanctions on Zimbabwe. They don't say nothing, They're not serious. They're not serious about African Americans participating in building Africa. All they care about, they don't even care about Africa, but as long as they get their little cut of meat from the Chinese and everything. That's all they care about, you know? There's no future. And let me tell you something, another thing, to be frank with you. You got Africa, you got too many old ass men in power, right? Old ass men that want all the fucking women, they want all the accolades, everything, and pass it down to their sons and like that. And so it's not a society like the preacher was saying. The Chinese said we're gonna have 20% of our people as millionaires. You know, Africa doesn't have that. Africa has the ability to do that, but you know that when you're a businessman in Africa and whatnot, the people like my brother Sam even said it. Even in Liberia, right? He says the people you got to worry about are people that get jealousy, what's that? But luckily in Liberia, there's laws in place, you know. But you still that you shouldn't have to go through that anyway, you know. Well, or somebody's jealous of what you're doing and whatnot, they're gonna try to sabotage your project and stuff like that. Only in the black world, you know. So please don't tell me this stuff like, oh, as soon as somebody starts telling me the white man, Phil Scott, the Mzungus and everything like that, he doesn't even freaking educate. He has never once criticized African governments and everything. He has to take time to study the continent. That
I mean, but he's Pan-African News. This is the African Diaspora channel. He represents you, Kala. You're under him. He's your boss.
What about African? Why don't Phil ever talk about the Africans that are really fucking up, like the Nigerians, everybody else or not? It's always the Mzungus and everybody else. Like Africans are stupid little children that don't know better. They know what they're doing. They don't give a fuck, you know. They don't give a fuck about anything, you know. And that's why we come there saying this is what we need to do. We need an Afrikstan. We need to build this and whatnot. They're like they don't know what to do. You know, they try to dismiss us and just credit us and everything like that. You know, you got to go to Ghana and fall in line. Fall in line means don't make waves, don't talk up, don't say we bring your own ideas and everything like that. Just sit back and let the village idiots run the show. No, I'm sorry. You know, it don't work like that. Just come there and give them all your money and let the village idiots rob from you and steal from you and fucking marginalize you, rename you, and all kinds of stupid, goofy shit that goes on the continent. You know, all kind of foolishness. All primitive shit, you know?
Yeah, crazy stuff. Like, I mean, do you see how much people that went to Tanzania and came back?
Oh yeah, man. Everybody say yeah. They
I mean, and especially the ones who literally just thought they just hit gold. I mean,
yeah, I learned that when I moved to Virginia, but we stayed. We abstained. We thought, oh, we came down here on Greek Fest that one year, and we said, oh, we saw all these black people over Virginia Beach. Oh my God, this place is gonna be heaven. 2 years later, moved down here, man. My parents came down here, sold the house and everything. My father's job had shut down. So we, instead of us going to North Carolina, which we planned, moved to Virginia, right? We came down here with everything, moved the house down here, and we came down here with $140,000 in the bank. And 2 years later, we were fucking broke. 2 years later, we were fucking broke. And it was $140,000 in the bank, and we were fucking broke. You know, because we came down here, we didn't assess the situation. There weren't jobs here. We thought it was like New York. You know, we just get jobs. We'll find jobs and everything. Didn't happen. So I learned that from then, right? When you go move to another area, you got to map that out and do your homework. People went to Tanzania thinking, oh, they see modern buildings and everything. Like they probably thought they had a social welfare system. You know, oh, I can go to the county and get some help for my kid. Prenatal care. Yeah, none of that shit exists in Africa. You want prenatal care, nigga? Go up there, you know what I'm saying, have that baby in the woods, you know what I'm saying, and do it like the ancestors did, you know? Go out there and come back after days or whatnot, you clean yourself up, whatnot. That's what it is. So we do our homework in places like Tanzania, you know, there's no social safety net. There's none of that there. You know, people talked about sometimes they get rust, water is contaminated or whatnot. Yeah, you don't have the systems there. You know, like in America. Our water is tested before it goes to our thing. You know, before our stuff like that. You know, we take attention to detail. You know, there's no open sewers and stuff like that here. You know, so you expect to go to the developing country. Now, if you want all that stuff, like you got to pay. You want first world amenities in Africa, you got to pay for first world thing, or build your own communities like we're doing. And we can lay down the stuff like how we want it. But people are hard-headed, you know. They go over there and when I did all that, a lot of these people, you know, how many people, if your rent is like $1,200 a month, how many people can basically say, okay, that's $12,000 up front? You couldn't do that in America. In America, you pay by the month. You get a deposit, you pay by the month because they know their work, catch up, everything, save, and budget your money. In Africa, when you get a place, they want the whole year up front. What if you pay all that for a year, right? And then find out you have an emergency, you got to fly back to the States because you got to get an operation, something like that, you know? You don't get that money back. You got to learn about all that before you go to another place. Bomani, you want to play that video? Play that video with the Sierra Leone's fighting the Chinese. That's fucking funny.
Yes, absolutely.
They're freaking funny. This is what you're dealing with in Africa, you know? There's so many Africans fist fighting about, oh, the Chinese. Explain how the Chinese are whooping Africans upside their head and whatnot, you know? You know, and doing all kinds of shit. In fucking South Africa and whatnot. They just basically go in there. South Africa is a little more tougher with the Chinese, though. I give them that.
This national was captured on video in South when the president is being deported. Liu Jiaqi was referred to Kenyans as, quote, poor black smelly monkeys, end of quote, is being deported this evening. His flight is set to leave the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport at 10:45 p.m. The Ministry of Immigration says he was deported on racism grounds hours after his permit for selling motorcycles was cancelled. The Chinese embassy in Nairobi says the remarks were personal and do not in any way represent the views of the vast majority of Chinese people.
Sure he didn't.
Really? Yeah, it's like you are punishing me.
It is a clip that has gone viral on social media. Chinese national identified as Liu Jiaqi hurling insults at Kenyans.
Coward.
In the video captured by an employee at his motorcycle shop in Ruiru, he refers to Kenyans, including President Uhuru Kenyatta, as monkeys.
This is all the Kenyans, like a monkey. Even Uhuru Kenyatta. All of them. It's like a monkey.
Yeah, sure.
The president of this country.
Yeah, sure. Liu, who was nicknamed Judge by his employees, brags that there is nothing poor black smelly Kenyans can do to him if he fires the employee.
You don't care. I don't belong to here. I don't like here. Like a monkey people. I don't like talk with them. Wow. Smell is bad and poor and foolish and black. Who like them? Why not the bright people like the American? Then why are you coming to do business in Kenya if we are poor, we are black, for money?
The government was quick to act. Liu was arrested and he was cancelled. Through its Twitter handle, the immigration department said Liu Jiaqi, a Chinese national who was arrested due to his racism remarks, has been deported. But the move, it appears, was not good enough if comments on Twitter are anything to go by. In response to the message by the immigration department, many are of the view that he should have been arraigned in court. Kimani says he was within our jurisdiction and the crime was committed in Kenya, so why didn't you charge him? Kadungu Kisumba asks, why deport while they jail our people in China? To Eric Barasa, This could be how the Chinese see us. Liu has been working in the country for the past 8 months with 7 other Chinese nationals who were given a permit to sell motorcycles for Sonling Company that has employed 12 Kenyans. Another fact that has angered Kenyans on Twitter is just how he was given a permit to sell motorbikes, something that can be done by Kenyans. In a statement, the Chinese embassy in Nairobi, through its spokesperson, said the personal talk and the personal feeling of this young man does not represent the views of the vast majority of Chinese people. It is not the first time the Chinese have been linked to racism remarks and actions. In July, the Standard exposed the mistreatment and discrimination of Kenyans working for the Standard Gauge Railway, who were not even allowed to share tables with their Chinese counterparts in the restaurant. Kenya and China enjoy good trade relations, but for some of those who interact with the Chinese at a personal level, the relations are totally different. Rita Tinina, KTN News.
Tell me about it.
These are people asking us about, how racist America is and whatnot, this, that, thing. Americans, for the most part, they're racist, but they don't do stupid shit like this. At least they're smart enough to cover this shit up. These people are blatantly. I sent you another one about the Chinese, how they're abusing African women. You know what I mean? There's like millions of half Chinese babies being abandoned in Africa by these Chinese that are there. But this is what these people who fight us, who think that bulldozing the Hebrew Israelite peaceful brothers whatnot is okay. This is what we see. One thing I didn't see in Liberia, you don't see Chinese men or white men or Arab men messing with black women. You don't see that in Liberia. You don't see that. You don't see that. You don't see white men out there dating and hugged up with black women because they know it's a taboo. Liberian got a little more class than like a lot of women on the continent, obviously.
Yeah, let's not blame the victims. Let's let me just play this. This is the one, right?
Yeah.
13-year-old Anena Flavia and 8-year-old Zafarani went missing in September this year from their home in Gulu district. The two are said to have been trafficked from Gulu and left in the hands of Li Weng, who is suspected of sexually abusing them.
They are collected by two girls from Gulu. They brought them to a certain room. He comes and uses them. After using, he disappears. And then when they collect others, he continues coming back, use them, and goes.
Not much is known about Li Weng, although it is claimed that he is an investor. It is alleged that Li has been recruiting young female adults who would then help him lure the girls from various areas.
We had come here, the police, and then as we were here, we were about to move to go. The girl said, "There goes the man." Then we asked him, "Who are you?" He said, "I'm so and so." He said, "Come up."
On learning about this incident, the Gulu district woman
Check this out. This is why Liberia is so different. And we talk about black civilization. A lot of people think Africa is some jungle that they could do whatever they want to do. They go to the Gambia, prey on young boys, young girls, anything like that, anything they want to do. This is why people like Afro Dumbass hates African Americans, because we speak up and say stuff about this shit that they think is normal.
The thing of it is, Afro Dumbass, for y'all who know him, he's from the Gambia. I just came back from the Gambia. Do you want to know what I want to share with you?
Yeah.
I mean, literally, it was just old white men and white women.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Literally taking advantage of young black men and young black women. That's all it. I mean, it's not like I'm there to save the world or anything, but you know what I'm saying? It was in my face consistently. And you don't hear people like, that's why
Afro Dumbass never talks about that. He never.
And instead of talking about our sisters here and the things that's going on here, you need to be focused on that. I mean, your country is literally being organized as a sex tourism in Liberia. I was in a nice, beautiful resort, and these are the things I've seen, brother, for myself. And and like I tell people, like I usually talk with my crew and us when we move, that some things is not things that we can focus on, and I mean it's what it is. but understand that these are things that we have to deal with, and this is why we need to keep ourselves
Didn't your boy
working as a union.
bust some white guy in the face in a bar? Your boy,
Huh?
he fucked the white guy up in the bar. He almost went to jail for that. You know, he went
Yeah, I was with Crazy, and we just missed an incident because this one white guy was touching one of our sisters. You know, once you travel with me and I'm with you, and you know what I mean. And if it's somebody you don't want touching you or whatever, we're your bodyguards. But me and Crazy was just about to come back to the restaurant, but one of my other brothers, and he was about to snatch up the white guy, but I appreciate the security in the restaurant. They, you know what I mean, they knew what time it is, and they just got him out of there. And I was like, I barely missed it, man, because I'm always looking for some kind of drama to go down, because like last time we was in the Gambia, this one white man was upset with us because we're doing our COVID test, and he thought he can grab my assistant. And as soon as he grabbed my assistant, boom, boom, boom. I did one of my Navy fights where, when you touch one of my roommates or one of my other sailors, and we together.
And we got lay holy hands on
it's your responsibility to start swinging. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. It's just how you're trained to watch each other back.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, and I was like, so I was looking at the rest of the white people like, who wants some of this? Who wants some of this? I know there's like, who's a crazy guy? These guys. And I told my tour members, I was like, yo, I don't let no one touch us. We don't go around and disrespect. We see, just like I was saying to you, I see old white women and white men. You know what I mean? I didn't go over there and be nobody's face, ready to fight and anything like that. You know what I mean? It's what it is. It's, you're in a country and things like that. But it's like, don't come across our path and get in our way. And I'm quick for putting white men in their place, especially in Africa. Like, I literally I was like, there's nothing you can do. The best thing for you to do is just get out the way. I was like, are you going to fight all of us? I was like, I have a whole unit of people with me. And that's why I tell people I roll deep and things, and we don't play games. But yeah, man, that was one of my classic fights in Africa. White man thought he can just like put hands on one of our people, you know what I mean, and tell him to either move fast or whatever, man. Woo! He lucky, man. You know what happened after that, right? A bunch of Gambians grabbed us back and they were like, don't hurt him. Don't hurt him.
Yeah, don't hurt. That's what it is.
I was like, he's the one that started.
Yeah. So just like when you said one fight.
What do they think? They think the British embassy is gonna send their people here because of a disrespectful white man.
Fear the white man.
My thing is when these Chinese people and these people come here, I see everybody getting arrested. You don't need to arrest them, beat their ass properly, and then drag their ass somewhere to where somebody else finish them off.
Yeah. You see that one thing.
Send them back in a pine box to China.
Yeah, check this out. You see that one incident in South Africa.
All right, we got somebody coming here. Let me see if he's gonna behave himself. Because I'm on fire tonight, man. I'm on fire tonight. Ola, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening, Ola? Kala told me you're talking reckless on the last call, man. Let me see what you got for us tonight. You can unmute yourself, brother. You can unmute yourself. I'm ready to get a smoke to anybody who want it. He's probably upset because you played that video with the Nigerian building collapsing, saying they're not really real good engineers. And the guy,
what's going on, brother? Kidola.
Yeah, he's playing games. He's probably sleeping.
No, probably just give him time for his internet to connect. His internet's probably not connected. His Wi-Fi.
I mean, he should be. I'm sure he's in America, not somewhere in Nigeria, in the village.
No, he's in Nigeria.
Where there's no. He is. He must be in a good part of Nigeria.
So,
maybe he's not in a good part of Nigeria. Maybe he's somewhere we're out there, hanging out with his village savages.
Yo, you see that one thing with this Nigerian was in South Africa, and he beat this fucking white South Africa's ass, right? And the freaking black South Africans were freaking jumping on the Nigerian guy. The white guy got in his face, and Nigerian said, "Blip," busted his shit up, right? And the white guy tried to
get him off. He's playing games.
You know what I'm saying? The South Africans, stop holding the Nigerians arm, right? Dude, man, the white South Africa was in this guy's face, started when you jumping on the Nigerian. I was like, damn, man, Listen, I said, man, Africans need to
Don't play that game, yo. All I know is like, I don't play. I be bullying them. Like last time I went to get my ID card in Ghana, and this one Asian man was trying to jump the line. I went up, man, and I got him. And I was like, yo, you know what? The line starts here. I grab him and I was like, here. I was like, you don't come here and skip the line in front of anybody. And the people, the Ghanaians, like, he's not from here. This guy's not from here. And I was like, yo, we just got. I was like, and I told the people that was doing the process, I was like, yo, you know, this thing can't just go on forever. Where, you know, we come here and you serve people before us, they get in front of lines and things. I remember in South Africa, this one white lady in this. I mean, I don't know if it was a family or not. I don't even care what it was. All I know is that they got in front of me in the line, and I went off. Only thing I didn't say was some bumba cleat and all kind of things like that. But I was all up in her face, and I was like, you white people still think that y'all run the world to where y'all can just walk in front of people and things like that. And it's like, oh, and the first thing they be telling me is like, oh, sorry, they are. I was like, yeah, you're very sorry. You people think that you can just go anywhere in the world and just treat people any way you want to treat them, even in their own country. And I mean, and that's the way I am in things. You know what I mean? So if they behave themselves, we're good. As soon as they act up, I'll be right there. Or I just get one of my guys and like, yo, go warn them. I mean, I didn't come to Africa to be dealing with the same foolishness that we're dealing with. And
we don't take that. Like, we don't take that shit in America. We damn sure don't take it in Africa. Fuck that.
And yeah, and the time has changed. We don't take those things. So I'll be your brother. I'll be having fun. I'll be having a blast, man. You know what I mean? A blast. And we have to just black men need to have like show like they have some balls and things like that. Literally.
Yeah, we
step up and take care of your people.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, what one little weak little Chinese guy is gonna beat up a whole village? This ain't one of them Bruce Lee movies and then things that in the movies. Don't let these people fantasize. Ain't nobody sitting around. Ain't no one little super karate Jet Li person sitting around beating up by 10 guys in the hood. Steven Seagal going down to Jamaica, challenging the roughest Jamaican gangsters. You know what I'm saying? These people are dreaming. That's what they like to fantasize. You know what I'm saying?
But it be these little Chinese men that don't know shit. You know, they like whooping up on an African's head, man. Bop, bop. And one time, I wish I could find that one video.
And there's a bunch of videos where the people retaliate, and next, you know, one of them Asian guys getting their ass beat.
Yeah,
I'm for that. I mean, when they do their atrocities and things like that, I mean, what did they do to us? What do they do to the Nigerians in China? They got you locked away, beat their ass, and lock their ass away. Do not force a government to do extradition after you torture them and you know, suck information from them. Yeah, I mean, we're too soft on how things work like that, man. We have to literally just. That's why the rest of the nations in the world don't have the respect for African people, because they literally see how soft they are. This guy did this. This guy molested children, little girls in your community, and he gets to walk. And he gets to walk peacefully in handcuffs.
With handcuffs,
walk with civil.
His handcuffs in the front, not the back.
Like I tell people, that can't happen in my town and community. Like my homies told me, there's like all they get. There's like just hand them over, hand them over to us. That's it. Just hand them over to us, and that's it. That's all they did tell me. And I was like, you know what I mean? The thing of it is, when it comes to pedophilia, when it comes to this raping of our children, our women, and things like that, these are crimes that are punishable by torture, by torture, and you know what I mean, execution. These are not things that you just let slide. These are things you make an example of people of. You know what I mean? What we and that's what I was saying. That's why Afrodamus is a weak excuse for a man. That little that ugly looking fake rapper looking gorilla needs to take his ass back to the Gambia and go out there and stand up for his people. Because all you have is old white men and old white women.
Yeah, he has an old white.
Don't talk about pedophilia. My son asked me, why are these old white people dealing with black children? I was like, son, that's another conversation that I wish we can get into right now. But you know what I'm saying? If I focus on that, I will just ruin the rest of our trip.
Yeah.
Because I will go, you know what I'm saying?
And white guy that looks like.
But cowards like Afro dumbass, those are the people that need to be standing up. Instead, he's worrying about what we're doing here in America. What we do in America is coming to Africa and making sure that you have opportunities, because without some of us coming there, some of our people wouldn't have opportunities. And that's being real. That's not being disrespectful or saying anything, folks. And that's what we should do as black people. We as a people should go places and create opportunities for each other. It's like I came in America, opportunities were already available based on the fact that black people before me established opportunities. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, we have to create opportunities for each other. So, so people like himself, that's what I'm telling people, all these YouTube clowns. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like I'm telling some of these clowns, like especially Afro dumbass, don't let me ever run up on you. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, it'd be nice if me and my brother was down there, man, and we saw him, we'd throw his ass in the deep section I'll throw his ass. You know what I do? I'll throw his ass in the deep section of the fucking pool. Excuse my language.
He won't even say what state he lives in America because he knows.
It's just like nigga peeing. When we find you people, y'all think it's a joke. Y'all think that this is like some internet stuff you just play with people and think it's funny.
You think we can't get
Do not let us run up on you. You know what I'm saying? The only thing is you're safe in the airport because I don't need no drama in the airport. But once we outside the airport, you know what I'm saying? You're liable. You're liable. We will snatch you up. Nigger-peeing, don't ever come to Africa. The unapologetic nigger-peeing, it's not over. It's never will be over. We could be 99 years old together. 99 years old together, and I see and I have a chance to push you off a cliff, I will push you off. You know what I'm saying? You know, Afro dumbass. You know what I mean? He literally think he's funny. Akata news and things like that. He literally think he's funny. It's all fun and games until you have about 7 homies stomping you down.
Until we find you. Until we find your ass. You know, he's talking about he's building a community in Gambia. You know, I'm gonna build my community. Yeah, right. You know, we'll find your community. Well, I hope you build it one day because we're gonna pay you a visit.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. We'll pay you a visit. As a matter of fact, I'll send your own folks to come snatch you up, like they do in the mafia.
We got people in the Gambia, bro.
You know, get you up in one of them basements and torture you for a few days and see how you feel about that. Let me see him. Akata news. And make sure you live to where you can come back out there and don't make any more Akata news. Like these people literally think this movement is a joke. Like it's just okay to joke and things, and it's funny. And it's disrespectful. I mean, he was disrespecting one of our greatest ancestors, Marcus Garvey. That alone gets you tortured. That alone is going to get you just hemmed up. That alone is going to get you handled. So they be thinking it's all fun and games until we find them. Like I tell them, I'm in the same country you guys are in, and trust me, when we're in the country, we're building an energy.
Oh yeah, don't go Liberia fucking up. Man.
Like this, like in another situation, you had RJ Mahdi in Senegal. Some people are looking for him, and this coward is just running because he done a lot of people dirt. And you have people like Bomani calling people out. I'm calling out all of these people. All of them are clowns and characters. None of them are proving themselves to you, but you literally sit around and give these people chance after chance to scam you and take advantage of you. Ola, hopefully your connection is good. If it's not, brother, please, man, we don't have time for that tonight. What's on your mind? What you gotta say? What you gotta say tonight? Are you?
Why you put hit to my?
Are you ready to continue insulting?
Hold on.
What you talking about last time? Go ahead. Say what you gotta say.
Why you put hit to my Gambia brother, man? You know, is the monster hypocrite? Is he
talking about Alpha dumbass?
Yeah, that's my brother, man. That's my brother. That's
your brother.
That ugly gorilla looking fake rapper.
No, it's not at all. That's a good looking guy for Gambia, man.
Yeah, it's a good looking. Yeah, because
he's an intellectual.
It just like a chimpanzee. I mean, you're talking about hey, tell Alpha dumbass to go.
No, it's an intellectual. It's an intellectual.
To save his people from all of those old white men and old white women.
Alpha an intellectual guy. He just delivers story and the message.
Young girls.
Well, let me have this. Let me ask you a question, right? Okay. Now, Alpha dumbass has 3,000 subscribers, right? He's obviously making money up, trying to make money off the internet. He 90% of his content is talking about Black Americans. You know, he don't like us. Okay, he don't like us. You know, Akata news and all stuff like that. All shit like this, right? We don't do that with our Nigerians and stuff like that. We don't sit there and mock the downfall of our people. We got Black people in America that's fucking up and everything. So he makes a mockery out of that shit, right? He has nothing to say about the open pedophilia in the Gambia, like we was talking about earlier. He never says anything about that. You know, he's okay. He has a white ass man cracker up on his show talking shit about Black people and Black America and whatnot, you know, and talking about Afro dumbasses as his friend and shit. And so he basically thinks these white people are gonna fucking be his savior. He thinks, look, let me tell you something, bro. We're so deep in America. I got white business partners, friends, everything like that, you know. These motherfuckers will never, these Africans who think they're going to get close to white people don't know them. White people don't care about them. You know, white people need Black America. You know, they don't need them. They don't need Afro dumbass. So he's just making a fool out of himself. They call him a nigger and a monkey behind his back. You know, so he's out there cooning and buck dancing for the white man. Got a white ass cracker devil on his show and whatnot, talking about Black women. But yet he never says anything about these white devils that's in the Gambia preying on little African children and whatnot, you know. But yet this guy is going to talk about Black people talk about Black American women, talk about this, call Sakata, call stuff like this. Fuck him.
Carla, you have to understand. Gambia have a government, and the government have to take care of that. I don't think Gambia government just fold their hands. You just think I think this is exaggerated that the Caucasians are coming in to abuse the children. I don't think it's like that. You
Bro,
this you exaggerated because if it's so happy, right, you have to start. Gambia have a big dictator who does not tolerate some of all this. So I don't think this is also happening in Jamaica, even United States also there also. You understand me? So I don't think that you put
brother. I just came back from Gambia.
The Caucasians are coming there. They're abusing what they're abusing this, they're abusing that.
We're traveling to different countries.
It's overblown. You understand? Because
what are you talking about? We do understand that people go for places to do things like that. But brother, when I'm telling you, when you go into complete bars and resorts and all you see is and then all you see, that is a serious problem there. It's not, you know what I mean? You comparing
who are they dating? Are they not the legal age at least 18 to 19?
Brother, I mean, stop the foolishness with the legal age, please.
No, because
am I saying all of them are underage? Enough of them are. How about that? And what about the children? I mean, are they
whose children? Who will allow? Do you think a fellow Gambia will just allow their children just to be abused like that?
Well, let's ask Afro dumbass. Let's ask your hero.
Because I don't think it's overblown. I think you perceive things differently. You understand me? I think there's a trauma somewhere that when you perceive these Caucasians and they just say hello. Okay, Afro Dambas is speaking because he lives in the United States. He's speaking because he was sometimes might be being hurt even by the so-called skin color that everybody's talking about. You understand me? You understand? So I don't think you just coming to speak. You just speak out nonsense because he doesn't have fat. He has fats. You understand me? And we can even see it. So you have to understand. Afro Dabas is just speaking what his experience in your narrative, what he's saying there. You understand? And let me give you this. If people like Tariq Rashid can just be in the internet, call Tethers continuously, and O'Shea, I think O'Shea just changed not too long ago. I used to listen to that guy also. It was bashing heavily. You understand me? So every session of people who will always come out and bash you, and they also be a response also towards it. You understand me? So will you think that some of these Black Americans will just be spilling this hate and continue that the Africans will not kind of like retaliate, or the Africans just
what O'Shea does is nothing compared to what Afro Dumbass do.
O'Shea.
Why are you comparing O'Shea to Afro Dumbass? O'Shea actually do real talk as far as shows and things like that. He's actually a professional.
And
what he
he's
does.
also criticized Black America.
I'm saying, I mean, that's one thing I can say about O'Shea. You know what I'm saying? I can stand and literally just vouch him on that.
You can say it changed. You can say it changed. You can say it. I don't know because
all he does is to start negative, nasty stuff about Black people.
That guy was hitting on the Africans.
Disrespect my hero Marcus Garvey, who have done more for Black people than anybody in the Gambian history that ever existed.
Marcus Garvey, look, we Africans doesn't know nothing about that. Look,
Black people around the world, and any Gambian that ever lived.
We Africans don't give a damn about Garvey. We don't know. We don't know Garvey. Garvey just be reading a book somewhere as a literature. We don't know nothing about it. Garvey didn't
the reason why, Ola, you claim to be educated and be Nigerian, and you don't know these basic things. It's not like Garvey is a small person or Malcolm X or
Garvey is not part of our struggle for independence. Garvey didn't contribute to nothing to what.
That's the issue. That's the issue. That's why Nigeria is not progressing, because you literally want to isolate.
What do you mean Nigeria is not progressing? What do you mean? What do you mean by Nigeria is not progressing?
Buildings collapsing. Well, brother, check this out. You got buildings collapsing. Let's listen. Brother,
you always projecting. I think make it right.
I'm not, brother. I'm gonna mute you right now. You listen to this and then you give me a reply back. If Nigeria is progressive, why is half of the population of your women out there around the world as prostitutes, and the other half of the men around the world as scammers? Okay, so that's not a productive
You
society.
see,
I mean,
pick
you
to
need
as scammer. Can you
have,
tell an
have,
Indian man?
have some
Can you
sense.
tell an Indian man as scammers? Can you tell an Indian man as
I'm
scammers?
saying
What is what
you have.
you are
I'm
for
saying you have a high
Jamaica?
population. No,
You are
you
for
can't compare.
Jamaica. You are for
Can't compare
forget
small
forget
population, super
you
smart
don't try
black
to
people.
portray this. Don't try to portray.
Listen here, I'm not gonna go back and forth with you shouting. You let me finish and I'll talk, and you can talk when I'm finished. You know what I mean? Like I mentioned to you, number one, and number one, go different parts of the world, and then you ask them who are doing the prostitution. You have a high percentage of your women from Nigeria prostituting themselves all over the world, and you have your men from Nigeria, a high percentage of them around the world as scam artists. I'm not saying that there's no progressive business people in Nigeria, but what I'm saying, as far as the degenerates, you have a high percentage of them. You know what I mean? Like no other people. You know what I'm saying? So yes, it's not a very progressive nation and things like that. When people try to go there and do tourism and they tell me all they see is just people scattered everywhere. Outside of the one or two.
Bomani, play this one video. Play the video.
No, I want to hear what he has to say, because he just think that his people are the cream of the damn crop. And it's like, what are they doing to progress in the African continent? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And I'm not like looking at it as a one-side situation, but don't come up here on your high horse thinking that your folks are doing certain things. Just like I talk about Afrodomus, he's literally a degenerate. He say nothing about the sex tourism and all the nasty stuff that goes on there, but he's quick to be disrespectful. I'm shutting down all of you folks with all of the little fake little YouTube bullshit foolishness, because I'm a one educated person, have way higher education than people like yourself, Ola, and the rest of your folks who have third grade education. People like myself are really intelligent, and we really analyze this thing. And I don't limit myself to what I know in Jamaica. I'm a global Pan-African person, or been around the world, been across 6 continents, and literally are doing impressive stuff to where I don't let people try to just feel like, oh, that you're not gonna pull this stuff on me. Y'all can pull this stuff on other people coming. You got people coming there like Dynasty are coming there. Y'all doing a little scam, telling him that he's a prince, and he come back here think he's a fucking devoted prince. All this little foolishness. And then y'all got all these women into this witchcraft stuff, making they seem like they're gonna get their little orishas and their little things, and they're gonna pray, and they're gonna put some dust up in the air and put some white stuff on, and they're gonna get prosperity and stuff. All kind of foolishness. Where is the progressive energy? And I'm not talking about all Nigerians. I'm just saying enough of y'all do this little fake ass stuff, and then y'all want to come up in here and run your mouth. Fix your own problems. Fix your
if you're selling a business, just let me know you're selling a business, bro. Nigeria. Hold on. Nigeria is not a tourist zone, and will never be.
That is stupidity.
Hold on. You're from Jamaica.
Somebody got to worry about getting a bus hijacked.
I've been around the world, bro. I've been around the world.
Yeah, where you been around the world at?
Yeah, I've been around the world. Even the United States you're talking about, I don't live there, but I've been there for a lot of times. You understand me? I've been to London. I've lived in London for a lot of times.
Nigerians talk all that stuff, but ain't none of
y'all go back to hold on. I've been to France. I live in France for 3 years.
The whole country.
Been to the airport.
So when you start spilling these things out, degenerated, or people are scamming, or people are doing this.
A lot of your people around the world are
hold on.
What it is.
You can talk all these things you want. It's one hand, it's easy to be Pan-African. In the other hand, it's also easy to be xenophobic, or to be hateful towards the other in your mind. You get what I'm saying? In your mind. But
nobody's hateful. These are
consciously or unconsciously, only when you have place to get. I don't know nothing about Dynasty, wherever he went to become a prince or he don't become a prince.
That little fake stuff.
So Dynasty have to explain. Where he went to that made him a prince, that make him a Nigerian citizen.
Scam that y'all do to push for people to.
You also do a scam also. You're from Jamaica. You also do a scam also. You think it's only in Nigeria? You also do a scam also. Who is coming other Black Americans in Gambia and in Ghana? Who is coming them? Is it the Africans? All the Black Americans. Who is coming? Who?
What Black American scamming?
So you have to tell me. You have to tell me.
Brother, it was a British lady.
Do Africa ever scam Black Americans? Do Africa ever scam Black Americans or scam any Black person?
Well, no. I got scammed by Nigeria.
So don't come and say, oh, scam. Every country has their own problem.
Brother, you come from a scamming.
If you see problem to pick in Nigeria, also a problem also to pick also.
Brother, you come from a scamming and a prostitution.
In Jamaica also, you understand me?
You come from a scamming and prostitution culture.
Hey, yo, bro, Bomani, please play that video right now. Please.
Jamaicans also doing prostitution, also, bro. Let's just be honest. Jamaica also doing prostitution too. You know, you can just fight fault with the Gambians. How about the Jamaican women dating black, the white men over there?
Yeah, play that video I just sent you.
I got you, brother. Hey, Kala, you got the guy mad today, man. but Kala, wasn't he saying nasty things about black women in America?
Yeah, Afro dumbass, you know.
No, I'm talking about Ola.
I checked him last time. I checked him. I hope he learned something, you know.
I don't think he did.
Black women in America, there's many black women in America. Ratchet. What you see on social media is not the real black Americans. A lot of black women that carry, most of them carry with dignity, grace, beautiful, and everything like that, man. Make your jaw drop. There's so many beautiful black African American women here. It's unreal. But they just on their own thing. That's why brothers go overseas and whatnot, because they got high standards and whatnot, you know?
Oh, wow. Let me play this video right here. I like this one.
Where are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
Yeah, my passport.
I said, where are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
From what city in Nigeria?
From Enugu City.
And why do you have all these drugs in your apartment?
Listen to me. I don't have them. I have my goods.
You lie.
I cannot lie for you, my brother. I cannot lie. I used to make my good business in Thailand. Only little did I know that they gave me problem. That's led me into this. But I'm sorry. I will never repeat it again. I will never repeat it again. Please.
The drugs are in your pocket.
Yeah, they are in my pocket.
This is a very large amount of ice.
I'm sorry.
Where did you get it from?
I did not get it from any source. Only somebody brought it to me before.
Somebody who?
I don't. They used to keep somewhere and then you will take. Who? I don't know who. They will keep and then you will give. You go and take. That's how they do. That's how it is done. Nobody in particular gives me, my brother.
So how do you buy?
I only when they give you. I don't even pay. They give me, and when I sell, I give and limit their money back to them.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Getting them so many Nigerians on death row in Asia.
Ola, is that one of your people, man? Ola, is that how your people be rolling? He quiet now. He's mad at us. He just on mute. Hey, go ahead, brother.
Look. You show me a guy who went to commit a crime somewhere. How about the passport bro in America who's looking for women ass everywhere, videoing them and everything? Is that don't you want that they chase out in Brazil? You show me something, a guy maybe who went to do illegal business, for money or something like that. How about the black Americans who are carrying? How about the black Americans who are carrying the cameras every time, looking for women, showing bitches and everywhere, looking for women and everything? You understand me? So you have to understand that everybody, what was being chased out of Brazil? You understand? So you have to talk about
women in Spain. What are you talking about?
Look, it's not about the confidence. It's not about whatever it is. If you were to commit crime and then you be caught, that's your own problem in another person's country. That's not my problem. You understand me? There's bad people, there are good people in everywhere. So you cannot just be picking up, this or this, that or that. Good. That's what it's a bad example. They're also good. You also think about the banks that everybody people
all the time.
It's Ola, you're saying we have good white people then, right? Tell me about the good white people.
There are good white people. There are good people everywhere. If you want to see hate, you always see hate. If you want to see love, you always see love. You never know where your opportunity will come. Whoever help you. You think a typical black to black will ever help you? Hell no. People that will help you never know where they will from. So you must have to broaden your perspective.
Are they there to help? Are they there to help in Gambia? They help in Gambia? Are the white people that's there preying on children? A lot of them come to Africa. There's one video the other day.
Kala, you see people praying on children. How do you know this white party coming to pray on children?
Well, check us out. Play that next video, Bomani.
I'll play the next video. But Ola, what I want to say to you, Ola, is kind of like, it's like me coming to Nigeria, starting a civil war, and then turn around and give you all hate and then help you do certain things and everything. You know what I mean? it's kind of
Nigeria too sophisticated for that. You know, we're just too big for that. Nobody can come and say, nah, man.
That's what the white people are doing.
Man.
That's what the white people are doing. They basically cause all the chaos.
You can go to a population of about 2 million. You can go to population about 2 million, 1 million. Nigeria is just too big for that. Nobody, even when you come into Nigeria, nobody know anything about dynasty in Nigeria. Maybe in the tiny
these
village
people are all internet people. But what I'm saying is that the folks, what they do is they con people. You go there and they make it feel like
you see when Dennis went to ask for the passport there, when Dennis went to ask for the passport there, they said they call him. Maybe now he said they call him now. That's the problem with Black Americans.
That's a scam.
Whether you do or you don't do. Even if you do, they will criticize you. You don't do, they will criticize you.
Now everybody think they can just go to Nigeria and get a passport and think, no, they just literally, it's not that simple.
Okay, what did he want them to ask for the passport? Why did when he was asking for knocking doors or all the African embassy who can give him passport? Then he went to Nigeria. I don't know what he went to do there. Then he get the Now he's not gonna get them because he have a Cerulean passport.
He went to pray to all those religions and
one thing you have to understand the way he criticized Nigeria for getting the passport that they call him. That's the way Sierra Leone will say, oh, this is also not good for Naughty also. You understand me? So let's just tell you the truth. It does not go one way or the other. We're all West Africans. We know what it is.
What do you say about that, Colin? He actually muted himself. I think
I
don't
know
his breath from him going off.
I would say that the idea of getting a passport, I think if you're going to get a passport in the country, you should donate some of your income in America to the tax base of the country. That's why I said, or don't get a passport, just go there. And then they got people holding passports and they ain't contributing nothing to the freaking country. That's the way I see it, That's why I'm against people talking about, I want to do citizenship in Liberia. Yeah, right, with my dead body. Unless you're going to go there and contribute to society, be civic-minded, everything like that, stay your ass in America.
Well, they just want a passport. I got a passport. I don't have to pay no visa fees.
It's all fake shit. That's not.
I don't have to pay no visa fees. That's a little bit of money the country get to actually do something. In
That's why I say I don't mind paying.
You want to take it away from them.
I'm helping the country. I'm paying a visa fee. So what? I get to see the country.
Hey, I pay for visa fees. I pay residency. I pay for all kind of stuff, and it's all good, family. Just like I mentioned, but it's kind of like supporting Black-owned business. Also, it's like, when are y'all gonna want to support Black X7? Why do y'all want everything for free?
So you can't say that about us.
And that's why I'm telling people, don't call me, because everything I do here is business. You know what I'm saying? And everything has an hourly cost. You know what I mean? There's no freebie here. Only thing you get is free information that's on our websites. That's it. You call it, be about business. I mean, we got to get away from that. Because when I tell people you invest in me and do business with me, I invest in other Black people and do business with other Black people. That's the nature of our business. Africa for Africans, Black South Pan-African community. It's to do business with other Black people, mainly African countries.
It comes out of white people shit. They pay full price. They pay everything. They don't say white people say. They said when they want Black people, they want a discount. They want hookups and everything like that. They're bringing that mentality to the continent. They don't want to pay.
I tell them, don't play games. I tell them, the people who support what we do, I tell them what I do primarily is most of the business that we support is in Africa. It's what it is. That's the nature of what we're doing. Our goal is to build business with Black people in Africa. Straight up, and that's what it's about. Real deal. So you spend money with us, we spend money with our own people. We build together, we figure it out. We figure it out. But all this little fake stuff that people be doing, man, I'm just not down with it. You know what I mean? And anybody want to have the balls to call me and want to come lecture me, come and lecture me, because I ain't got time for your games. You know what I'm saying? Because people like to run their mouth. I tell people what I do. This is our show and what we're pushing and what we're doing. You come talk to me about business and everything, stay at what we're talking about, because we ain't got time for that. Like, I got this one fake, I got a bunch of these people. I'm not even going to call them different names. I got some of these fake folks, they literally, it's like, what I mean? It's like, we're doing a business in Africa. You're going to connect with us. Don't connect with me and telling me, I should talk about, I shouldn't say this about Woody Meyer. I shouldn't say this about Umar Johnson. I shouldn't say this about whoever. I mean, I don't think there's anybody I have not talked about or called. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just calling out all of the fakes and the phonies. There's a bunch of them. You know, this game is being overshadowed and being run by a bunch of internet clowns, and I'm sick of it. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying, we're about their life. This be about their life. But people, want to just do their little profile. Oh, I went to Nigeria and they made me a king. They made me the king of footstools. The king of what that they just give you a title just to give you a title and playing games with you. Because they want to use you and that's it. I mean, what are we connecting to organically? And that's why we have to build the Afrikstan, brother. And that's why when you've been, since you've been dropping that science, I'm telling people I'm with this all the way. Because I don't see any other way for us to have anything in Africa. Because all we do is just going and giving.
Yep.
But look, nobody asks Africans as dynasty to come to Africa. Look, just you to Nigeria. So nobody's playing games. So you see, sometimes I'm very, very confused of people that live over there. Really, because I was changing my light towards my solar. That's why you didn't hear me. Look, let me just tell you the truth. When you come to Africa, then these people receive you, then you go back there. We've been seeing a lot of videos about Black Americans who come to Africa and start attacking them. So you might say this is internet. People don't know. When look, hold on. Sooner or later, the Africans will know. When the whites started showing cameras of somewhere African children, there's fly running on them. We Africans didn't know in time, but when we know, even in Nigeria, bring out your camera and say, as a white person, you want to take a picture. You see what they will do to you. You understand me? Even the market women, see how they will. My wife is white. My wife cannot even bring out the camera from her own car to say, I like this goat. Hold on,
brother,
I like this goat.
Did you just say you have a white devil wife?
Why do you say devil wife? Man, don't say that, man. I have a beautiful wife that can give me a very beautiful children. Don't say that.
All of these beautiful Nigerian women, and you marry a white devil?
What do you mean by that? Love doesn't know color.
Yes, it does. Bomba Creed. Yo,
love doesn't know color. Love doesn't know color. You know what I'm saying? Me and her built together. Me and her built together. We are beautiful children. We are beautiful business. We work in the same place. You understand me? We love each other a lot. What about? I'm not just that B1, that B2, or that B3, bro.
Now, is she rich? Is she rich? Now, if she rich and you taking her money, yo, we can.
What about rich?
Yeah, if she rich,
this real love. This real love, bro.
Brother,
this real love.
You're a Nigerian. You don't believe in
real love.
You marry that white woman. You're Nigerian. You don't believe in real love.
You don't know who we got.
You marry that white devil.
Let's forget about this.
You marry that white devil. Hold on, you gotta let me talk. You marry that white devil to take her money. Just tell me that's the truth. Don't tell me you love that white devil. Is she like fat and ugly?
No, man.
Is she fat and ugly? Or is she like pretty?
I've been married. I'm going to 26 years, bro. 26 years. So this is real love.
When you married her, she was like beautiful.
This is real love. This is real love, bro. This is real love.
She like one of those old, wrinkly, ugly white women.
This is real love. This is real love. This is not about.
Okay, Ola, what is she like? Is she like a Chrissy Brinkley type white chick, or is she like a?
Or she, you know what I'm saying?
Martha Stewart.
My wife is 6'2", tall.
Oh, she one of those like Amazon.
My wife is 6'2", tall.
She's like one of those Amazon women, right?
Dutch woman, tall.
Oh my God! So she basically a transvestite. Oh shit!
Transvestite.
Oh shit! Yo, family.
Transvestite cannot give you. Transvestite cannot give you beautiful territory, dog. You understand me? 3 beautiful children.
Brother, let me show you my Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Only thing we deal with is beautiful black women. You know what I'm saying? All over the place. I'm a true sailor, true black sailor. You know what I'm saying? We don't do all of this stuff, man. So you're telling me out of all the beautiful, like I've been with you have a beautiful, fine Nigerian women. I've met them in different places.
Forget you can love who you love who you want to love.
So what happened?
You can love who you want to love. Forget all this.
The Nigerian woman was so
love who you want to love.
They were so beautiful that you was like, oh my God, that's so beautiful. I don't want them. Let me go get
Forget who you want to love. You understand? You can love Jamaica. You can love Asia. You can love whatever you want to love.
One thing about someone like that's a Jamaican, Black American, Ghanaian, we're black. That's one thing we have in common. We have a lineage of connection. It's a little different. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But you yourself, you literally, you married the enemy Tell me, brother. Well, I can't even call you no. I
You
can't
see,
even call you
you
brother
see,
anymore.
you see
married
enemy
the-
as in love.
Since you married the enemy, what is? Tell me, are you gonna take up? Are you gonna like wipe out a bank account and like give it to the Black Power Revolution?
I wipe nothing shit, bro. That's my blood, though. That's my blood. That's my heart. Real love. 26. We're going to 26 here.
Yo, I knew that. Yo, bro. I knew this guy was a spy.
You know, you think
that's
you
what
think,
they do.
So what
That's
I'm
what
trying
these
to
people
tell
do,
you,
family. They marry the enemy and then they infiltrate Black organization. You know what I'm saying? Literally. He just proved it to himself right
your
there.
Black organization is not selling Africa.
He's saying that he's saying that he didn't want to be with a Black woman because a white woman would have get him somewhere further. So you're telling the rest of the Black children that that's how you look at it. You look at this get with a white woman because a Black woman can't do anything for you. Man,
I
must be playing the game wrong. Maybe I'm spending too much time with all my beautiful Black women. Maybe that's what I'm doing.
I see love. Which beautiful Black women you talking about? Everybody's beautiful. That people are good, people are bad in different colors. It can be red, it can be white, it can be green, it can be anything.
Oh my God! You married a white devil and you're proud of it. Oh
forget about this.
You marry
forget about you can do a lot. You can do a lot with different people.
God.
You can do a lot with different people.
You got me so fooled, man. I'm thinking that you're about Black people, man. You ain't about Black people, brother.
Black what? Black what?
You're
I'm not B1. I'm not B2. I'm not into that shit.
Yo, you fooled me, man.
Bomani,
enemy, brother. The enemy within. The enemy within, man. This is one of the enemies within.
Yeah,
he could be going back to his white masters and selling our secrets and our battle plans. Let me play the next video
about the thing. I'm going to show this video about sex tourism in the Gambia. This is friggin' atrocious. You know, this is what I want Afro dumbass to focus on.
Afro dumbass don't have the balls to talk about that topic. That coward.
Because he got those same people that supporting him. You know, because they're uncomfortable now that people going to the Gambia. He's trying to stop it. You know, he's working for the white sex tourist trade. He ain't fooling nobody.
All right, so wait and take boom, 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 coming at you, coming at you, coming at you, coming at you.
And nobody would probably say nothing about Ola, you know, that they didn't talk so much shit about us online all the time. Black America this, Black America.
Yo, but the thing of it, man, with all these fine Nigerian women in the world, rich, successful, beautiful, brilliant, he married. He went out there. He went out there and married a cave bitch.
He could have got Ethiopia.
Look, you know how happy am I? You know how happy am I? I'm a very happy man. I can be with anybody I want to be with, but I'm a very happy man, bro.
You up to something, even the most.
Nobody's up to something. Nobody's up to something.
What are you up to, bro?
Nobody's up to something, bro. Forget all this your black love, no black love. There's nothing like anything color love.
Black man need to be with black woman. Black man need to be with black woman.
No, hell no.
Black is strong together.
You can be with anybody you want to be with.
We do not race mix. You know what I'm saying?
You can be with anybody you want to be with.
You lucky this is not back in the day.
I don't see the rich Chinese marrying and passing their heritage on to black people. You know,
black
I don't see the rich Europeans that we always get that white trash.
You can say people can say they can say whatever they want to say about pictures I take and things like that. But whatever y'all may think, it's always with a black woman. It's always whether the sisters from whatever country you can name it. Whether it's from I don't even gonna name no country because I'm not when people think those things, but that's what I believe in. That's why all the photos I take with beautiful black women is just that's it. No, I don't. That's it. For Instagram, Facebook, whatever, show people. I say black man and black woman need to be together. You know what I'm saying? Serious. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. One day we're gonna castrate all you. You know what I mean? You sellouts and literally repopulate the world of strong black children. You know what I mean? Literally. You came all the way here to marry a white devil. That is, I am like,
you are a businessman. You are a businessman. You think you think in a business way. Okay. Why is your money not saying black money? Why is your money not black money? That you have to be dark. The money you use it It's a white money. It's a white boy that created that money.
So
That
what
dollar
does that?
you're talking about.
What does that have to do with me?
The America, the
What
United
does that
States
have
you
to
live
do
in,
with
the United
sleeping
States
with the
you live in
enemy?
is being created by the white man.
What does
Yeah,
that have to do?
we also helped build this country. So,
But what does that have to do with sleeping with the enemy
So
and you being with
so
a
don't
white
forget.
devil? Why are
So
you
don't say
justifying
don't
not
select
being?
don't select
Why are you
this or
justifying
don't
not
select
being with a
that.
black woman?
Forget that.
Why are you
Forget that.
justifying not being with a black woman?
Forget
That
that.
has
You
nothing
can
to
be
do with that.
whoever you want to
White
be with
money
as long as
is
you're happy.
what?
It's all about the happiness.
Happiness.
You
So
know-
so basically, basically, no black woman make you happy. Not even all the multitude of beautiful Nigerian women don't make you happy.
Oh, my beautiful Dutch woman make me very happy.
You
Bro.
basically got with this white devil because
My
you're trying to get her money.
beautiful Dutch
You're
woman make me
trying,
very happy,
trying to
bro.
do the typical Nigerian
You
scam
know,
and get that woman's
my
money.
beautiful
You don't
white
have
woman
no
make me
love.
very happy, bro.
She's probably monitoring you right now, trying to see how loyal you are. Let me play the
I'm very
video.
loyal.
So how much? So yeah, how much money are you gonna shake her down for?
Is it money? We don't shake shake money.
I
We
mean,
love each other.
That's the
My
nature of your
money's
culture.
my
The
money's
nature
our
of your
money. Have
culture,
money's
you're up to
have
something.
have money for
You're not in love with her.
for the children money. My money's our money. Have money's for the children money.
Oh, that's so sweet.
So let me put it
You're
through
breaking
to
my
you.
heart. You're
Have
breaking my
money.
heart.
Have money for the children money. My money's our money.
Oh, that's so sweet. You just made me want to shed some tears right now. You're really adorable today, Ola. You have ruined the situation now. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna look at you as the white devil lover. Wow, man. Hey, all you young Nigerian boys out there, please do not look up to Ola and get with a white devil trash. Always stick to our women. We are beautiful black women. And if you know what I'm saying, if nothing else, you can come to our beautiful Jamaica and be productive. You come to our beautiful black America and be productive. You know what I mean? But please stop.
Jamaica women also marry white men also. You know the bad.
Some of those.
You don't talk about that.
Trust me, brother. We're gonna have something for some of those sellouts. You know what I mean? It's not over. It's not over. There's gonna be a crime against that one. Like I mentioned, when you come in our town in our Afrikstan, that is outlawed. You literally be put in jail for life.
Yeah, keep that stuff
with no parole. That is
brother,
a crime.
you are a businessman.
In
You're
hard
making
labor.
money.
Like
you're
someone
making
like
money and everything.
Like
So
someone like you, we'll be out working the fields for 12 hours a day. That's it. That's your life for the rest of your life.
No, we don't do no Negro, feed Negro, half Negro, yeah.
Hey,
You said?
play the video. I want to see this video so bad.
We don't do no half Negro or Negro here, man. No feed Negro, no half Negro here.
Rock on, baby.
Tourism industry is
Everybody
worth billions, with millions of sex workers, both legal and illegal, scattered around the globe,
Most of them
including
Nigerians.
Africa.
Most of them
Now,
Nigerians.
the Gambia is one of the top destinations for sex tourism in Africa, with youth unemployment at 45%. Some young Gambians are turning to prostitution. But the big issue is, how high is the price for a better life?
The Gambia, a small country in West Africa and a hot location for sex tourism. We head to the coastal city of Serekunda. Senegambia Road is the go-to spot for parties and prostitutes. The 77% host, Edith Kamani, is meeting Brit Deborah Ives.
Hi there, how are you doing? Good. You must be Deborah. Yes, I am.
She has owned the Britannia, a bar on the Strip, for 5 years.
I've been there.
We hear that in the Gambia there are a lot of people who are engaging in sex tourism. Is this something that you've seen, you're familiar with, you're aware of, you've heard of?
I know it's going on, but I haven't actually seen it with my own eyes. I hear stories, but you don't know how much it's true. But yeah, I believe it's going on.
Do you think these young men and women understand what they're putting themselves into,
they're
the
being
risks that are
taken advantage
involved
of.
in such a business?
I've no idea. I mean, I've never stopped to speak to anybody, call it what you like, a victim or whatever. But you see, some of them won't stop it because it's easy money. These girls, they want the new jeans, they want the earrings, they want a new wig, they want, the lipsticks, but they also need to provide for their family.
Deborah knows prostitution is going on, but she chooses to look the other way. Tourists bring in money after all. But is it really as simple as this? Sell your body to a stranger and afterwards hit the shops for a new pair of jeans? At night, the Britannia and other bars are buzzing with young locals and older tourists, both men and women. In the side streets, plenty of hotels offer rooms by the hour. It's the next morning, and we want to hear from the prostitutes themselves. Why do they do this, and how do they really feel about it? We're on our way to meet a bumster, as the male sex workers are known locally.
Just now, we're so lucky. Someone called us and said, we can talk to you. So we're driving there now. Let's see what he says. Hopefully we get him on camera.
Rahim, as he calls himself, goes to bed with men and women for money.
Sick! Yeah. Disgusting, my
Does anyone know that this is the business you are doing here in the Gambia?
No. Sick
How it works, how it starts, how the tourist gets connected to?
The people.
Yeah, the people.
Yeah, like how everyone connected, because when they are on holiday, they are on their self. So they walk around, so people see them, they talk to them. So it's up to them to see who is nice to them and do things with, you know.
How much money were you offered that you thought, you know what, this is actually good for me?
It's not that much, 1,500 euros.
1,500 euros might sound like a lot, but it's not. For this price, Rahim is at the whim of the sex tourist 24 hours a day for a whole month. With this money, he can support his family and his cannabis habit. He smokes to forget.
Is there one point where your brain switched and you said, it's fine, I have to do it, so I might as well enjoy it?
Not enjoying, man. I don't enjoy.
There's not enough ganja and drugs in the world. You know what I mean? This is a sick, man.
No, I just do it for business, for the money.
Was it something you felt comfortable with?
No, I didn't feel comfortable with it.
How did you feel?
Terrible.
The majority of tourists to the Gambia come from Great Britain, the Netherlands, and Belgium. Many are looking for sex. The client longs for a certain kind of companionship, while the sex worker longs for a different life. The Gambians who work in this business feel they don't have any alternative. In this majority Muslim country, the problem is played down. Youth Minister Henry Gomez says there's no need for action.
Gambia is a friendly country. They call Gambia the smiling coast of Africa. If they met a tourist on the street and talk to him or talk to her, I cannot just come and say, no, you should not talk to the tourists.
The tourism industry in the Gambia is being developed. 4 direct flights a week will soon be running between here and Germany, and there are bound to be sex tourists among the passengers. The only politician to get worked up about this is Tourism Minister Hamad Bar.
We have this belief that bombs are a value that can increase tourism. I'm coming. Let me land, madam, please. Let me land. Let me land. The fact of the matter is, this country's image have been battered heavily. I was in Europe suffering everywhere, and I discovered things that are so disheartening.
I agree.
I discovered that we are considered a sex destination country.
Yes.
Gambia's reputation for sex tourism is not new, but there's little politicians can do about it. The bumpsters are simply offered too much money to refuse. But what are they sacrificing in return?
Dignity.
Did it feel good at any point?
No, I never feel good at any point, because the first time I involved, after then I get paid, I started regretting.
You started what?
I started feeling guilty about it.
What would you say to people who might judge you?
If they judge me in that way, they have all the right, because I shouldn't have.
Was it worth it, the money that he gave you? Did it help your family?
At the end, I thought it doesn't worth it. At the moment, the time I was doing it, I think it worth it because I was in need of it. But after I see it as it doesn't worth it.
Tourists bring in money, that much is clear. But can any amount of money really make up for the effect that sex work has on the young people here?
Yes, brother. What is your comment you have to say? As a matter of fact, Ola, what do you think
Look. You show something that the media is so section of the media trying to blow something up that's not relative. Why don't you talk about the pimping that is going on in the United States, on the street of the United States?
Yo,
And
Virgin,
what is the problem, man? Are the white people pimping those black American women on the street in the United States, or are they not black
Where do you get
Americans pimping their own people?
This is illegal.
What the hell, dude? Where do you get this foolishness from? We're talking
No,
about.
I'm just asking you. You showing something that why don't you show the pimping in the United States?
It's always a flexion. Nigeria's always
I can't.
Why you showing the pimping in the United States? You're showing these ones. Nobody's forcing them.
Brother, the show is not about America. This show is not about America, and it's not about Jamaica. What's wrong with you people, yo?
So what I'm trying to tell you is this: you can show anything. You can show anything. You can show anything you want to. You show anything you want to show, but the country have a government. The country have a government. That government have to take control of whatever illegal things that are going on there. You understand me? Prostitution is a part of all business. You can't really stop it. You can't stop it. It happens everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
But hold on, let's agree to one thing. Let's agree that no one sells more punani than Nigerian women.
How about the Jamaicans? You don't talk about the Jamaicans selling their own punani also.
But the percentage of Jamaican women is very
small. You have to talk about the Jamaicans. You talk only about the Nigerians. You know, that just one thing we find that we that live in Africa, we that live in Africa, we never know, we never say, oh, black Americans doing prostitution in the street of Philly. Or black Americans doing prostitution in the street of California, or even Atlanta. Even when we see all these things.
I hate to just keep, but I have to meet you. I was like, brother, let's stop for a second. Give me a few seconds. The population in Jamaica is very small, and you don't have Jamaicans in South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, you name the country in Africa doing that business you're talking about. You go around and you ask people, they're going to tell you who is doing that, who is running the market. I mean, it's not like I'm a sailor. I travel around the world, so you ask these questions. I mean, so let's agree to that fact. Can we agree to one thing? That no other woman around the planet sells more punani and do more prostitution than Nigerian women.
Have you ever seen where Nigerian woman is doing prostitution? Have you ever come in contact with them? You are proof.
Absolutely, brother. I was born yesterday. I was born yesterday or something. You think I don't get around and know these things? You don't think I travel and move around?
But buddy, you that is speaking now, it will be very easy for you to hate also an African also because you're doing business.
But
you don't love them. You only making money there.
Brother, I'm a young man. I'm traveling as a young man. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think I can tell you is you like women and you meet women and you know these things. That's the only thing I can tell you.
You don't like Africans. You only try to make money there. You don't like them. Let us be honest. I come across Jamaicans. I come across Jamaicans also don't like Africans also.
Brother, some of the nicest women I've ever met.
Don't come and say this Pan-African to us. Don't come and say this Pan-African to us as Africans. He's not going to.
Brother, some of the nicest women I've met in Africa are Nigerian women.
You know, so don't come and say, oh, Gambia is better, oh, Liberia is better. Sooner or later, you also be going after them, also criticizing them also. We know about how Black America come on YouTube. Even when they dine and eat with this people, they also go back and start hating on them. You're only making money, just like you and Diners also the same thing. Nothing come out of it.
Don't put me in the same category as Centers as Diners, please. Or
you know, so let's just be honest. That also come, and we could see that when they have the Nigerian passport, you go to Sierra Leone,
spending a lot of money.
The blue, you know, so you don't play a game like that.
I spend a lot of money in Black-owned business. That's what I do. Anybody who travel with or move with me, they'll tell you that's what we do. We make sure that's one thing that we do serious. So the other people you're talking about, they may be on some other stuff. This is what we do.
So we don't. So you just say you're a businessman. Don't say you love Africans. You can make your business.
Yeah. I spend and I do business.
Don't say you love Africa. So don't say you can also do your tourism to Asia.
Do what?
I think you can also do your tourism to Asia also. So don't say because you do your business. Don't say because you do your business to Africa that you love the Africans. You don't love the Africans.
Brother,
Black Americans or Caribbeans never really love Africans. We know that.
Let me explain something to you. Let me tell you the difference. Say example, I was doing all Asian tours and I was doing all African tours. What do you think benefit Black people? The African tours based because now I'm gonna work with I'm gonna work with brothers and help them get into business. We're gonna connect. We're gonna hire people. We're gonna work together. We're gonna build partnership and business together. And I'm gonna stay in Black-owned hotels. I'm gonna eat at Black-owned restaurants, and I'm gonna do business with Black people. Now, if I go to Asia, all I'm gonna be doing is giving my money to Asian establishments, and it's not gonna benefit our people. So I'm collecting money from Black people, and I'm choosing to do business in Africa. That is the right thing to do. And if you ask me, do I love African people in Africa? Absolutely, 100%. But some of our people in Africa are village idiot. They're primitive. Some of them are literally scammers like yourself. Just like we have
do you think when Africans build hotel, do you think when Africa built hotel, they're waiting for Black America to come and feed that hotel? No.
Listen here.
Not too long, the Black Americans the Black America were coming to Africa, even not too long.
Listen
so
here.
All these hotels Africans built.
If a Ghanaian built a hotel
for themselves,
a Ghanaian built a hotel
for Black America to come and feed them. No, what type of come and feed them?
All right, hold on for a second. You're talking like an ignorant village idiot, like you have no education. That's why you married that nasty white devil.
Look,
you listen and you look. If a Ghanaian man is building a business and I'm going there and supporting my Ghanaian brother, that's what we should be doing as a people, and that's what I do. Some of us don't do that stuff. Some of us be on some other stuff. So it's not like they're waiting for me to do anything with them. They're gonna make their money, yes, but but some people don't get a lot of business unless more of us come from different parts of the world and do business with each other. That just like people like myself, I depend on dealing with Black people to do business because I don't have a bunch of. It's not like I don't have no white customers or no white people doing business with me. No white people call here to try to do any business with me. Now I do business with my and that's just how this business operates. I can't speak for other people's business. Let me let these two in. You know what I mean? So you should be thanking me. You should be like, Bomani, that's good that you're doing. You're doing business with Black people in America, and you're taking that Black corporate economics money and you're spending it with Black-owned business in America and Africa. And that's what I tell people. I'm real about Pan-African. I don't have no mixed half-breed children, and I don't swirl with no white women, and I don't talk down. I talk down to the people who have created opportunities for me. You're in America, somewhere where Black people have built opportunities so you can have something. And instead of you being thankful, you go off and use your so-called genius and go marry a village, go marry a trailer trash white devil. You are a disgrace to the Nigerian people.
You spilling hate.
Disgrace.
You spilling.
And then you have the nerve, brother. You have the nerve to come on my platform. I don't.
You spilling hate. Stop spilling hate.
I don't deal with swirlers. I don't deal with trash.
Stop spilling hate. You go to Africa. You don't like Africans.
I don't like Africans.
Brother. You don't like Africans. Let's be honest. You go occupy Africa without the Africans. I will never walk.
You are. Listen. Our business is called Africa of Africans. You jackass. You seller. You're the one that's married a white trash.
People don't like Africans.
You don't like your own African people. You marry a white, ugly, nasty woman, you piece of shit.
Oh, no. Bro.
I'm not, first of all, Ola, I'm not your bro. You are a disgraced Nigerian. You're talking down about somebody who spend money and do business with Black people in Africa. You know, the fact of it is, I can't stand trash like you, who ain't have no allegiance to doing anything Black. It's people like you I talk about. You know what I'm saying? You literally had a chance to do something with Black people, and you literally marry a white devil trash. You don't get no love on here. You are banned from here for life. As a matter of fact, I won't even put you back in the stream. You are a sellout, a race trader, and a piece of trash. If any of y'all married to these white devils think y'all gonna come on here and lecture me about anything, y'all got something coming for y'all. I got something for all of y'all. I got something for all of y'all tonight. Who got next? Who got next? Get out of here, Ola. Go, you little trash. Literally a sellout. Talking about I don't love my name of my company is called Africa for the Africans. You go ask the people at the bank why they keep on trying to block my card, because they want to, like, if somebody's taking your money from Africa. I was like, no, this is business I'm paying money to. And it was like, why are you spending up? I was like, well, tour guides, hotels, business people, land investment, all that stuff needs to be paid for. because I used to get my accounts blocked all the time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And, you know, I could reroute that business and go do business in Switzerland or somewhere else. It's a choice. I made a choice to do business with us. I'm not gonna have no fake ass Nigerian married to no white devil trash and tell me I hate African people. I talk about the sellouts and the degenerates that are here in America, where I'm from in Jamaica, and where I do business in Africa. It's all relevant in my life. And anybody from any of those countries that have an issue with what I said, you deal with it. Because this is the reality. I'm not here to play games with people. I'm talking about my life experience of dealing with Black people and traveling across 6 continents and doing business in America and Africa. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm not gonna let no fake ass Nigerian. I mean, this guy on a Black platform. I tell people ask me if white people travel. I'm like, no, I mean, they can't be that dumb to travel with me. I mean, they can call me and talk, but it's like when you see the Black Pan-Africanism and you see like 30 groups of nothing but Black people in there. Some may be dark as hell, and some may be light as hell, some may be brown as hell, and some we may be all different shades of black and light and light. But you're all Black folks, and that's what you're gonna see our energy with. You know what I mean? Other people can do what they need to do, but I'm building something where we need to focus and work together. And I'm not gonna have someone like himself feel like he can tell me about anything Black. You don't ever have Black children. You don't ever have a Black woman. You don't ever have Black relationships with people. You don't have any loyalty to your country, to your people. That's what I'm saying. Too much of these fake ass people come on here or be out there just running their mouth, and we need to get them support. When you come on here, I'm gonna roast you and put you on fire. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, family, we've been doing this for a long time before any of these clowns that been on here. Whether it's Woody Meyer, whether it's this person, that person, whatever. You know what I mean? Where is the loyalty to our movement? Where is the dedication to us doing things Black and building something?
Yeah, you see that? You see when
that's my problem.
Video,
go ahead, brother.
No,
go ahead.
No friggin'. I thought you were gonna say, man, that's messed up, but I just saw it and everything. He said, "Oh, why are you playing with?" I'm like, my God, man, that's who we're supposed to put our trust into. People think like that.
Yeah, people don't know.
That broke my heart with that that video broke my heart, man. He just, oh well, why are you showing this? We're not, you know.
Yeah, your line is breaking up real bad. Your stuff is breaking up real bad. I'm not even sure. Let's just if you just go link back real quick.
Okay, hold on. Let me go. Let me come back in.
Yeah, real bad. Let me just introduce Rifleman. Rifleman, go ahead, brother. What you thought about that, Rifleman? Holla at me, man.
Wow. Well, he has a history. He has a history of detracting and kind of taking away from your overall message of what you're trying to show your audience. So, you know, he had to talk about America and all this other stuff, and you're talking about Zambia. So it was really stupid. And it's just like, look, you are trying to be a part of the solution. I'm not saying you have anything to do with Zambia, but it's just like when I see something like that, it's just like I want to, you know, be able to help provide economic opportunity for our people. You know, if you know somebody that wants to invest in Zambia, you know, or something like that, instead of just these weird thoughts this guy has. And like I said, he's always kind of been like that. So I'm very surprised you haven't kicked him. It's taking you this long to kick him off.
Oh, he's banned. I just banned him.
Yeah.
I had to just disgrace him and this you know, things like that, because you're coming on a Black platform talking with Black people who are about Black values, and you married to a white devil trailer trash, and you're gonna tell us about anything, and then you have, you know what I mean, like I asked him one question: who sells more panani than any other woman across the world? I mean, it's a simple answer. He knows what it is. And
it's just like
who scam more Black people than any other Black people? It's who it is. It's not trying to make stuff up. And I'm not saying everybody is like that, but it's like, just because I say that don't mean that I don't like our people in Africa or America. Let me see.
No, it's just he's not a principled person. That's just all that is. He's just not a principled person. And so at the end of the day, it's like, stop trying to. There's so many other places you can go and harass, and you choose to come here where people are actually trying to do something. So you know, at the end of the day, you know, you have shown your works. You know, and he's Nigerian, so he's probably Christian and all that. Nothing against Christians, but it's just like, dude, the good fruit, you know, if you bear good fruit, it's coming from a good tree. So, you're doing that. So that's why it's just weird to me that people like him come to detract.
He's back on, so he's back on as Gift of God Star North Ola. So I think that's him again. Kala, you have anything to say?
No, that ain't him. That's not him, brother. I just wanted to speak about, that. Nah, man.
Rock on, brother.
Yeah, it's my first time on your platform. But all it is just, brothers like that, I take them as confused. Because they don't know where to place themselves within the black monosphere. There is obviously within our society, there is obviously we got the split with black people, whereas there is pro blacks and there is interracial blacks. So brothers like that, sometimes you just gotta give them leeway, because they're just confused, they don't understand. They just jump into the hot pan. Do you understand? They don't really understand the movement of the Pan-African ideology, and they don't understand how the Pan-African ideology is about black empowerment. Yeah, it's about for self. Do you understand? Doing for self. So yeah, there's just a lot of confusion out there, you know what I'm saying? And it's mainly to do with obviously religion and everything else. A lot of our people have been institutionalized in religion, you know what I'm saying, to live in this fantasy world where they think, the world there, everyone should be rosy and connected in some type of way. But the problem is the Asian man doesn't think that way. The European man doesn't think that way. They don't think the way we think. As black people, as Africans, they don't think about all this. Oh yeah, we have to be together. They think about self. They think about doing for self. That's the whole point of black people coming up with this Pan-African ideology, so we can do for self as well. So it's just confusion. Before you jump into a group, before you jump into something, make sure you do your research, do your education. You know what I'm saying? Check on it. Check on Pan-Africanism. Yeah, man. Do your research, man. Do your education. You know what I'm saying? Your due diligence. Before you jump into something, you can't just jumping into a group, then you're talking out of content. It's not, it's not in sequence with the movement and what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work like that. This is a movement. Anyway, thank you very much for letting me onto the platform.
I absolutely appreciate it, man. Yeah, you're right on point about Ola. Yeah, I mean, absolutely right there. He is a bam. This Greece.
Bomani.
Yes,
I'm gonna jump off real quick because I'm still at work, so I've been listening to you guys for like a good 2 hours. And so sorry about that. So my thing is like, look, there's been especially, and I'm gonna talk about like black men like me, who we have a couple of difficulties in America dealing with our women, dealing with finances, dealing with certain stuff. And it's just like, look, if I'm a Pan-African, black is the solution. So if I can't find, and there's sisters in America that are viable, that are ready to cooperate with us, but it seems they're not as many as we like to. So like there's a whole continent, or there's a whole planet full of black women I can try to cooperate with. There's people around the planet, other black folks around the planet I can start businesses with. So just when people are on this, like, black people don't do nothing, and we don't do this, we don't do that, it's like, nah, you just don't want to see. It's just like, be an integrationist if you want to, you know what I'm saying? But don't try to drag the rest of us with you. And I see a lot of that. So I'll hop off on that note, but it's just like, I'm just keep doing what you're doing. And I need to get on your trip like real soon, but unfortunately I have a trip at the end of the year. But it'll have to be next year when I actually get on that tour, and I definitely want to go to Liberia, and hopefully I can see Kala finally. And and like, dude, it's been a journey for me for like 4 years where I've just been reading, interacting with other Africans around the planet, and it's a beautiful thing. And it's just like, that's where I want to be. I want to be with my people, doing well, being happy, being healthy, because that's what we're destined to do.
Absolutely, brother. My number is right at the bottom, man. You can always call or text me and things like that. Not like with some of these fake ass people, like, you know what I'm saying? Try call or texting like people like Woody Mine, see if he communicate with you. Good luck. But anyway, man, link me, brother. We talk about, you know, we'll connect and make, you know, we'll get it all set up, man. I'm looking to recruit. I'm looking to work with my realest brothers out there. And I'm saying I've already dethroned all of the, you know what I'm saying, all of the, you know, all of the idols that people be worshiping. I dethrone all of them. I'll cut the heads off on every single last one of them. And if others pop up, I'll cut the head off them also. And let people know, hey, we got to be real about this movement and things like that. So holla at me so we can build something together organically. Real brothers, real black men stick together, build something for the future for our, you know what I'm saying, for our, you know, our women and our children.
Keep that machete ready, Bomani. You on fire tonight.
Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the people that I'll go organize 100 guys with the machetes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because we have to roll deep and be ready for warfare. And we can't let, you know, the cowards in our race take control of our most valuable movement, which is our movement building a reconnection to Africa. We got cowards like Kidola, literally talk all this stuff about Nigeria and literally go marry a white devil and brag about it. I'm like, if you're gonna play that role, keep that to yourself. You know what I mean? And he's like, you ain't coming up on your boast about, oh, I married a white woman. And any of you cowards think y'all could come on here and run and talk probably like that. You got the wrong brother, because I don't care.
They talk about Marcus.
I'm heartless when it comes to that. Race traders and sellouts, I have no love for you. I would dog you and embarrass you in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be race hustling. You ain't gonna be race hustling on move.
He talks about Marcus Garvey, disrespecting Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, man. I gotta get you some better technology, man.
No. I'm on my phone right now. I went to the kitchen, so I went to get into something to eat, and I got off my iPad. So I was hungry. So
Let me see if there's I got you. No, I mean, I got you. You're out and about. Didn't expect you to roll out this late at night. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I try to limit my late night movements like that.
No, I just went to the refrigerator and got in this chili I had. You know, I wanted to eat. I was trying to eat for like the last 5 hours.
Yes, man. Let me see my brother if you want to go ahead and shout out.
Yo, Bomani.
Yes, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, have you got any links in terms of an investment?
Tanzania.
Well, anywhere, you know.
Not only
any investments, you know, investment journeys. Can you send me something? Yeah, I mean, what we have is those tours you see flowing down the bottom in the website. That's honestly it. The dates, and I have schedules all the time, and the full itinerary is there. Without the true journeys I have done were repatriation, tours, land, investment, business is Ghana and Liberia. Okay,
those tours are written as that. Other tours are, you know, roots and culture, and then, you know, networking.
Right. So I'm more interested in obviously infrastructure, you know, building, you know, a foundation and everything else. So I'm interested in that sector, investing in that type of sector there. So
we're the Black Star community in Ghana, and we're just building it up little by little, and then we're gonna just learn Liberia more and more, and then, you know, build more work into that, since we have, you know, a partnership with our brother here, Colin, and other people. So this is more of a united effort. That's what I like about the Liberia project. It's more of a united effort with other groups of people, and, you know, versus, you know, my own project as far as me and my own crew running the Black Star Pan-African community. So that's the beautiful thing about it. So I tell people what we're doing in Liberia is more of a Pan-African energy, and it's so more of us working together. So that's what we letting people know. Like, you know, like there's a lot of things that need to be done. You know, are you gonna be about that, or are you just gonna keep on saying that you're the African Diaspora channel and you're reporting news? I'm like, do we need another BBC or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just, yeah, man, it's a bold move, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, like not a lot of, you know, there's not a lot of our people, you know, trying to, you know, be out there pushing themselves out for our people, like, you know what I'm saying? Because our people, we're minimized, you know what I'm saying, in terms of you know, in terms of our collective ability, like we're minimized. And yeah, it's you know, it's great, you know, that obviously, you know, you put yourself forward, you know what I'm saying, to put some establishment forward, you know, to make us more of a collective people, you know what I'm saying, because yeah, there's not enough of us. There's not enough black men out there doing that, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, I'm you know, I'm gunning for you, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's a positive thing, you know. Anything positive that's good for our people, you know, I'm 100% behind it, you know what I'm saying? So that's what it is, you know. But yeah, like if you can send me like a, you know, like an email, send me something. Look,
Yeah, brother, that's
pass
what
my
I'm saying.
email.
I'm not sure if you can see at the bottom of the screen. If you can see the website, the details, or anything you see, even the YouTube channel.
Oh, right, I see that.
Yeah, I mean, so if you want to send me a text or something with your information and so on, I can add it to email list. I can send you a presentation. But if you want to view information in general, because I
all right, let me do that then. Let me do that then.
Yeah, let's take your time and view it. That way you can process things easier with me when we talk. But I'm, you know, my whole department for the day is sales and marketing. That's what I do 24/7. So I just want people to be clear about what they're talking to me about, because I'm all, you know, what we do is sell land and tours, and we just do business with our folks and get things going. But just you know, I just want to make sure that you know, you go through the presentation, and you know, from there we can just honestly just talk. But if you're trying to do a tour or to Liberia, that's what I would recommend. The Ghana one is coming up soon, and then next year we could do Ghana again. But Liberia is where I just want to push some energy, because I got more help and I got more people I'm working with.
I hear you.
You know, the Ghana project is fine, but I'm trying to get more of our people to help us, because it's a lot of work. I have my Ghanaian crew, which have done well to getting things done, but I need more of our people from, you know, from America to work with us. So, but nevertheless, I don't ever want to limit ourselves, and I do want to get us something more organically that you know, it's probably better for us as far as this being able to use our American passport and our current citizenship and do things in a country in Africa where you don't have to go get residency and do a certain thing. So that's what we're dealing with in Ghana and the other countries that we're dealing with. But Liberia, it present an incredible opportunity that we just, you know, that more of us should work together and tap into. And I'm reaching out to many other people and say, hey, let's all work together. This restore our ancestors' glory. Just like other people that are in Ghana saying, reach out to us. We're doing some good things there. And together we can just make many moves. And it's just what we have to do sooner or later, because, you know, when I first started traveling to Africa, I didn't see that much people from India, China, and other places, and from different Arab nations, and from this Lebanon. Like, I see them now. So if we give them another 10, 20 years, we can just kiss the African continent goodbye.
That's what I'm trying to say, because our people are not awake, you know what I'm saying? They don't understand what's going on, you know what I'm saying? They don't understand, you know, they don't understand. That's all I can say, like, you know what I'm saying? Because there is a movement going on which we're not involved, do you understand? But everyone seems to be, every other race, they seem to be switched on. Do you understand? They seem to be working on a high frequency. You see what I'm saying? So it's just us. Like, we need to stop being naive. You know, start waking up and start doing for self. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the only way. You know what I'm saying? Most of these people that, you know, like people like, you know, Ola, and they got cousins. They got, obviously, you know, they got family members. And you know what I'm saying? They're not thinking about the long term. They're not thinking about the future. Do you understand? So that's the problem with our people. Like, they tend to think about now, and you know, now. Don't, like, you know, they're not planning ahead. you know, and other people, other ethnic groups around the world, the Chinese, Arabs, whatever it may be, they plan ahead. So they know what they want to do, you know, within the next 10 years, they want to be like, yeah, this race here, these black people here, we want to put them in a chokehold. You know, we want to take their resources, but we want to be in control of them in the next 10 years. Like, they can foresee stuff. You understand? But our people, them, you know, they don't work like that. You know, that's why we always get ourselves in problems and all this colonization and all this, like, you know, all this other nonsense, because we don't project ahead, you know. But anyway, listen, thank you very much for letting me onto your platform. I've taken down your details. I'm gonna send some information over to yourself. So let's talk. Yeah.
Absolutely, brother. We can definitely link, and I'm on WhatsApp and things like that. We can just connect. So I'll look out for a message with your name and the information, and then link it back.
Yeah. Peace out. Peace out. Thank you.
Yes, family. So appreciate everybody joining us on another episode of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Building a global Black business pipeline. That's what we're about, family. Just building it up and building it up strong.
Yep. Is it another exciting episode? Can you hear me clearly now?
Not at all, unfortunately. Not at all,
What's going on my phone tonight, man?
Yeah, it's all good. These things happen, but yeah, time has passed by. It is 4 hours and 49 minutes, and we did the greatest thing we have done. Got rid of that troll Ola. Yeah, I mean, I banned him pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean,
bottom line,
what is he trying to?
The strikes with me was this. When we played that video on the Gambia, he's like, what are you putting this for? These people basically live in shit. Like I said, we're trying to come to a continent. And like our ancestors, when they first went to Liberia, they saw a lot of shit that they didn't agree with. So they created a society that said, this is how you want to live, this is how we want to live, so we live in peace. Some of your customs y'all got to get rid of. You know? And these people, like Ola, think that's perfectly fine. Oh, it's Africa, anything goes. It's been 500 years. It's enough of that shit.
I'm tired of this. Oh, this is Africa. Okay, this is Africa. Well, this was America one time, 13 colonies. Wasn't there like 13 colonies here?
Yeah, the Indians killing people.
I mean, it went from 13 wicked colonies to 50 states that make up a nation that run the damn world that we live in, that controls the world that we live in, whether people want to believe it or not. They went from 13 colonies. They literally outdid their colonial power masters, the United Kingdom, Great Britain, England, whatever you want to call them people. You know what I'm saying? So I tell people, you're dealing with a different beast of people. Like people, people keep on telling me the dollar is down. I'm like, yo, I'm hoping
the dollar's not going anywhere.
I was like, I want to live to see the day this happen, because I was like, you're talking about people who have literally. I was watching that Lincoln movie. I think you and I would talk about it. I didn't even finish watching it, but you know what I mean. You know, it's like it's like they came with a different style of this world domination. Literally, like I'm not trying to give these people credit and trying to boost them up, but they literally build a country where, regardless of whatever you do, whether you do good or bad, or you commit crimes or not, they're gonna profit and benefit from it. They set up a wicked system to where they control how the world moves. And people saying, well, this people gonna create their currency and they're gonna kill the dollar. I was like, I've been hearing.
Good luck with that.
And then I got a genius to say, well, Bomani, all great nations come and fall. Look at Ethiopia, Egypt. Look at England, France. Look at this nation, that nation. Look at the Dutch. Look at South Africa. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But it's like, what does that mean? That does mean that things eventually happen. But does that mean that's going to happen in your next 5 lifetime? You know what I'm saying? So I can't sit around. It's like people tell me white people going to die. And I was like, okay, what if white people all die tomorrow? What does that mean for me? What does that matter? Is like, that's not going to make my life any better. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to inherit a new colonial, a new set of people who are out there currently just fighting to see how they can dominate the world. So it's like, we still got to do what we have to do regardless of whatever happens in the world and things like that. And I tell people like this, accept the fact that you're dealing with a situation that's not going to change unless we do what we need to do. And that's
building infrastructure.
That's how I ran his punk ass off, because he's not going to promote on here that it's okay to talk all this black stuff and be about Nigeria and then go marry a white devil trash. And then some people like, Bomani, get off that. Why are you so interested in who we sleep with? Hey, all that stuff matters. I tell my crew, like, none of y'all can be around me if y'all running around there having children and marrying white women. It's just not gonna happen. Like, I can't trust you. I mean, yeah, I can't trust my brother that look just like me, but I literally can't trust you because you're literally just, you're sleeping with the enemy and you're literally selling out us building something black and strong.
Yeah.
Black men and black women need to be together so we can build something together for our children.
And it's the only right.
And then all this confusion and stuff is not progressing us.
Yeah. Well,
So I mean,
these people, let me say,
yeah, I mean, it would be nice if we can all live all as one and be all as one, but that's not reality of it because everybody have put their energy together to dominate us. What do you want us to do? Sit around and be a victim?
Everybody, let me tell you something, brother. Every time you look around, right? Like, you look around. There was this one Kenyan TikToker, right? He was talking to some girl, I don't know, some white chick, whatever, like that. He tried to talk to her. He's stupid. He got a Negro wake-up call, and the girl just said something like, "You're a nigger. You're a nigger. Nigger. Look at your nose." He was like, "Wow, you're very racist." One of the Negro pen types and whatnot. Like, I guess like white girl. She told him, "You're a nigger," or whatnot. I don't like black people. Whatever. I don't date black guys. Whatever. I'm like, damn. And that's happened recently. You know what I'm saying to myself? These motherfuckers with this kumbaya with white people and stuff like that. The bottom line is this. Stick with your own race. And I'm not a racist or nothing like that. But if you are going to do interracial dating, you don't belong in these spaces. And you also, if you're a homosexual or you believe in that LGBT, you don't belong with us. As simple as that. People think because here's the problem. Social media has grouped people together who don't really see each other, touch each other, whatever like that. So they get on a platform, right? They bring their bullshit and they get into spaces and they get comfortable and everything. And they bring their bullshit with them. Right? Now, in the real world, right? When people socialize, let's say you have a bowling league or something like that, you got to socialize with people. So you know their family, you know who they're dating, like this. Social media, people could be whatever they want to be, and they could have all white friends, all white dating circumstances, all that. They get on social media and they get in these circles, and you notice how they always, oh well, no, you don't belong in the conversation talking about black power and black stuff like that. You're married, interracial life. Find the channel that suits you. Sign the call that suits you. I don't want to hear what Kid Ola has to say. Then he disses Marcus Garvey. Then he talks about we Africans, like he's speaking for all Africans, we Africans, all this kind of stupid shit, man. Get out of here with that shit, If you believe that, the most Africans and whatnot, when they hear what we have to say, they agree with what we have to say. He's vested into white supremacy and the white man's way of doing things. I heard him many times. He hates Pan-Africanism. He thinks it's stupid. White people are more better for Africa than black people in America. Okay. That's what him and Apple dumbass thinks.
Yeah, brother. But we sure school that fool Ola. Really show him that he's really a kid. Ola.
Kid Ola.
You know what I'm saying? I'm telling these people like, yo, stay out of our way or get run over. You know what I mean? This is like a runaway high-speed train.
We're not compromising.
Journey of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood is coming at you like a bullet train, and you either get on a train and go with the flow, or get out the way, or get run over. Those are your options.
Yeah, he's in shock right now because he's like, damn, man, I thought I was so cool on After Dumbass show and everything. He got a reality call. He got a reality wake-up tonight,
After Dumbass talking like he's an intellectual. With his little damn third-grade education.
He's fucking idiot. He's fucking stupid. He makes generalized statements. Don't know anything about Black America. The blacks, they don't know, like he knows us and whatnot. You got black people in America.
I mean, and he's the one that live in a. I mean, your whole country is being used as a place for old white people to come there and take advantage of your young people and psychologically mess them out to make them feel like the only value they have is to be a prostitute. That's I mean, and then you go around and then you talk about what's going on here. Yo, bro, not even bro. You focus on what you need to focus there, because I'm not gonna tell people the story there because I didn't go there to report sex tourism or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I'm not. But it's something that if it comes up in the topic, we'll talk about those things because I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it. The first time I've seen that when I went in the Gambia in 2006. I was with I was there literally on my first time, and I was with some associates and friends, and I was like, wow, it just threw me off. I was like, yo, and then it didn't take me long to learn the game and see what was going on. So
that's a real sad situation. Once a man's broken like that, he has opened himself up to sodomy and whatnot. He's never gonna be a man again. He's never gonna be normal.
These wild comments. Yeah, we did know. Yes.
Yeah. O's a weirdo.
Because that's what these spies do. You know what I mean? They don't. People send them out. What are the black folks talking about? Or maybe he's trying to learn some stuff about being black.
Dumbass actually has a whole ass cracker up there. Look like Santa Claus and shit. Like a pedophile or not. Talk about black women. This motherfucker sitting up there. Oh yeah, my friend and whatnot.
Well, he needs to be talking about all the young black women there in the Gambia sleep with an old white man giving them STDs.
Yeah, Richard, bro, you guys see he had African, so they sit on panels like this talking to an old ass cracker, talking about black issues and whatnot. That's a no-no. You don't come on our panels. I don't hear what anybody has to say. If I know I talk to white people, I talk business, everything. When this Pan-African stuff, there ain't no white people involved in this shit, Yeah, it's what it is. It is what it is. You got these people in our business and everything like that, and these guys reporting back and everything like that. So it's ridiculous. So
yeah, there you go, brother. Everybody, folks, I don't think anybody's brave enough to get on with us nowadays, man. Mm-hmm. Ola was one of the last ones. We got rid of Amara. We got rid of that nutcase Nigerian Mike. Not Measy.
Bushmeat Mike.
It's just he just like not Measy doesn't have no fight anymore. He just like surrender. Because he knows that he can't stop what we're doing. He knows that he can't.
Yeah, this ain't stopping. So man,
he just needs to listen and learn. Because he's he's a student just like the rest of them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like I'm saying I'm your father, you're your son. I'm the teacher, you're the student. That's a relationship that we have with everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Even Omar Johnson, he's a student. He needs to listen and learn, follow direction. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Understand who's really running and deal with Pan-Africanism. It's not you, buddy.
It's us.
How about you focus on trying to think that you're going to build a school that's going to work in America? How about you focus on that and let us focus on the nation building and the reconnection and the real stuff that needs to be done? You know what I'm saying? Because last we need is a so-called good speaker. Every minute, I got this lecture going on here. I got a lecture going on here. And I'm the most requested scholar here. And I go all over the planet and the moon. I'm the first black person to ever do a lecture on the moon. All kind of foolishness. Like, dude, what does that have to do with us building black power? What does that have to do with us building real estate development operation in Africa? And for us putting ourselves in a position to control the destiny of our future. That got nothing to do with it. That just boost your ego, make it feel like you're somebody. I'm telling you, man, your family, if you're upset with what I'm saying, what we're doing, I'm cutting the throat off of all of these idols, these people you worship. Even that devil Tariq Nasheed is like, I was worship that guy like he's a king of something.
Yo, he's a Tariq is a
and all this guy is, I give him credit. He's the greatest race hustler, and that's why Brandon Pan-African Strike Back is a loser, because we don't need you to make a 500 videos and tell us about this fool. You know what I'm saying? You literally wasting your time. Go do something productive. How about you go take a nursing class and learn to be a nurse or something, or take a class that teach you to have better health and things like that. So your body don't explode and your head don't become so big to where it just bust that little puny brain of yours inside your head. Serious business.
Anybody calls himself FBA, you gotta remember you're following a guy who's a fucking comedian.
Yeah, this guy's also what is he? Will used to be a pimp. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, also that he's a comedian. He's an entertainer. How the
that's
hell you
not.
gonna? How somebody gonna create a political movement and you gonna fucking FBA
All
after a
these
fucking
clowns.
comedian? You know. That's why shit is not.
You basically got so you got a pimp, you got a former pimp leading the Black Power movement. This is a joke, brother. This is
Yeah,
a
that's what I said,
joke.
man. The internet man makes heroes out of
This is
fucking
a
clowns.
joke. You got a former pimp leading a pro-black movement. It may be not be a Pan-African movement, but it's some kind of pro-black movement.
And he's a fucking comedian.
You got a comedian slash pimp slash yo, you can't make this stuff up. And then you got another one who wanted to, hey, this dude want to call himself Big Papa. Big Papa. I'm the Big Papa. I'm the best that ever done it. Like I'm telling you, family, I name all of the characters y'all love and y'all worship. Not tell them now. Tell me tomorrow what have they done for you lately? What have they done to progress our people?
Now I think on YouTube, when if the white man came and took YouTube away, these motherfuckers all do a mass suicide. You know.
Absolutely, you know what I mean? We'll really see if they're gonna go back to Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go back to Africa. It's your man, not your boy. Yeah, we're hitting everybody tonight, man. You know.
Hey, come and get your consultation. I know people like yo, family, yo. We literally cleaning house. We cleaning house. This is the housekeepers here. Call us the housekeepers.
We're saying the only people you want to roll with, you want to be in the Pan-African movement, join the BAIO, join Africans, or we got you.
Got nothing but clowns in our movement, man. All of these clowns and comedians in our movement have literally just embarrassed and disgraced us to where people don't even take us serious.
Well, the last straw was the fact that they didn't even squad up with the Hebrews in Ghana. You know.
Yeah, I mean, they went. You know, I think you know, and you know, as a matter of fact, let's enough respect to Go Black. I know I was just joking with you about you a little while ago. Your brother did literally, you know what I'm saying, put the folks on to speak their truth about what went on, and was literally not one of the ones that took position like Brandon and Dynas and Phil Scott talking about, you know what I mean, that they didn't do this and they didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? It was injustice completely.
What did O'Shea say about that situation?
I don't know. What did he say? Because you know, I mean, nobody's out of the line from getting smoked with this. You know what I'm saying? Because we're telling people we're not playing games anymore. We have given people a lot of leeway to prove themselves, and what they've done is embarrass our movement, make us look weak. You're gonna take the side of the people who destroy people like us, trying to make move, and then, I mean.
Oh yeah, and check this out.
I mean, what do y'all stand for? I understand that y'all weak with no balls and everything, but it's like y'all gotta stand for something.
Yeah, check this out. There was this one comment on that thread with Go Black did, right? One of the comments said there was an African American woman, right, who was murdered in Ghana, right, and she had a Ghanaian boyfriend, right. And a couple months later, after she built a house, whatever like that, the guy moved his girlfriend in with him. So, you know, nothing ever came out of that, whether he was involved in it or like she was found dead, stabbed, whatever like that. And then she's probably some heavy-set sister. Guy with some long stroke Kwame. She probably built the house, but she was gonna like ES was doing it, and somehow she got killed, like murdered, whatever. And then he moved his girlfriend, his Ghanaian girlfriend in. Shit like that happens all the time. I'm not saying that's all Ghanaians. I'm not saying that happens, but it happens. But once is too much, and the fact that that story happened and nobody talked about it, right, shows you that, man, we're going over there with the wrong intentions. You know, we're going. We should have each other's back. We should know everything that goes on in our community over there and stuff like that. You know, we should know if people are getting wrong, robbed, and everything. We don't say anything. You know, we just sit back and be like, oh yeah, well, you know, at least I'm in Africa. I'm getting robbed, killed, and everything, but at least I'm in Africa, you know? And all this kind of stupid stuff like that. That ain't Pan-Africanism. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is ultimately about respect, you know, and love. So Candola got smoked tonight. Bomani gave it to him. That shit was so funny.
Yeah, he thought he was gonna come on here and talk shit again, and he didn't.
Hey, bottom line, like I said,
Like I said, we give people enough rope to hang themselves. That's all I like to do. Give them all the rope they need to hang themselves.
When he said,
it's like, but money, what didn't say that. I was like, you guys are talking. You guys are talking.
He said something about Garvey has nothing to do with Nigeria. Does he understand Nigeria's got independence because what you call his first president was a Garveyite, Nami Ezekiel?
How about this? How about Marcus Garvey had nothing to do with Kwame Nkrumah or Ghana?
Yeah, Kwame Nkrumah was student of Marcus Garvey.
I mean, I'm like, you know, your leaders at that point, these are the people that were doing things in the black world. You know, 1804 had happened. So the Haitian Revolution had happened. Liberia connection had happened. Garvey had happened. You know what I mean? These are the things that was available in history. It's just like you and I studying history now. These things are available to you. So all of your Nigerian presidents, including Obasanjo and everybody else, civil rights movement, anything that was going on, these are things that they have to know about. These are world events.
Well, he says they don't have we don't have books on black history. You just
the thing is, even if you don't have nothing at that point when your presidents were growing up and everything, Marcus Garvey was doing his thing. These things are going on. This is world history. This is things that you're gonna know about. So these are excuses these village idiots make.
So that's back in the days, man. I was hanging out with some white people. We went to Busch Gardens, and I was with this Romanian chick.
I remember them places, man. I remember back in the good old V8 days.
Yeah, we went to Busch Gardens. You know. So anyway,
Busch Gardens.
I asked her. She knew all this about Black history in America, right? Because she said, and she was like a virgin chick, right? She was a Christian girl, whatever, like that. So I went to this church outing thing, whatever. And she ended up marrying a black guy, brother. She goes, I just like black men. She goes, why? I go, I read you guys' history. I go, what do you know about our history? She goes, we got books, we got libraries, we know all about the civil rights, slavery, and everything like that. They said we used to watch the Cosby Show, Fresh Prince, and all that stuff like that. She goes, we listen to your music, Michael Jackson, Run DMC. She goes, we listen to all that stuff like that. And so I said, if this white person from Eastern Europe knows so much about black history, how does somebody from Nigeria says, I don't know nothing about black men, all I know is y'all was slaves? That's just fucking, I can't talk to a motherfucker like that, So when you tell me you don't take time, matter of fact, most of the history books written on Africa by African American authors, and like I said, where's the Nigerian authors that wrote history about their tremendous history and their Nook civilization and all that stuff like that? They don't even bother studying their own history. They don't even know their own history. So you got a country.
Yeah. I mean, if you ask them what's the Yoruba library of all the information, you're gonna be limited on many things. It's unfortunate, but that's why you don't have classes dealing with engineering and aviation technology that's in their language. I mean, it's just. I mean, that should have been done. It's so brilliant. That should have been done.
The Japanese translated all the books of engineering, science, and everything into Japanese. They did that even before they made U.S. rights. For 250 years, the Japanese were importing books from the West, from the Dutch and wherever that they were trading with, and they would translate the books into Japanese. So they knew all about stuff on navigation, history.
Yeah, I mean, look what they did in World War II. I mean, they were the most dominant, one of the most dominant forces.
Yeah, they built
World War II. I mean, they built technology and they built machines that the world have never seen at that time.
They built the best air. The Zero was the best naval plane combat. The Japanese Zero.
They built one of the best navies at that point in the world.
They definitely
that's a whole lot of ingenuity, brother. I mean, you have to understand the greatest level of science, manufacturing, and development. You can't just and then it's like everything was built there. It's not like they outsource a bunch of stuff. I mean, they literally are independent and building their own industries. I mean, and still today they're forced to reckon with when it comes to automobile, just anything dealing with machines itself.
When the black man sits back and be lazy, and they got a whole continent out there with resources, people, young people, and everything. One of those like I see all those young men, man, that could be building factories and building stuff, and nobody's organizing them, to the point where it's like, we're gonna build a nation. Like our ancestors tried to do in Liberia back in Toba. He built factories and everything like that. That's what Liberia's on its way to, building industry, building a civilized country, in spite of everything, it's still standing.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? It's kind of like one of those things where you ask yourself, you know, when Samuel Doe was doing what he did he realize that he was going to get the repercussion later on what happened to him? I mean, they did. I'm not sure how much part of his body they cut up and everything, but it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know if the people who did that was like, this is for Tolbert. But you know what I mean?
This is what happened. I'll tell you what happened.
Rock on, brother.
When this is what happened when Charles Taylor was invading the country from Ivory Coast, right? Prince Johnson had the port, right? And what happened was he told Doe, man, he said, yeah, man, the Congo people are the enemy, the American Liberians are the enemy and whatnot. You know, I got your back. As soon as he got to the port, his soldiers fired on those people, killed them, whatnot, and that's how he captured Doe. You know, and then they tortured him, cut his dick off. Right, he's crying like a little baby. He's a man, grown man, crying like a baby. This man, when those Afro-American settlers, when they were executed on the beach, right there, they're tearing.
Yeah, because a lot of Tolbert cabinet was executed, right?
They stood there like men.
They were executed. I mean, that was some wild stuff, bro.
Yeah, they stood there like men and died like men. They weren't crying and begging.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so Doe got what he deserved. I mean, look what he did. He came in a wiped out house, execution style.
Yeah, he wiped out everybody. Then not only that, there was a Lutheran church massacre.
And see what happened to his whole regime. They came in and wiped out his whole regime and tortured him. I don't know if they tortured him for hours or for days, but he deserved
every. Tortured him. I saw the video. They tortured him.
But what about for a few days? But you know what I'm saying? I know I'm not pushing these things, but yo, family, what he did as far as overthrowing the last stable government that Liberia ever had, that was a serious change over from the craziness you see where we're struggling now to rebuild. And this is, I'm not saying that, I mean, because he was a puppet, you know what I mean? Or we say in the game of chess, he's a pawn. He's a pawn used by other people to go out there and then now, you know, and pawns, you know what happened to pawns? If y'all don't know what happened to pawns get sacrificed in the game of chess. That's who you can sacrifice more than anything else.
And then you know what Doe said the reason why the coup was? He said because Tolbert was disobeying America.
See, that's some bullshit right there, yo.
It just eliminates this cannibal.
You're the master to correct Tolbert by executing a man, by having one of your soldiers execute a great president that's trying to do something for the country.
And that's like digs out. And then he said, "Oh, they were disobeying America, and we're ready to build." And then he kicked out.
So you're the boss now. You're American new little bitch now. You got what you deserve.
And then when America didn't no longer need him, that's when they said they turned their back on him. And you know, he was like, "Man, what's going on?" You know.
He probably, yeah, exactly. And that's what That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, brother. Cowards like him get what they deserve. America turned their back on you, and you guys got dismembered and tortured. Which is what
we know. We know this history. We know what happened. We're not gonna let people come here and tell us.
As a matter of fact, what was the guy named that was in charge of that? His name is Johnson right now. He's a pastor now, right? I saw one of his videos, man.
Yeah. When I go to Nimba, I'm gonna meet him. When I go next time,
brother, I'm being honest with you, man. The restored the glory of Tolbert. You know what I mean? Doe deserved that, and whoever and then the people who did that to him deserve honor. I mean, because the thing of it is, you can shoot somebody and kill him, but they tortured a coward. They tortured somebody who literally changed the face of Liberia forever. I'm not saying that he single-handedly deserved to be blamed for the change of Liberia. I know people like to throw Charles Taylor under the bus, but this is the person who initiated the foolishness that went on.
Yeah, exactly. And they try to blame Charles Taylor.
Charles Taylor tried to come. I'm not trying to defend Charles Taylor. I guess he's trying to come as a way to stop somebody who he knew was wicked.
Yeah.
And trying to be a better situation, but in the end, I mean, it's a wild story, and it's I'm hoping that the children in the future can literally just progress through it, man, because it's no different from the slavery and the things that we have dealt with, on the plantations of Savannah, Georgia. Florida, down to the Caribbean islands, down to Brazil, and it's just the nonstop, family, the struggle that we deal with. That's why you have so many people who don't want to be black anymore.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, yo, this is our struggle as a people, but it's not our entire history. But you know what I mean? Just like when we talk about Liberia, that's not our history, but as we talking about modern day situation, this is what happened. And you know what I mean? And for all the cowards that do wicked stuff like that, that's what I'm saying, that it was important that Dole got tortured like the way he got tortured. That sent a message to all race traders and people, you know, that overthrew the country. I wish Mobutu would have got the same situation.
Right. Yeah, that's what we have. We have those dudes in there that get in power, and the bottom line is they have the power of the state to arrest, round people up, declare state of emergency. You give a savage state power, that's dangerous, you know? And the West doesn't mind giving power to savages because they know they're going to do, first thing they're going to do, what Doe did was, his soldiers began rounding up American Liberian women and raping them and making them concubine. Think about that. Women that were going.
Yeah, any way you can fix your connection, brother. Come on, we have modern day technology. You have power cords.
Okay, let me see if I can get back on my other thing. Let me see. Let's see if I can get back on my other thing. Like, I had no battery. The battery's dead, man. Let me see if I can put this in.
Unbelievable. What about laptop?
My laptop's upstairs.
Well, you gotta
my laptop's upstairs. Next time, matter of fact, next time when I do my show, I'm gonna use my laptop because the power doesn't go out. You know, next time we do a show, I'm gonna do it on my new Chromebook that I got. You know, I'm gonna do it on my Chromebook. You know, so that's what I'm gonna use next time. But I didn't have it downstairs. You know, which we call next time Tuesday. I'm gonna have my Chromebook, so I don't have to worry about
It's all good, man. You're getting used to it because part of your traveling, you know, you got super fast chargers, you have backup systems. But yeah, you're getting to it because you're gonna have to, you know, when you're moving and you're just making you move to Africa, you have to have all that stuff with you when you're trying to get, gotta get some kind of work done, phones and computers and everything.
Yeah, I bought my Chromebook. I bought a Chromebook just for that, you know. Hold up, brother. Hold up.
But I see that nobody else want to come on, man. You scared everybody off the line, Kala.
Nah, that's you, man. Cause you fucking terrorized everybody. You killed, you gave a cause. I don't want to be another kid over. So everybody just bounced off the fucking. That shit's so funny.
Yeah, I mean, because I mean, yo, like I told people, like, yo, if you're gonna holler at me, be a real brother and holler at me. You talking about you got a white wife and then you trying to tell me about black stuff? I'm like, get the hell out of here, punk.
Yeah, so you have no credibility in the situation.
You know Bomani here. You know, just like Nigga P. That's why Nigga P don't like me. I shut him down like that. I'm like, yo, you just sell out. You did it. You know what I mean? You gonna come holler at me, and all you deal with is a white trash devil. Me, the brother that when you go on Instagram, he got nothing but beautiful black women. Say what you want to say. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're around beautiful black people.
Yep. Yeah, so what I was saying about Samuel Doe, what he did was he massacred like 200 people in the Lutheran church, people that opposed him. He executed students that opposed him because they thought, oh man, Native man take over, we're gonna have power. It didn't work out like
that, fam.
You know, and so all these people like this. And like I said, when I was in the airport, man, I got into it with Liberians in the airport. Well, the Congo people did this. I said, look, man, you're going back to a country. The fact that you got a passport, visa to go to a country called Liberia is because our ancestors built that shit. Yeah, but I heard that they were so you cats would. They said, well, they used to marry indigenous women, but indigenous women didn't marry men didn't marry American Liberian. Yet that's not the case. American Liberian married indigenous men too. You know. So they try to put that thing. I said, why are you guys going on all this negativity shit? You know? I said, why do we need this? And one guy was supposed to meet up with somebody, he's a martial artist. So I said, I want to come by your gym and I'm going to test you out. I'm going to test some of the skills you got. He's like, oh. I said, I want to come by your gym. We're going to put on some gloves. I'm going to test you out. You know? I just wanted to bust him in his mouth for talking shit, you know? You know, it's about he went and he said, I'm retired U.S. military. So in other words, you went and swore your hand allegiance to the United States, but you got nothing good to say about your own country that you were born in. You know, I can't stand race traitors, man. You know, I hate them. You know, they come to America, swear allegiance to America, swear this or that. You know, I'm a U.S. this and that. When they go back to Liberia, they want to judge our ancestors what they did under some fine-tooth comb. You know, I said, I stick by my ancestors. I'm proud of everything they did, you know. Fucking bunch of race traitors. I hate them, you know.
Yes, man. There you go, family. Join Kala. Kala is ready for you. Come on. It is the morning or the night somewhere in the world. This is a global operation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the bottom line is this, man. Just we're taking this movement over, man. You know, this is not Pan-African punks and pussies and sissies. You know, this is Pan-African for men, real men and women.
You guys talk so rough. You guys talk so. You know what I mean? It's like we live in a world that's just being so sissified.
Yeah, that's why they don't like Donald Trump.
Say anything. You can't say this about this person. Oh, that's not politically correct. This is not right. That's not how you say
That's
this.
why they don't like Trump.
Or you shouldn't call people a village. It is, and you shouldn't, like, somebody send me a message like lecturing, like, yo, don't tell me how to talk to my the people I'm paying to do a job, and the people who are working for us and the people who are supposed to handle business. I mean, they don't do whatever. It's what it is. I mean, why am I going to call you a genius for just doing stupid stuff and being irresponsible and not acting like a professional? I'm supposed to call you a genius? No, you're a village idiot. You're a damn savage.
Mm-hmm.
You're primitive. You're an idiot. You're
Yep.
somebody that needs to learn to listen to directions and follow orders.
Mm-hmm.
And you're somebody that you have been paid to do a job. You get the job done. It's not, you know what I mean? I don't want to hear no reason or excuses.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm at a point where a bunch of people have made it worse for other people in the future. Because I'm like, yo, now, you know what I mean? There's no upfront this and upfront that. You get a light deposit, you do the job, and you get paid.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is, you know.
I tell people when they ask me about consultation that people are going to demand upfront money and not do jobs. And after one or two people do you like that, don't even let one or people do you like that. Don't go there with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do this job, you get a deposit. You do this job, you get paid little by little. Even if you got to spread it out. The same thing I tell people how they build a house. Make these deals, and that's how you avoid from getting shaken down.
Mm-hmm. And deal with our own contractors and stuff like that we recommend. Don't just do what any village idiot say, oh, I can do that one night, and they take your money to happen to the Bag family.
Yeah, absolutely. I was with the Bag family there in the Gambia, and family, this is the same situation. If I go to Ghana, I'll tell you that I'm at my brother's property here, and he's gonna tell you the same situation. He hired a plumber, and the plumber don't show up. Sometimes show up, sometimes don't show up. You never know. People, work ethics are terrible because it's not like you're dealing with the most sophisticated people because most of us are in rural areas.
Right.
It just shows you how bad the education is outside of main cities.
Mm-hmm.
Very low. So when people hear you talking, then they don't know who you're talking about. No, we're not talking about the sophisticated, well-educated people that live in the city. No, we're not talking about that do great engineering and everything. Yeah, obviously we know that things are being built in the country. What we're talking about is doing our rural development, things you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
You have the mercy to uneducated people.
Yep.
Which last I remember, you're the smart person. You're the prom king and queen. You're supposed to be successful in life.
Yeah, what you call like Rosenthal said. He said, man, you go to Congo and people sit around all day and said when they take their paychecks instead of investing their money, they sit there and drink their money all up all day and just sit around nothing. He said, man, you guys gotta do something with your life, man. Y'all got mangoes, you got all this stuff like that. Y'all could be doing this. They're looking at him like, what are you talking about? He said, man, you can make factories and everything, but you guys want us to come here and invest all this money in you guys, and you guys don't want to, show no initiative. So these guys had to call me, talking about they want a better deal. I said, I'm not Rosenthal's boss. They said, I thought you were Rosenthal's boss. I said, no, I'm not his boss. They said, they had me on a guy who was on WhatsApp when I was on video. And they showed me the deal they had. It was written in French. I said, remember I said you that thing, how to translate that to French? I said, I don't know what the fuck I'm reading and whatnot. It was a contract. I said, I don't know. I said, whatever deal Rosenthal gave y'all and whatnot, y'all might as well keep it. We want a better deal and all this kind of stuff like that. They don't want to put no work in. They want a better deal. That's what you're dealing with, man. Just because somebody's African and whatnot, they're our brothers and sisters. I mean, we got to bend over. African bullshit. You know what I'm saying? African bullshit. It says, "Oh, this is sacred land," and blah blah blah. It's always to their benefit. You ever notice that?
What happens to tribal land? It's a republic now, you village idiot. We are progressing society. We're not dealing with primitive, savage ways anymore.
It's a republic. Go over there to Cape Town, See all that land by Cape People. Try to claim that land as your so-called HL. See what the fuck happens to you in Liberia. You know, we had that war. We settled that already 2 centuries ago. We're gonna be a republic. You know.
Oh, it's the same comment. That's funny. This dude is funny, right?
Bobcat. Well, I think Afro Dumbass sounds kind of sweet. He sounds kind of sweet as damn self, you know. He sounds a little sweet. He's like
I think it used to be one of remember the video we were watching. The guy say he sleeps with men and women. That's like Afro Dumbass when he used to back in the days. He used to be one of those young boys that used to have European.
He probably was. He's probably buck broken.
That's why he's so angry at black people in America because we weren't there to give him an opportunity.
Check this out. Now, is it obvious that he has a fucking hard on for Black America? He has a raging hard on for Black America. He has a raging hard on holding his hand. You know, if he could exterminate us, he would. You know, that's why I understand how
you keep on fantasizing. Like I tell these clowns, don't let me and my crew run up on you, yo.
You know what I'm saying? After dumbass don't even want to say where he lives at in America.
Yeah, don't let me catch you somewhere, especially by the ocean or pool, because I'm pushing you in the deep end of the pool, and I know you can't swim.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That can't swim.
You know what I'm saying?
Every dumbass looks like fucking.
Don't let a Navy guy like me catch you on a boat, and I push you off the boat. You know
he looks like a cross between an orangutan and a chimpanzee.
Yeah, he needs to be pushed off a boat somewhere and be chopped up by the, you know what I'm saying, by the propellers.
He's building his own community over there and whatnot, you know.
Black people in America not allowed. Is that what it is?
Allowed, you know. He's like,
you build a community in Africa with real Africans.
We're only real Africans and whatnot. It won't get built, you know. It's called
that's not it. Real Africans. So he believes this because somebody's born on African continent that they're real Africans. And that's because somebody's born in African continent. They have that mindset and the interest in being a part of building a Pan-African continent.
The bottom line is this: he knows that what he wants is
he needs the African diaspora, and he won't admit it. That Africa will never progress without its African diaspora, because African diaspora come with a heavy amount of literally resources as far as beyond the and access to things that you need to make moves. You know what I mean? And then we're the ones in there doing tourism, and we're the ones in there doing a lot of incredible stuff. Like we always got, like I got suitcase here, school supplies and things for children, orphanages and things like that. And I'm spending money to pay for it, extra baggage. You know, them extra baggage is not free. And I'm telling
Black America spends $100 billion with a B dollars a year on travel and tourism. My brother is in Texas right now, him and his wife, you know. They basically we travel more than any other group of people as far as like vacation and stuff like that. We go to the Caribbean, we go to Europe, we're in Dubai, we're in Japan, wherever like that. We go cross country, the internal cross country tourism on Black America. We book out, we sell our hotels and our family reunions, our banquets, church conventions. That's billions of dollars. We keep this economy going. You know, you go to Golden Corral and whatnot, Black people, you know, all our money goes in there. Red Lobster, Black people, you know. And to the point now, Chili's, we had this thing. Humana had a thing at Chili's the other day. They gave us free food and beer and whatnot. I just went there and got a couple of beers. When I called you, I had a couple of beers and whatnot. I mean, I was drunk, man. I had a couple of shots and beers. And I was kind of lit. That was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon and shit. And I'm fucking buzzed already. Anyway, the bottom line, the whole staff and most of the bars and everything are now Black. Used to be white girls that were in. Now these hot Black girls work in all the bars. We took over the bar industry and everything here in Virginia, you know? You know, we're servers, most of the servers and people, managers that run the restaurant, the major restaurants, hotel, Black people here, you know? You know, America can't do shit without us, man, you know? So this idea that, oh, you're going to dismiss 45 million people and, oh, the Blacks and whatnot, like you got some replace, like Afro Dumbass really thinks that him and his dusty ass immigrants are going to fucking replace Black America. That's what he really thinks. He ain't thinking about building Africa. America is for immigrants. So in other words, everybody's supposed to roll over and let these dirty niggas come in over here with their hate and their tribalism and their primitive ways take over America. Okay, it won't be us that's gonna stop you. It's gonna be white people. Once white people realize how dirty you motherfuckers are and shit like that, you know, if you can't get along with us, you ain't gonna get along with them. You know, so we're stopping these motherfuckers in their track and whatnot right now. You know, we're declared war on these race traders. You know, if you're a race trader, stay out of our way. We don't want to hear what you have to say about Africa. We're gonna go to Liberia, we're gonna go to Ghana, Gambia, all these countries, and you ain't gonna do a goddamn thing about it. You know, not a damn thing about it. We're not. I'm not one of these African American pushovers that you think like other people. Oh, I'm so glad to be in Africa. You know what, African? You can shit on me, man. You know, you can piss on my head and whatnot. You can do whatever you want. Whatever you want. I'm just so happy. Get the fuck out of here, you know? Get the entire fuck out of here, you know? We're here like this. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this about respect, you know? Africa always talk about kid always talk about black people in America don't respect Africa. Tell me a reason, right? And, right, what I would like to know is this. You know, as a black person, African American, right? I feel like I'm in the pinnacle of the black race. I'm sorry, just what it is, you know? Tell me why I should not feel that, you know, that my people, after all the accomplishments we did, all the inventions, all the stuff we gave to the world and stuff like that, all the people we produce, the great people, why shouldn't I feel like I'm superior? But I don't. But you guys want us to basically take our entire great history, throw it in the trash and whatnot, and get out and become like one of you. And you guys ain't doing shit with what God gave you. You got all that land over there. You got resources. You even have your own so-called governments. And you still can't. You still got to come over here to get opportunity. So tell me why I should respect that. I can't. So they want all this respect that they don't deserve. You know, I was never a slave. So what? That just means that you just got lucky. You know, and it was when we look at history, it's like we're the lucky ones. You know, I was never a slave. Afro Dumbass says there's no way a race of slaves should ever rule over people that were never slaves. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Because I have a slave ancestry, I should be beneath your dusty, dirty, filthy ass. You know, no, it don't work like that. Now, if you say,
yeah, I tell people they can come up with it, whatever damn analysis that they want to come up with, and things like that. You know what I mean? I'm the boss. I built this business. I built this business with my, you know, for me and my family and things like that. And you're a contractor. You're a worker. You're a business person with us. This is our business. So whether you like to take directions or not, it's either you follow it or you just don't work or do business with us. So whether you want to believe that my family is is a part of a slave descendant, hey, I'm fine with accepting that. I'm fine with dealing with
yeah, but the bottom line, you're gonna be working for
it. You feel just because you're born in a country that you feel like you weren't in that situation or whatever, and you feel like that's gonna be a problem. Well, if that's a problem, you let us know a problem, and you ain't gotta do nothing with us. But what I tell people is that they know, because I sometimes have to just pull rank on people. I was like, yo, this is our business, and you've been paid to do a job, and you've been given specific directions, instructions on what type of food you need to order for our group members, what type of bus, what kind of accommodations, and that's it. You either agree and follow it and nothing else. There's no debating about it. You know, we are professionals. You know what I mean? So you want to get into that emotions of all that stuff. Me personally, I don't care about that stuff. I don't care what people feel. You're like, yo, I'm from Jamaica. This is where my folks are from. I'm here doing a business. Whether you have an issue with it or you feel like you're just because you're born here or you whatever the situation, it don't matter to me. I'm a Pan-African person that literally believe in Pan-Africanism. And what we believe in is the best of us around the black world. Figure it out, work together, build business, do business amongst each other, and get things done. All the emotion don't mean anything to me. But it's rough, brother. I'm telling you, especially when you're, when you're a boss from America and you're somewhere else, and people just feel whatever. I'm like, yo, it doesn't matter. You know, are you the one? Are you the one coming up with all this? All of us are getting money and making things happen for ourselves. All right, then you can't be no boss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they think they're entitled to something. You know? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you pay the cost to be the boss. You pay the cost to build what you build. I mean, I'm not gonna let no village idiot, no savage go. You know, just because the government say you should have partial. But that's all I'm believing that. This is a family enterprise you're running, and that's it.
Yeah, and what you call it? That's
we
why
can all get money together.
We don't have to go through all that. I got to give some village idiot half of what I fucking come up with.
Family enterprise. It's always be business for our family.
Mm-hmm.
We can all build other business together. We can all do great things together. But let's respect leadership and organization. And that's my issue with a lot of our people we're dealing with. They have no respect for leadership and organization. You know what I mean? Like they think order don't matter. Look at the Ghanaian savages that destroyed a building in Cape Coast. There's no order in that.
Mm-hmm.
You can't survive and live with without living in order. Let's go back to some of your favorite movies you like to watch. Like I know you love those Italian mafia movies. Same thing as I do. Like someone was asking me a question, why do you guys like some of these things? Because in the nature of you running things, you need order and structure, and they were the best at doing it. I mean, let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did certain things, in a certain way or whatever, but they got the job done.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that movie? I was telling you about that movie today earlier, Goodfellas. That was one of the wild movie, man. He was driving around high, about helicopters watching him.
I was watching on the plane. I was watching on the plane, man. I was watching on the plane on my flight going to Liberia. That was the first movie I watched, man. Goodfellas.
Oh, well, Goodfellas.
That made 3 hours go by quick, I mean, 3 hours go by quick, man. I love that.
Man, that's
and always playing that, man. The movie. That was the first movie I watched, man. I was like, I love that movie, man. But
I don't know how that guy survived all of his life. It's kind of like thinking about Sammy the Bull, Grafano. Like, these dudes, man.
He's still alive. Him and Michael Franchese were going at it on YouTube, man. You were watching Michael Franchese. Sammy's like, Michael, you're a punk. You're this. You a fake gangster. He was called Michael Franchese the fake gangster. He was like, I got 130 bodies under my fucking head. Damn, man. I was like, damn, these motherfuckers are going at it, man. I was like, damn, man. But the bottom line is this: even the criminal element, we couldn't even build a decent criminal network. Damn, the white man gave what they could. Black people always brag on record, bragging about criminal, and there's never been one successful black criminal organization in America that lasted more than 3 years. You're
gonna say Nicky Bonds.
Nicky Bonds like 4 years.
Then he actually said, "What happened to Nicky Bonds?" He flipped.
He flipped. That nigga flipped on everybody.
No order or structure or loyalty.
But the bottom line, when you got dudes facing 20 years, they can't do 20 years on that. At times, like, give me 30 years. I ain't rat.
It's funny, man.
Black people, man. You say everybody talking about I'm gonna build. Like I wish that TV show Power. That's a fucking joke. That dude goes. That's fantasy.
Isn't that like that movie? Power was like Fantasy Island, right?
Yeah, Fantasy Island. Dude, there ain't no black man with no best friend as a white man. Build no criminal. I said, man, just say that's Dr. Dre and Eminem 50. That's your Dre and Eminem fantasy. You got the white boy Tommy. You got the fucking ghost, whatnot. Then you got the Tariq, the kid Tariq. I said, ain't no black man fucking gonna build no drug dealing with bodies on there, especially with the kingpin statues out here now.
Man, brother, they milked that series. They milked it.
Yeah,
like I've never seen a series you just like milk every single last drop.
Never sat back and watched none that goes corny to me, man.
It was like five series.
Yeah,
and then they made the last one long, and then they made like a Power Book 2 where like the young boy is taking over and he's like trying to work his way up, and it's like that's 50 right there. 50, like he glorifies that lifestyle to make a living, to make.
Now we came out with.
He won't make a movie about Kwame Nkrumah, but he damn sure makes a movie about some black mafia.
Yeah, check this out. He came out just.
This is what the degenerate in our societies do.
Check this out. He came out yesterday and says he's sorry for making all that stuff like that on Stars. He said he goes, I didn't like making all this negativity and shit. Well, you did it.
I mean, so he's sorry about it. So how sorry is he? Is he sorry enough to donate half of that money? Is he sorry enough to donate half of that money to build black institutions, black children, to create black economic opportunity for our children and our people, to where they can live and do business.
What gets me is you got so-called conscious black people.
I mean, to why are people sorry? It's just like the Pope telling me he's sorry for slavery. What does that mean? You're sorry for slavery. Okay, you're sorry for slavery. Thank you. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do to at least towards a solution? And a solution would be to build institutions to create, like I mentioned, to create economic opportunities for our children. I mean, I don't know what else better we need to do as a people.
Well, how can we talk about 50? 50 don't even give opportunity to his own son. He won't even talk to his own son.
Yeah, that's sad, yo. I mean,
his son said, "I don't care about the child support. I just want to see you, Dad."
Oh man, you got me. You about to make me cry, bro.
And 50 said 50 basically always shows himself with his mixed race son, with that white chick.
You get him a half breed.
A wife with a half-breed son, whatever, like that. And he's always like, "This is my real son."
What's up with these dudes, all these white devil women, yo, like Kidola? Like, don't come on this platform with that stuff, yo, bro.
And then he says Tanashi 6ix9ine is like a real son to him and whatnot. You know, that dude's a fucking white boy devil rapper. Tanashi 6ix9ine, man, purple teeth and whatnot. You know, what the fuck?
That fag weirdo, man.
Yeah, I'm like, man, what the fuck is going on this world?
I mean, that's what I'm saying with our people. Y'all embrace all these foolishness, man. What about the real people that pushing the real movement? Show some love, man. Where's the love? It's like, where's the love?
I would love for somebody like Kanye. Say, man, I heard that Bomani and Kala, I want to give these guys
Kanye. Yeah, that would be cool, man. That would be.
Yeah, come on, Kanye crazy, right?
That'll be a cool connection. You know what I'm saying?
And I say, Kanye, all your sins are forgiven, bro. You know, come with us, bro. You know, that's how we gotta be, man. These people, we gotta build a movement so that these celebrities or whoever got the money say, you know something, I want salvation. I want to buy grace, so we're gonna support Bomani and Kala and whatnot. You know, I want salvation. You know, we're your path to salvation. You know, all this stupid shit.
I'll be there.
Cool. So that's what it is, folks. You want to come to this? You want to come to the Pan-African movement? This is where you come, man. We got your back. You know, we ain't gonna abandon you and shit like that. You know, and shit like that happened with the Hebrew Israelites. You know, everybody just threw them under the bus, man. You know, threw them under the bus. So,
yes, brother. So you ready to close, man? You ready to close?
Yeah, ready to close, man.
Another day in production. Another day in Productionville, family. So we are closing out, and I'm gonna hit you with some good music. You know what I mean? Family, don't forget to show some love. Show some love. We shouldn't have to tell you that, but show some love. That's how we need to do it. So, you know what I mean? We'll catch you on the next live stream.
Tuesday night.
Out with a nice music from Melanie Ganji, and this is the Sankofa Bird.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained their independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey. It was a Sankofa bird, a message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sankofa bird, a message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Life gold and green. Life color, life liberation. Black and Adinkras. Symbol
rules from creation. It was a sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. It was a sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truths and your blessing. Sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Stand covered. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Stand covered. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces. Under